is now facing charges. 21-year-old DeJuan Taylor was charged with 1 count of tampering with evidence, which is a 10-year felony, and gun charges as well. Police say that Taylor and his 19-year-old sister got into a fight with another group. They say the sister went to go grab her gun while her brother was being jumped by these other people. She just started firing. 2 people were killed, 2 were injured, including her brother. It sounds like this guy then picked up his sister's gun and they both fled the scene. So his bond was set at $250,000. He has to wear a GPS tether if he's released. His sister did turn herself into police as well. She has yet to be charged. After a day and a half of deliberations, the jury in the Christopher Schurz murder trial is deadlocked. So shortly after 3 p.m. on Tuesday, the jury returned to the courtroom to tell the judge that they'd been deliberating for 10 hours, but were deadlocked. And the judge just basically said, hey, you need to get back in there. I am encouraging you to keep chatting about this, keep deliberating, right? The judge is hoping that after further discussion, these jurors will be able to reach a verdict. She's like encouraging them, talk things over in the spirit of fairness and frankness. Don't give up your beliefs based on, another person, but just keep chatting and hopefully a verdict will be made. The jurors are able to consider a second-degree murder charge or a voluntary manslaughter charge. They can debate between those two or guilty or not guilty or something, but hopefully a verdict can be
this is
decided.
why we have juries, right? Is it supposed to be people with diverse opinions that hash it out in conversation based on the evidence?
Yep. A rare albino deer was spotted in Farmington Hills. So there's a resident who had heard rumors of this ghostly deer before roaming her neighborhood, but she finally spotted it and she was able to get some. Have you seen one in person?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're really cool.
They're very rare, so consider yourself lucky, I guess, that you were able to spot one. Because they say the odds of actually spotting a white deer may be about 1 in 100,000.
Wow.
So,
yeah. I mean,
I've never seen one.
I've seen a albino deer, but I've never won the lottery. Right. So I guess my odds are. I'd rather take the other, but yeah.
Anyway, it's a really pretty animal.
Oh, they are, and there are some states where it's illegal to shoot an albino deer.
Not here. It was once illegal in Michigan, but that changed in 2008. So
there's a lot of mystery and myths about albino deer and what taking one might cost you.
Well, there's superstitions even about seeing one. They say seeing one, John, is supposed to bring you good luck. Oh.
Well,
so you should have played the lottery that day.
Yeah, at the time there wasn't a lot of good luck at that. That point in my life.
Well, first marriage?
Maybe it's wrong.
Whoa. Could have been sometime around there. Yeah.
Motown legend Smokey Robinson has been accused of sexual assault by 4 former housekeepers. So the housekeepers have filed a $50 million lawsuit alleging sexual battery, assault, false imprisonment, gender violence, creating a hostile work environment, and more. The women were working for Smokey and his wife between 2012 and 2024. They each claim that they have been raped by him multiple times during their employment. They say they couldn't say anything because they would have lost their jobs. They also claim that his wife, Frances, knew about what was going on but didn't do anything to stop it. And they also say that she was a horrible boss as well. A man had his $12,000 Rolex stolen right off his wrist at a Bloomfield Township gas station. This is a strange story. So according to police, the victim said that he was there at the gas station pumping gas. Yeah. And this was on Saturday when another man pulled up into the gas station. And this man approached the victim, handed him a $20 bill and also a handful of jewelry, right?
Okay.
Weird.
Yeah.
Told him, quote, Jesus wants you to have this stuff. The victim thought, this is strange, right? Yeah. So this guy that showed up got back in his car, but the victim was like, I don't want this. Tried to give it back to the guy, like, here, please take this back. Even tried to put his arm like through the guy's window, like, take this stuff. And that's when he realized after the suspect drove away that his watch, valued at $12,700, was missing from his wrist.
Little switcheroo.
Yeah, a little trickery there. So investigating is going on, but the suspect is described as a white man around 50 years old, skinny to medium build with dark colored hair. Interesting.
Yeah. With the news. All right, coming up next, we'll all be Howie Mandel. We'll present a deal or no deal question for Lions fans.
Can I hold the briefcase?
Yes, John.
Yes, John, you can.
Yes, but you have to wear your best gown. It's 97.1. All right, guys, here's the deal. I know a lot of you don't like going to the dentist, but it doesn't have to be that way, not with Brightside Dental. There's no judgment. I mean that. Whether it's been a while, whether you have a couple cavities, whether you're not flossing regularly, they don't want to shame you. They just want to take care of you. Sometimes you haven't been to the dentist because life just gets in the way. You moved, you started a new job, you got married. Whatever the case may be, Brightside Dental is accepting new patients. $35 new patient special that covers exams and x-rays. And with 9 Metro Detroit locations, there's one right around the corner from you. So make an appointment, get back in the routine. There's no shame. 1-800-PAINLESS. Go to brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. we open the show with some Austin Jackson audio, we'll keep taking calls and ticket texts on that all morning long, calling out Tiger fans who are waiting to see this team fail. The I told you so earnests of the world. Says this team is real, which sure feels that way. The Lions have been real last couple seasons, real contenders, chasing a Super Bowl, but they haven't got it done. So what we have for you guys today is a little game. Deal or no deal, Lions edition. John, I have in front of me the next 10 Super Bowl winners.
Oh, okay.
As predicted by AI. So do with it what you will. I'm not turning this into an AI debate. But it does give us a scenario, and it predicts how many Super Bowls the Lions will have in the next 10 seasons.
Oh, okay. A decade's worth of football.
A decade's worth of football, and it feels like this team's primed to go on a series of deep postseason runs beyond what they've already done. In 2025, they have the Detroit Lions winning the Super Bowl.
All right. One.
In 2026, they have the Eagles winning the Super Bowl.
Meh.
Followed by the Chiefs, Bills, Commanders. Then the Bears, Cowboys, Browns, Steelers, and Chiefs yet again.
What?
Only one.
Only one?
One Super Bowl.
And in 31, the Cowboys actually win a playoff game.
And then the Browns win a Super Bowl too.
Browns, yes. Yeah. Browns go to the Super Bowl quite often. We're not talking about football.
The question is, do you take the deal? You only get, I can't even believe we're saying this, you only get one Super Bowl, Lions fans. You're taking the deal knowing you only win one. That's all that comes of this roster with all these great young players. Deal or no deal? And I look to you first, John, because you are Mr. Let It Play Out. Would you roll the dice thinking I could win 2 or 3 during this decade?
I know the argument for one, and there's a lot of teams that get their first Super Bowl. Right, the Bills in 28. And it's the Browns in 32. Everybody else there has been to Super Bowls, won Super Bowls. The Lions, with this being this year, I'm not going to fall into the instant gratification crowd. Got to have it now. Yes, I want a Super Bowl this year. Do I think they can win a Super Bowl this year? Certainly. But no deal. I'm not taking it. I'm not taking the guaranteed one Super Bowl. And I know everybody's going to say, well, why are you talking about 2 or 3 or 4 before you even get one? And you're sitting there nodding your head, smacking the table. No, I am not going to. This is also looking at the guy who says, well, in the next 10 games, I think if they can go 5-5, I'll take that. No, I want more. I want the opportunity. I want the opportunity for more. Do I think they're going to win one in the next 5 years? Yes. Do I think they can win 2 in the next 10 years? Yes. I want more bites at the apple. Do I think Brad Holmes will continue to draft well? Yes. So I think that he will be able to. The biggest question is, because you look at the Chiefs in 2034, do I think Patrick Mahomes is still going to be the quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs in 2034? He's 29 years old right now.
Could be.
That's 9 years down the road. He's 38.
It's a send-off.
Certainly. I don't even think we're talking. We've seen Aaron Rodgers. We've seen Tom Brady. We've seen other quarterbacks play well into their 40s, which I think Patrick Mahomes will have the opportunity to do at a high level. The problem is, I don't think Goff is in that same category. He's not in the same category as Mahomes.
He won't be the QB in 34.
No. But Brad Holmes has found a way to bring us a winner. Hasn't won the ultimate prize. I think he will continue to find ways to bring us a winner. And Dan Campbell will find ways to motivate, brand new ways to motivate. And yes, I do think that they win more than one Super Bowl. So no, I think they have a bite at the apple and have a chance to win more than one Super Bowl. So I'm not taking this deal. No deal. Send that suitcase back.
Slams the briefcase shut. All right, you guys have that same question posed to you. 248-539-9797. I can't even believe that you would turn down a Super Bowl. I'm absolutely taking this deal.
Course you are.
Success is fleeting in the NFL. What is of course you are? Of course I'm going to guarantee that the city of Detroit gets a Super Bowl parade. You're damn right. Of course I'm taking the deal.
The guy
what
that'll
are we even
settle
doing
for the
here?
minimum.
The minimum is winning a Super Bowl. Yeah, I'm going to settle for a Super Bowl parade down Woodward. And by the way, do I have to wait 10 years? No, I get it right now. That makes it even better. But even better. We've waited long enough. No, it's not instant gratification. And doesn't matter what generation you are. You want your Super Bowl. You've waited long enough. You get it right now. I offer it to you. And oh no, you don't win 2? I mean, what are we even debating at this point? Oh, you don't win 2 Super Bowls, Lions fans. Would you be bummed if you don't win 2 Super Bowls? No, I want 1. Give me 1. That's all anybody's ever asked for.
Settling for 1.
Settling.
Jim, you know our favorite bit right now with the Red Wings and the teams get eliminated in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The joke's on them. The Red Wings are going to have a long run. I mean, according to John, we can apply that to the Super Bowl winner. The joke's on you. You only won 1 Super Bowl. The Lions have a dynasty coming. I just, it's not short-sighted to say that they're going to win a Super Bowl. Anything less than that, I would agree with you. But to win a Super Bowl, I
understand what it would mean. I trust me, I get it. But for a decade, if you win 1 and then for the next 9 years, you're just always kind of, and I'm not going to say floundering because you could get to the Super Bowl.
You win some divisions.
Say you played the Chiefs in 27, you come up short and the Chiefs win. The Bills in 28. There are a number of AFC teams. Maybe it's 32 and 33 and 34 that you're in the Super Bowl, but you lose. No, I want more bites at the apple. I'm not going to settle. I'm sure everybody would probably anticipate that we would be on both sides of this argument.
Sure, I think it's predictable, but fine. Look, it doesn't mean you're never seeing another one either. It's a decade where you only win 1.
John, I can't believe you're channeling LeBron James this morning.
Not 1.
Not 1.
2.
Shut up. Shut up. Don't.
That's your guy.
No.
That's your guy.
I am not channeling LeBron.
Kidding. John.
That didn't feel like it.
John, you got to take the deal.
No. Don't tell me what I have to do.
There are 30 for 30s that are going to be made about the 2010 Green Bay Packers. Aaron got 1.
Okay, fine.
The Lions don't have an elite quarterback. They got a good one. They don't have a tier 1. History suggests you got to have a tier 1 QB to win a Super Bowl.
At this time.
The Jim Leland Tigers.
There's a lot of cautionary tales. And I understand the risk that if I don't take this deal, I might not win a Super Bowl.
I would even say the Matt Ryan Falcons.
Sure, 28-3.
They had 3 1 seeds during that era. You got to take it. It's hard. It's super, super hard. You got to take it.
I'm not doing it. You're not going to talk me into it. No, I want the chance to win more than 1. Because then why do you play the game after that? If you're saying I only get 1, and then for the next 9 years until this little game that we're playing resets, I have no chance to win another Super Bowl. I'm not taking it. I want a chance every single year, and I understand the risk. The risk is I don't have a Super Bowl after this decade. I understand it's a clear risk.
I believe in this regime. I believe in what they've done, Holmes and Campbell, and I do believe they're capable of winning multiple. But when you just look at history and how it's stacked against you, how hard it is to win a championship in sports. It's like we don't have Mahomes and Brady.
Correct.
Teams like Buffalo haven't been able to get over the top.
Is Jalen Hurts a tier 1 quarterback? Is he Mahomes?
I'd rather have him than Goff.
Okay, that's fine. But is he that doesn't answer the question. Is he Mahomes? Is he Brady?
No.
Okay, so they just won the Super Bowl, right? And then in 26, they get to win another one.
2 different quarterbacks, though. Right? Foles, the 1 Super Bowl, Hurts, the next Super Bowl.
Arguably a better offensive line, definitely a better defensive line.
No. Not different quarterbacks. They just won with Jalen Hurts.
No, I'm saying.
In 24. And now you're telling me in 26, AI is saying that they win another Super Bowl?
I see what you're saying.
So that's 2 within 3 years, and you're telling me that Jalen Hurts is now in the Patrick Mahomes category? I just don't believe it. Is he a better option than Jared Goff? He may be.
I think he is.
But I'm not going to sit there and say he is a guy that should be winning multiple Super Bowls and the Lions can't.
Next 10 years predicted by AI. Not an AI debate, but a deal or no deal question. The Lions win one Super Bowl, the next Super Bowl, but they only win one Super Bowl. Deal or no deal, it's 97-1.
America's favorite place to watch football, even if you're completely out of it after 1 year, is Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view. The massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
The question this morning is deal or no deal, Lions edition. AI predicted the next 10 Super Bowls. The Lions win this year, but not again for the next 10. I guess the next 9. Deal or no deal is the question. Just one before we die, gentlemen. The very first ticket text we get. Just one before we die.
All right. Sign your ticket text and your age.
I don't think it matters the age. I really don't.
Well, I think it somewhat does because I mean if you're 85, okay, you might not even see the rest of this 10 years. You might, but you might not.
Yeah, but if you're, I don't know, say 32 years old, I want the Super Bowl. I want it right now.
I want it right now too, but I want it in 25, and I'm going to want it again in 26. Again in 27. And no, I'm not sitting here saying you're going to win all of the next 10 Super Bowls. That's ridiculous. But
they might win
I don't think
none of the next 10 Super Bowls.
That is a possibility. And competition that's where it's just not my DNA not to take this, not to take it.
John is doing the thing, and I find this is very common throughout.
Yes, the thing, John.
I'm doing the thing.
You are.
This is common throughout people. People are so willing to take the risk. I'll take the risk in the Lions not winning the Super Bowl. And they'll take that right until the risk hits. Then they wish they would have taken the deal.
Yep.
No, I've never played I wish I would have done this.
No regrets in John's life.
Nope. Well, yeah.
Be careful with that one.
Yeah.
248-539-9797.
We already touched on that.
I think we did
Where's
already.
the albino deer?
John, you're getting called out. Instant gratification? They've never even been to a Super Bowl. Shut up, boomer. Instant gratification. You've got people who've waited 60 years. There's nothing instant gratification about wanting to see the Lions win a Super Bowl.
That's why I think age matters.
What else we got here? Well, I agree about getting the one Super Bowl. I can see where John's coming from. He's thinking like a player. John, you don't play anymore.
Yeah. No, I don't play anymore. But it never leaves who you are.
No deal. I want the opportunity to win more, and Goff is better than Jalen Hurts. The Eagles won with defense and a run game. We have a better run game with the 2 backs as opposed to 1. Guys, Goff isn't good enough to win multiple Super Bowls. He's not going to age well. This is our best shot, and it won't be for long. Take the 1. Costa is so funny. When someone doesn't agree with his lousy opinion, he just shouts, "What are we doing here?" What are we doing here?
Yeah.
You've got fathers, grandfathers, multi-generation
Yes.
suffering, and John says, nah, let's just keep playing the game that always comes up with us losing.
Well, then why
But
do you
that
keep
text
playing?
is true, though. You're right, John.
Yeah. The text is accurate. Yeah. What are we doing
It's
here?
not a lousy opinion.
Yeah. Meh.
Everything else might be right. It's not a lousy opinion to want to see the Lions win the Super Bowl this season. Take the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'll take that Super Bowl. And then I will sit.
No, you won't. You want to play this out where you have them 4th in the NFL right now, where you acknowledge 3 teams are positioned better to win the Super Bowl. So why play this out?
Oh, say going into the season,
Yes.
were the Philadelphia Eagles the favorite to win the Super Bowl?
No.
But they won it. How dare they? How could they possibly do that? You mean it wasn't Kansas City again?
I know John is a meathead and doesn't understand the numbers, but if we tried every year for 60 years with 0 Super Bowls, yes, take the deal. My dad turned 71 this year. He's seen the 68 and 84 World Series. We've shared 4 Stanley Cups and the 04 Pistons. I'm taking the deal because I want to share one last thing with him.
Oh,
before
age
I
matters,
can't.
doesn't it?
Matt and Wixom. But it matters for Matt, who's not 71. That's my point. It doesn't
but his
matter how
dad
old
is.
you are. Yeah, but that's a common experience for Lions fans. It's not just about you. It's about the people in your life, too, that you want to share this with. I mean, how emotional do people get when they won a playoff game? Imagine what would happen if this team won a Super Bowl.
Well, it didn't bring me to tears. So,
No,
I was excited.
But it brought a lot of people to tears, and they showed fans who were experiencing this because, and for all the fans who couldn't. I mean, like,
so we're going to base our opinion on what everybody thinks?
Well, no, I just think it's a communal experience to see your team win a Super Bowl, and you just want to casually throw out, maybe we will, maybe we won't. I'm being offered a gift. I'm going to take the gift.
John, how old's your dad?
My dad is 74.
Is he a Lions fan?
Yeah.
So let's just say, eventually those days are coming. My parents at those ages too. And, you're sitting there and you're having those final moments and he goes, John, you should have taken the deal. Does that change your opinion?
Not at all. Not at all. I can keep his ashes.
Oh.
we can enjoy it together from beyond the grave.
Effing F, yes. Take the deal, Terry and Ray Township. Deal, 1,000,000%. It's a freaking Super Bowl. And one says, John, that's a dumbass pick.
Okay. Again, your opinion.
John, think about this. When you're 100 years old, which I believe is your goal and further.
Well, it's now 123 because
Yes,
122
to
is the most.
the oldest person.
50 years from now, you could be 25 Lions guy.
I could be, yes. Yeah, I remember those 25 Lions, how close they were, and they won one, and then they never won another one. Yeah, I mean, I could be those that are calling in. I was there in 57. Ernest.
84 Tigers.
Brian at work says, absolutely no deal. Yes, you win one, you get the parade, but then the next 9 seasons, you don't
You're
have
not
a
winning.
chance.
Yeah, no chance.
I think the one win outweighs 9 seasons where I don't win the Super Bowl.
I'm happy for you. That's great.
I'd love to do the show after 10 years and they didn't win one. I hope I'm still here for that.
Yeah, well.
That show,
If not,
I
we'll
don't
have
know if
your,
you'd
your
survive.
ashes either way.
Yes.
I wonder if we have protesters outside the studio. Seriously.
Yes. Yeah. I don't
The
know.
whole thing's been blown up. Holmes and Campbell failed. All the Ford hater calls are back.
Yeah, we could put Dad right next to the Marconis.
Oh, my.
Yeah. and if you don't make it, we'll put you up there, too, so that you can be here in 10 years as well.
At least he's staying true to his word.
He is. Age does matter, John. It's been 60 years, which means if they win one, people in their 20s might not see another one. If they're lucky, take the deal.
No, I'm just glad that they do agree that age does matter in this.
So just so we're clear on this, I'm taking the Super Bowl. Tom, you're taking the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Greg, you're taking the Super Bowl.
I'm taking the chance to win multiple Super Bowls.
And the chance to win 0 Super Bowls.
That is one of the risks.
Heather?
What would I do?
Yeah.
I would not take the deal.
Thank you, Heather.
Because I agree with that texter. What's the fun of watching for the next 9 years knowing that they're
You're
not
not
going to
gonna
make
win.
it? Like, what's the fun in watching?
I want you to go home and tell Colin that you could guarantee the Lions Super Bowl, but you're not
Like-
going to, and see how he reacts to that. Because
tell
I bet you
Colin,
he's taking the deal.
Colin, text your wife. I know he's listening right now. Text your wife, deal or no deal. You get one guaranteed, and it's this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a bonus to me. I mean,
Sure,
if you're getting
yeah.
any one, I would say yes, but the fact that it's immediate, you have the least amount of time to wait to
Are
get
you
it.
going to watch for the next
Again,
9 years? I mean, do you even
that's
pay
the definition
attention?
of instant gratification.
No, I know, but if I told
like
you you're
it.
getting one in the next 10 years and it was 2034, that would be much worse than getting it now, would it not? You don't know if you're going to make it to 2034 or if your dad or grandfather or uncle or best friend is going to be
You
there.
don't know if you're going to make it to 25.
I have a
You
better
might not
chance.
make it till tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is going to be really depressing audio if I get hit by a bus after the show.
You don't, but you might not.
I have a
Make
better
it.
I have a
You
better
never know.
chance to make it to 25 than
Hey,
34.
root for radio.
Oh God.
I'll be hit by John's truck.
Sad organ music tomorrow.
Don't worry, we'll just keep your ashes right there. It'll be okay.
Yeah,
No.
right next to the. You'll be on the shelf next to Dad and Tom.
Okay, well, can't talk Lions Super Bowl without it getting a little dark around here. All right, coming up next, we have a conversation about college football, about rivalries renewed. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Tigers-Rockies series was put on ice yesterday thanks to a rain-washed day in Colorado. They'll instead begin today at 8:40 and play a doubleheader tomorrow. Jackson Jobe and Casey Mize will start on schedule, but Tarek Skubal was set to throw the last game. Has been pushed back to the weekend series at Comerica Park. Hear every game of the series right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers beat writer Cody Stavenhagen posted a mailbag article yesterday. One of the questions was whether Scott Harris will make a significant trade this season. Here was Cody's answer, quote, "The truth is that they're still early to forecast what might happen at the trade deadline, but I got several variations of this question, so we might as well have some fun and speculate. If the Tigers are still playing this well, or if they're at any contention, they seem to be in a good position to be real buyers. I don't necessarily think Harris wants to part with any meaningful young talent, The Tigers have enough depth at the upper and lower levels to have some maneuverability, end quote. Stephen Hagan noted they're not expected to be a lot of prime sluggers on the market this year. In the NHL playoffs, the Hurricanes defeated the Caps 2-1 in overtime. Edmonton defeated the Knights as well 4-2 in comeback fashion. After winning the Kentucky Derby, Sovereignty will sit out the Preakness. He will instead prep for the Belmont Stakes. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You have to take the deal. The Lions have blown 2 opportunities the past 2 seasons. Take the deal and run. Ben in Lake Orion. Brian, who's 53, says just one before I die. John, I'm 60. My name is Leo. I'd absolutely take the Super Bowl today. Kyle in Shelby Township, who includes his age, 24, says building a competitive dynasty is great, but getting the first one would be enough to sell me the farm.
All right, then for the 9 years, you can sell your Lions gear. You can wear the old 25 Super Bowl gear for a long time, forever, but never watch until the clock resets after 2034.
We're bringing this up. DraftKings did their next 10 years Super Bowl predictions with the help of AI, and they had the Lions winning one. Only one. If you're John, only one Super Bowl. I think for most Lions fans, Super Bowl is the headline, and you get it immediately, which is great after so much losing and so much suffering.
I think if you're a true competitor, though, and you look deep inside yourself,
here we go,
that you will not take this deal.
I played the game, man in the arena.
No. I'm not saying it because I played the game. I'm saying if you're a true competitor, you would not take this deal.
So I think with the core of this discussion, why I get so worked up about a stupid hypothetical, is I do think this is happening in real time, where you do have certain fans who think we're going to win multiple before they even win one. And I'm even looking at the Lions cap sheet, and they're not using their full cap now so that they have it to spread out over the next several seasons, chasing multiple Super Bowls before they win one. There's no promise you ever win one. And there are teams littered throughout the history of football and sports that thought we have a dynasty brewing, and they don't even win a single championship. And I know how important that would be for Detroit, for this fan base, for the city. We've seen Stanley Cups. We've seen NBA championships. We've seen World Series. It's been a minute, but we've seen them. Nobody has seen the Lions win a Super Bowl.
Nope.
I take it. Take the deal. 248-539-9797.
Take the easy way out.
The easy way out is a celebration, euphoria, the greatest sporting event in your entire life. Yeah, that's settling and taking the easy way out.
I'm going to take that 14-win bus and drive it down Woodward each and every time.
Do we have a verdict from Colin, by the way?
Yes, he did text. He said, it's tough, but I need it. Take the deal.
See?
Soft.
Or smart.
I knew you were my favorite in that pairing. Heather, you're certainly the better of that too.
So we've got the calls and the texts on that. We also had this question we wanted to throw out to people, a little college football primer, the announcement that Notre Dame and Clemson are going to play each other for 12 years.
Doesn't Notre Dame have this weird, loose affiliation with the ACC?
Yes.
So, okay, great.
But it got us to thinking. We aren't Clemson Tiger fans, and I suppose there are a few Irish fans listening, but we want to know if you're a Michigan and Michigan State fan, who would you sign up for a 12-year home and home, create the rivalry, your house, their house? Who would it be?
So I think you would have to narrow this down, and it would be kind of easy to narrow it down. For Michigan fans, a lot of people would just say, put Notre Dame back on the schedule for 12 years. That would be nice. And we've seen that. We've done that. I know what it's like to play in South Bend. Know what it's like to have the Golden Domers come to Ann Arbor. But I think you would have to look at the SEC. The two big dogs in college football are the Big Ten and the SEC. It's cute that Clemson and Notre Dame have this relationship in the ACC, and the ACC is cute. The Big 12 is cute, and the Pac-12 didn't even know what that is right now. But there's no one in those conferences that I think would be interesting for more than a decade.
Okay.
So as I look at the SEC, and okay, we played Texas this year. I'm speaking now from the
from
Michigan perspective. And we're going to go to Austin in a couple of years. Oklahoma will be on the schedule this year, and I'm very excited to go to Norman. I've never been there. I've been to Austin, it's where my wife was when we met, but I've never seen a game in Austin, which we'll get to do that.
And people say those are two of the 25 best stadiums to go to.
But I think I will go with it's tough because we've played Alabama quite a bit. That would be one, but it's post-Saban era.
Yeah.
I think LSU would be one because I want to play down in Tiger Stadium.
Some of those would be night games, Death Valley.
Oh, yeah. I think I'd have to go with Tennessee. People would ask why Tennessee.
Yeah,
well,
why?
Tennessee, obviously, if you go back to, I'll do the old guy, 97, the Peyton Manning, Charles Woodson debate, it's the whole thing about their coach and his voting and all those different things. That's part of it. But I think the two stadiums that hold the most in college football, and yes, there's Columbus, the Horseshoe.
Penn State, I think, holds
Penn
100,000.
State, the erector set. But I think going down to Tennessee and having the home and home and having them up in the big house would be very entertaining. It's a passionate fan base. And I just think for a decade's worth of time, that would be a hell of a lot of fun. And I think there would be a healthy rivalry between those two programs.
See, Tennessee is a place I'd like to see. The checkerboard end zones, when they do the stripe out, it looks like a pretty crazy place to play.
Yeah, you could take Rocky Top and shove that up there, Keister.
LSU, Tennessee, you do want to look at SEC schools because you're going to get best on best. You're going to get great environments. Mm-hmm. If you're going to go down there, like a one-off, fine, but 5 different games or 6 different games down there, you want it to be a place you want to visit.
It's also a passionate fan base, but it's a college town. Like, that's what's going on down there. I want to go to a great college. That's why I'm so excited to go to Norman. Mm-hmm. Austin is kind of unique because there's more going on there than just UT. But it's a great town, great food trucks, great queso, in case anybody's going this year. But I really love going to the small town, college town atmosphere.
So going through the SEC, there's some I would rule out. Like, obviously, you don't need to do Vandy, Kentucky. You don't need to do, Missouri. So you do look to the heavy hitters, and you've mentioned a few of them. What about Auburn? Jordan Hare?
Sure. I mean,
Ole Miss.
I wouldn't hate it. Ole Miss.
Not the same level? Tear down?
No.
Hemingway Stadium?
That's a one-off.
Okay. That's one you do for us.
That's like the Oklahoma and Texas series they have going on now. It's a home and home, and then you move on.
Who would you want to pair up? 248-539-9797.
Who would you? Who do you want Central to play?
You took the 2 best. Give me Coastal Carolina. We'll play on the teal turf every other year.
Painful. That's a painful watch.
It's not as bad as Eastern, and I'm not doing the pot shot because they're our MAC rival. Gray is an objectively dull, boring thing to put out there as a presentation of your program.
Especially when you go with the gray uniforms, it's kind of like, where are they?
You like squint at your TV. You're like, is this like something wrong with the picture?
It is better than the red turf. Where's the red turf?
Eastern Washington.
Yeah.
Now on what was it? April Fool's Day, Arizona State put out a maroon turf field.
Oof.
I'd be okay if CMU did that. Maroon turf?
What?
Yeah, a little buzz.
Go yellow.
No, that's blinding.
So was maroon.
248-539-9797. If you're a Spartan fan.
Yeah, who's your matchup?
Who'd you pair up with?
Yeah, it's got to be obviously somebody outside your conference, somebody that you aren't going to play or have a chance to play.
Well, that's some of the challenge in this is 2-3 years ago, you could have said USC, Oregon, Washington, the sailgating. You can go out there a couple times and enjoy it.
Which is a great environment.
Yeah, but now they're in your conference, so you're not going to pick them. You can't pick them. 248-539-9797. For Michigan, I do think LSU, Tennessee are the big two, just because of the environments. And that's not to take away from Georgia or Florida or some of the other ones. I think those are a little more unique.
Yeah, and there are, obviously doing the games, I don't get a chance to travel around and see some of those great moments. I think another one-off would be Virginia Tech, like a home and home with Virginia Tech, just because I want to see Enter Sandman. Like I want to experience that at some point in my life.
You're talking to Jack about that, right? Your
Yeah,
son?
yeah. Last night we were having this conversation, and this it's funny because I had no idea we were going to talk about this morning, and I had Metallica playing in the truck last night, and Jack instantly, as soon as Enter Sandman comes on, he says, "I want to go see a game at Virginia Tech." That's Stoney's version of Metallica.
Great response coming in on the ticket text. We'll read you the best of them. We've got phone calls we can mix in as well. Michigan State. Pick your opponent for the next decade in the non-conference. Notre Dame and Clemson have paired up. It's 97-1.
Why do you work out? Everybody has a different reason. Sometimes it's just because you want to be healthier in the moment. You want to look better. Maybe you're getting ready for an event. There's a lot of different reasons. I work out because I want to be able to do all the things that my kids do. I want to be active with them down the road. I want to be active with my grandkids. And so I work out on a daily basis. One of the places I go to work out, Planet Fitness. They got a great deal going on right now. $1 down, $15 a month is going to get you in the door. And once you're there, you're going to find a very clean environment. It's a judgment-free zone. We've been talking about that for some time now. But they also have a lot to work out with. They've got plenty of machines. They've got free weights. They've got aerobic machines. They've got the 30-minute workout. If that's all you got and you want somebody to tell you what to do, they've got that right there. And it's easy to get to. It's an easy in and out. They've got over 2,600 clubs nationwide. And if you want access to every single one of them, upgrade to the Black Card membership. They also got the Black Card Spa, where you get hydro massage, other innovative amenities, access to, as I mentioned, all those clubs nationwide. If you don't travel a lot, but you're just around Metro Detroit, they got 50 locations around Metro Detroit, 15 in Grand Rapids, 7 in Toledo. So you got access to a lot of different places to work out. You can always, removes all the excuses. Find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
Hey, Detroit, spring is here, and that means it's finally time for baseball and getting back outside. So I've got your drink for the season, Surfside iced tea and vodka made with real brewed tea with summer in mind. And they're also a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers. So Surfside is only 100 calories, right? 2 grams of sugar with no bubbles. So their iced tea and lemonade variety packs are so good. And with no carbonation, they're super easy to drink. Just look for Surfside Sunset Stripes, Surfside iced tea and vodka, sunshine in a can. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Coming up at 7:35 this morning, a former Tiger calls out the fan base. We've got audio, and Tiger General Manager Jeff Greenberg joins us at 8:02 this morning. Heads up, 97.1 The Ticket and Detroit PAL are inviting 5th through 8th graders to be part of a junior NFL-style combine. Combine will look and feel like the NFL combine with kids to show off their skills, 40-yard dash, vertical jump, broad jump, 3-cone drill, and the pro agility course. The event is open to all boys and girls, 5th through 8th grade who play any sports, and you're going to want to get signed up for that. Check out more information, 971theticket.com. John, we were talking about these future clashes in college football. Notre Dame and Clemson have paired up a 12-year agreement to play home and home. And I think that's what's great about this is on these college campuses, big-time marquee matchups. If you're a Michigan fan, if you're a State fan, who would you want to pair up? Not for a one-off, but for a 10-year home and home series. You said LSU, Tennessee were 2 teams that jumped out to you from a Michigan standpoint. Some of that has been echoed on the text, but first let's get to the phones. DeVell in Madison Heights, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you doing?
Good. Good morning.
Good. So this is a very easy answer for me. It would be Alabama for Michigan, and it's for 3 reasons. Number one, I hate Alabama almost as much as Michigan State and Ohio State. The second one is my fiance, soon-to-be wife, lived in Alabama for 20 years. She's from here. But her son, that's all he knows is Alabama. He's still down there. We get to absolutely stick it to them when we beat them and absolutely destroy them for a year. The third one is for competition reasons. Alabama is always top tier for the most part, and they're going to be a winning team more times than not. So it would serve as a measuring stick game for Michigan, too. We beat them. We know we're doing something that year for the most part. So, I mean, for them 3 reasons, yeah, I mean, it's hands down. I would love to see Michigan and Alabama every year.
Nothing trumps being able to have that rivalry in-house. I get that. Does it take away at all that Saban's not there anymore?
No, because remember when Saban was there and teams, I mean, Bear Bryant wasn't there. So, yeah. I mean, they're, like I said, they're perennially a good team, great team, so it's not like, I mean, it may, out of 12 years, you may get 1 year or 2, maybe 1. That Alabama is a joke for the year and only going to win about 8 games. But other than that, they're going to win at least 10 every year. I mean, for the most part. So that's right there.
How much
rivalry plus the competition.
How much did you enjoy in-house beating Alabama twice in 1 calendar year?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Sign me up every year. Sign me up for that.
Good stuff, DeVell. Some ticket texters. Michigan State against Mississippi State. Determine who the real MSU is. For Michigan State, I'd like to play a home-and-home with Florida or Florida State. MSU fan here, give me Miami, the U, for a decade-long fight. It could be a great attraction. That's Mike in Clarkston.
That's from Michigan State?
Yeah.
They could be U of M, finally. Subtle shot.
Michigan versus a heavy hitter like LSU or Bama. For MSU, I'd suggest a school of similar skill level, such as a Central Michigan University. A lot of shots at CMU today. Be careful, John. We're on your schedule this year.
I know.
Keep an eye out.
Yeah. That's all right.
And you're not going to have your coach
we
there,
won't
so,
have our coach.
Yeah, see what happens.
Reportedly.
What else? Battle of Dumpster Fires, MSU against FSU. State fan, I've always liked Boston College on the schedule. Always seems like a scrappy game, Ron and Carlton.
The BC does seem like that scrappy game. We played BC when I was at Michigan. It was fun to go there. And it's kind of somewhat what plays into this is because it's that home and home, which college town do you want to go to? And it was brought to my attention that I didn't mention one SEC school.
Oh, Georgia Jimmy's blowing up your
yeah.
phone.
Oh, Georgia Jimmy, yeah. JP.
Go to Athens.
Yeah, which I haven't been to Athens. Obviously, we played against Georgia, got our doors blown off, but that was in the college football playoffs. It was in Georgia, just not in Athens. It was in Atlanta. So, yeah, I think it would be a lot of fun.
I don't know why I sleep on. I do. I end up sleeping on Georgia as one of these iconic stadiums because for some reason it doesn't make the list of your LSU, Death Valley, your Tennessee with the checkerboard end zones and the stripes, 100,000 strong. Those two stand out to me in the SEC. Having not been to any of them, I could be completely wrong. I know Valenti's always talking up Ole Miss. I'm missing something there. Vaught Hemingway. In terms of prime SEC cities, towns, real estate, is Georgia in the top 3 or 4?
So I've never been to Knoxville. Love to go for a game. Never been to Athens. And I hear that from Stoney and obviously from Jimmy that it's a great college town.
You got Tuscaloosa, you have Auburn, Jordan Hare. There's a bunch of, I'm sure they all get rowdy on game day. I mean, they dress up in the South for tailgates. Have you seen this?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Sure. That's fine.
It'd be a scene. And then how about them coming up here and getting a taste of a little bit of Big Ten
football in the North?
It's not going to be cold early in the season, but we finally get them on our turf a little bit here.
We could, but we could also get them on our turf in the college football playoffs.
How about that? All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Today is the day.
Dun, dun, dun.
Da, 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 the deadline to have your real ID. But if you are traveling and don't have one yet, you can still fly. For now, at least. So there you go. The head of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, says that you can fly, but only after additional identity checks.
What does that mean?
So she didn't go into
additional identity checks.
Yeah,
right, but do I have to provide other documents?
She didn't go into great detail on that.
I would like details given that
I'll tell you what I've read. So she says 81% of travelers already have IDs that do comply with the real ID requirement. So it doesn't mean they all have the real ID, but they might have passports. You might have the enhanced driver's license. You might have some other forms that comply. But she says for those of you who don't and you are flying, let's say today, this week, probably for I'm guessing the next few weeks, she says you may be diverted to a different line and may have extra steps. Now, she didn't go into great detail, but she did say, quote, people will be allowed to fly. We will make sure it's as seamless as possible. Now, the TSA is warning people who don't have ID that is compliant to show up early. They say show up 3 hours early and be prepared for advanced screening to avoid causing delays. They basically say bring any and all forms of other IDs that you have with your picture on it.
So a library card.
Your library card doesn't have an ID or a picture, does it? Maybe some
Your
do. Mine
Costco
doesn't.
card, I guess.
Costco
Sure.
card.
When was the last time you had a library card?
I don't know. I'm just
I
thinking of
have one.
obscure.
You have a library card?
I do. It's more for my kids than for me. But yes, I do have a library card.
You don't have to bring like your birth certificate, do you? Your social security card?
It sounds like it's more with
bring your birth certificate with your
photos.
baby picture on it.
This is also stupid.
So
That's me. See, look at the eyes.
I'm really curious to see for those who are flying today specifically, what's going on at the security checkpoint, right? Like, is it kind of chaotic or are they all prepared to handle it? And also, is everybody on the same page? So let's say TSA at Detroit is great, right? Well, you can show other documents, you get through, everything's kind of handled smoothly. When you're coming back home, is the airport in
Atlanta,
Tennessee, wherever you're coming from, are they going to handle things
the same
way as it was to get out? It'll be
For
interesting.
those of us in Michigan that have Michigan driver's license,
Yes.
it's the state of Michigan with a star in it.
Or a circle. Some of them, the older ones, circle with a star. Or it's the enhanced Michigan driver's license.
So mine's an enhanced, but I also have the Michigan
double
with a star.
Protected.
You're good.
Yeah, you have nothing to worry about.
All right.
Yeah.
By the way, if you are at the airport at some point today, text us.
Yeah, be interesting.
Update us.
Yeah.
We're curious.
After less than 2 days of deliberation, the jury in the trial of former Grand Rapids officer Christopher Schur declared it was deadlocked on Tuesday. So members of the jury, they say they deliberated for a total of 10 hours, and they told the judge, hey, we cannot reach a verdict. Well, the judge said, you really should try. Let's get back in there. Keep deliberating, right? The judge is hopeful that after some more discussion, these jurors will be able to reach a verdict. Like I said earlier, they can consider, obviously, guilty, not guilty, but they can consider that for a second-degree murder charge or a voluntary manslaughter charge as well. Longtime Detroit sports broadcaster Mickey York will no longer appear on Tigers broadcasts after announcing that his position with FanDuel Sports has been eliminated. So he worked with FanDuel in various on-camera positions for 25 years, was most recently the host of the pre- and post-game shows for the Tigers and the Pistons. He did put out a post on X, and he said that the Tigers are going in a different direction with their broadcasts.
We've seen some of that.
Yep.
We have. It's a not a fun way to go out, though.
Not at all.
No.
4 former housekeepers of Motown legend Smokey Robinson have accused him of sexual assault, alleging this in a $50 million lawsuit that he reportedly and repeatedly abused them for years. The lawsuit alleges sexual battery, assault, false imprisonment, gender violence, creating a hostile work environment, and a whole lot more. The women's attorney believes that Mr. Robinson is a serial and sick rapist who must be stopped. They are also throwing his wife in this lawsuit as well. They say that she was well aware of what was going on, but did nothing to stop it. And they also have some bad things to say about her as a boss. So, yeah. I'll save my next news for my next news.
Less than an hour away. All right. We will talk to Jeff Greenberg, Detroit Tiger general manager, coming up at 8:02. Get some management perspective on the Tigers, who are off to a great start this season. Coming up next, a former Tiger calls out the fan base. It's 97.1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe the real value comes from building strong communities and relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go. Their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, that's exactly what they've done for me for a number of years, but not just me, it's every member of my family, and why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. Visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
97.1, good morning. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass, and Jeremy Otto on the updates. We got Jeff Greenberg coming up at 8:02, Tiger General Manager. Get some of his thoughts. Got thoughts from Austin Jackson, former Tiger. Fan favorite, Austin Jackson. I was at the game he got traded. And
that was the most bizarre thing. I was there too.
Yeah.
I was working.
Jogging in from center field. But he's a fan favorite. And he had some comments. He was on a Detroit Tiger podcast, Tiger Territory, and he called out some fans.
I like it that he said so many things, but this is a solid baseball team. He didn't use the word great. He said it's a solid baseball team. It's exactly what they are. We started to see it at the end of last year, and I don't believe in momentum. I don't believe things carry over, but they proved, because most of the roster, they didn't get that right-handed bat. They didn't get a third baseman. Most of the roster is the same, and they proved that they could do it again. They are doing it again. And that it carried over from last year. And again, I don't believe things carry over, but you have to, every year you got to go out and prove it. Last year at the end of the year through 6 weeks, 8 weeks of the season, they proved that they could do it. Now, it was almost too late, but it proved that it wasn't. Now they started off the season the way that it ended it, and it is, you've got bats that are active, you've got a pitching staff that is, if not the best pitching staff in Major League Baseball, it's there's a 1A, 1B, and they're right there.
Are there really a lot of people who think like the bottom's going to fall out here? Because I'm of the belief that they're only going to get better. Like Veerling is going to come back and be a contributor on this baseball team. That will give them a boost. I'm of the belief they've got the farm system. They're in the position. They should be adding at the trade deadline. Throw in whether they get Parker Meadows back or not, but that's another boost. I feel the opposite of the "I told you so" fans. The sky with the bottom's going to fall out. I think they're going to get better.
I don't necessarily know that there's a part of the fan base that thinks the bottom is going to fall out. I just think there's a lot of people that are sitting there. They want to play the "I told you so" card, and whether you bought in now and you're playing that card in July, I told you they were going to be good. Why didn't you believe me? Like, I told you so. And I hate the "I told you so" guy. Or on the flip side, well, wait till July. Wait till the All-Star break. Wait till August. And because they just want to, on both sides, somebody wants to say, "I told you so."
Is Austin Jackson right? Said a lot of things there. Is he right that there are fans who want to be right, who want to wag a finger, the earnests of the world? "I told you so. Told you they're not that good. Just you wait. They're not this good." Do you get that sense? Because I know that contingent exists in the Lions fan base. The Lions fan base has a self-loathing component to it that I don't think any other fan base in the city does.
If you're going to play the "I told you so" card, it can't be, well, wait till July. It has to be, well, the bottom's going to fall out, or they're going to continue to be the best team in the Central and the best team in the American League. Like you can't, you got to pick one side. It's the fans that are, well, wait till 40 games, wait till the All-Star break, and before I decide one way or the other. That's what he's talking about when he talks about the wishy-washy fans.
You don't have to decide anything. You just watch your baseball team and have thoughts as they come, right? Team plays well, and you get excited, and you look ahead, and you think about what they could do. I don't understand this.
It is exciting baseball right now because they are in the top 6 in home runs. They are a team that has shown they can have power. They've got guys that are hitting for average. Now, do they stay at those averages? Does Zach McKinstry stay where he's at? Probably not.
No, but what is this like?
But Veerling, is coming back. Parker Meadows. Like Veerling just hit a home run yesterday in his rehab assignment in AAA. Now the question should be, and we addressed this earlier in the week, who is it that you're sending down? And if it's Jace Young, all right, you add Veerling because he can play third base, he can play center, he can play a lot of different positions, and he adds a quality bat. And then when Parker Meadows comes back, that decision becomes a little bit tougher because you start working your way up the food chain, and at some point you're going to be sending down guys that are contributors, but Parker Meadows may be just better.
248-539-9797. Ticket Texter says, I love Austin Jackson, but what is he going on about? I haven't heard any of this rhetoric from anybody recently. The earnests of the world, and well, I told you, and the sky's falling, and I don't get this sense that that's a significant portion of this fan base at all. I kind of agree with this Ticket Texter. I'm aware of the phenomenon because I've seen it with the Lions my whole life. The Lions had tortured their fan base so much that some fans got like pleasure out of them losing because they had told themselves and everyone in their friend group and everybody in their family that the Lions would never win. So when they would blow it on a Sunday, and they blew it on a lot of Sundays, they got to feel good. It became this like reverse rewiring of their brain to where they became like an anti-fan. They became the guy Austin Jackson's talking about, where you kind of self-loathe and you root against your team so that you can be right. I don't think any of the other teams in our city have, one, poisoned their fan base to that degree, and B, exist in any real number.
You're always going to have a portion of a fan base. I mean, coming out of the NFC Championship game, we took calls that were, well, they're going to take a step back. They're not going to make the playoffs. They're going to be 8-9. They didn't trust Goff. They didn't trust Dan Campbell. They didn't trust the defense. The defense was the weak part coming out of, 23?
Yeah. No, but I think being critical of your team is one thing. What Austin Jackson's talking about are fans who, in the midst of good times, are trying to find things to be critical of. Like, fine, you want to say this team is not frozen in time. There will be players who struggle over the next 100 or so baseball games. Mm-hmm. Yep. Great. Talk your talk, I guess. The team will lose a few more games than you'd like them to lose. It's a long baseball season, but I don't think you're going to have some vindication moment where this team loses 90 ball games and you can walk around saying, look how smart I was back in April. I never believed. Why even think that way?
So I think some of this is people not buying into Mize, Torque, and Baez. They just think the sky's going to fall on that. You got the replenishments coming, though, like you guys said.
Right.
Maybe a bigger picture thing is I just kind of had this thought, but are they kind of like the Steelers have been without a franchise quarterback? I mean, you got your one-star TJ Watt there. Maybe that's your Scooble, and they just kind of win because they play the Steeler way. Their Tiger baseball right now is about approach at the plate, value in the strike zone, both defensively and offensively, but they lack a little pizzazz. They use their entire roster. That's kind of like my Steeler comparison
So they're not sexy.
Exactly. Is that the problem? Is that what we're into? Because I thought it was just about winning. And maybe people don't think they really have a chance to win the World Series, kind of like the Steelers when they always get in the playoffs.
So they're going to wait till October and say, I told you so.
Exactly. I think that's what they're wanting to do.
This team that won the pennant and gave us all kinds of joy, they weren't that good anyway. Tell them, Ernest. It's 97.1.
Hey, if your furnace or AC isn't getting the job done, do what I did and call the experts, the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft has 24/7 emergency service. Because when that AC goes out, especially when it heats up, you don't want to be in your house without some AC. And they back their work with a 5-year warranty. They've got some great deals going on right now on new furnaces or AC. They also have generators in stock ready to install. So call and schedule your free in-home estimate, or you can check them out online at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Is that a real thing? Are people waiting for the Tigers to fail? Is Ernest out there listening? 248-539-9797. Is there any part of you that doesn't feel like this is real, what's happening right now? That's Austin Jackson. He was on Tiger territory and called out some fans. Let's get to Omar in Clinton Township. Omar, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Hey, I'm so happy you guys brought this topic up. So I've been going through this pretty much all my life with people that I've known that's from here, and they just can't wait to see these Detroit teams fail. You ask them, the team is doing real good. You've been watching the games, and the first thing they'll say is, "No, I ain't been watching the games." But I mean, you already know they're not going to win anyway because so and so is better than them or whatever. And I just get sick and tired of it. But I'm happy that these guys, the Tigers, well, pretty much all our teams is doing well and going to the next level. So.
Every fan base, I suppose, has some. I think the Lions have a lot, and we've fought those battles over our entire life with people. And look, the Lions haven't won a Super Bowl, so I guess they get the last laugh if the Tigers don't win the World Series. Ernest is right. It's so odd to me. The Tigers were legitimately an awful baseball team for a very long time, and we had a lot to bitch and complain about. One of my early revelations in April was I don't have anything to complain about. Like some of that comes with the job we nitpick. I don't have anything to complain about with this baseball team, and I'm refreshed by it. I'm excited by it. They're a team I look forward to watching and listening right now because while you think, hey, maybe they're going to take a step back when water finds its level guy out there, I happen to think they're going to get better when they get healthier, when they get to the deadline and they have an incentive to buy. I don't look at this as like the eventual doom of the season. I'm very much excited about the summer we have in front of us.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're nitpicking, about the only thing you can nitpick is Jack Flaherty, but he's pitched well and just hasn't. He's kind of this year's Reese Olson, where he pitches well but doesn't get the run support. Right, he loses a game against San Diego because they get shut out 2-0, right? But he pitched good, and or he pitches through 5.5 good innings and just has a couple of bad pitches that cost him.
He's had some of the best swing and miss stuff all season for the Tigers. He's run into some trouble at the end of his starts. Is some of that you just build up a guy as the year goes on? I'm certainly not even worried about Jack Flaherty. Like if I had the nitpick, what am I nitpicking? Like they don't have a steady third baseman?
But then you go to, I mean, you should, because it's not Chapman or Bregman. But the answer to that is AJ Hinch, all right, because he picks and chooses when to use Javi Baez there, when to use Jace Young, and the rotation that they have going there. But you're getting really good defense out of Jace Young. The bat's not there, which is why when Vierling comes up, he's probably going down.
Some ticket texters. I believe they are good. Maybe not best in the AL good. I don't trust what I'm seeing with Javier and Torque.
I get it with Javi, but it's been a rough 3 years, and part of it is the contract. Part of it it's just the lack of production, but he is producing right now. But he's got a longer history to be able to look back and say, okay, well, what is Javi Baez? It's the 3 years he was here, and even before he was here, there's a lot of swing and miss. There just was, and he doesn't have the power that he had, even though he had 3 home runs in 3 games. For Torque, I think there needs to be a little bit more hope involved because he did have a season where he hit 30 home runs, 30 plus. I know that it's been an up and down roller coaster, but this is kind of what we thought he would be.
Yeah, this is what he was drafted to be. Last 10 games, he's batting .152. Does have 3 home runs. If he's coming back down to earth a little bit, fine. He's going to slump. Every hitter slumps. I like that the power has maintained through that slump because that's ultimately why he was taken number 1 overall, was that he was going to leave the yard. They needed right-handed hitting. They needed right-handed power. And he's been that guy right now. Ticket Texter says, has anybody mentioned Bregman comes to Detroit next week? Signed Ernest. Yes, okay. Yes, okay. I believe in the Tigers too, but why is he so upset when he calls them solid? Sounds a little wishy-washy to me, Ryan and Ypsilanti.
Oh, no. This is a solid team. I think you got to be very careful when you're talking about using adjectives. They're not a great team.
Is Ernest like the Tigers version of a Karen?
It's becoming one, yeah. I didn't realize it until yesterday, but yeah.
Yeah, or who was the Lions fan that you dubbed? Jack and Coke Jimmy
Jack
or
and Coke.
The casual
Yeah, Jack and Coke Jerry.
who's only in
Jerry.
because they're good. Yep.
We'll have to come up with the Tigers version of that with the fruity drinks.
Well, I think it's Ernest.
Fruity Fred.
Yeah.
No, but Ernest is a different character.
Yeah,
Ernest is different. Ernest is stodgy. Ernest is crotchety.
I told you so guy.
Yeah, but he's crotchety is what he is.
Is he championship or bus guy?
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, Ernest is going, what's this all for? Sweet, you've resurrected Javi for 6 weeks. Great, you still owe him too much money and he's not very good. Like, that's an Ernest take, right? Ernest is going, hey, Vierling's going to come back. You know who he's not? Chapman or Bregman. Ernest is going, you're really going to count on Jackson Jobe to be a rookie and anchor this staff down the stretch? What's it all for? Look, if they win the division, it's a long time coming. If you have this rotation in sum total in the postseason, you're going to be set up to win postseason series. And if they add a bat, Bregman or otherwise, along the way here, it does vault them into a much more serious World Series contender situation.
Yes.
And that's what it's all about.
This team doesn't have a guy that plays every day that's an MVP candidate, guys. I mean, come on.
Well, and I love the crowd that says, well, the Guardians and the Royals are right there behind you.
Well,
the key is they're behind you. Doesn't mean that they will be that way throughout the entire course of the season, but at this moment, they are behind you. And, oh, by the way, the Guardians have struggled a little bit to hit runs. Their run differential is minus 16. How they've gotten to 21 wins with a minus 16 differential, I'm not sure.
Devil magic.
Kansas City, while they've been good defensively, they struggle to score runs. So what do you trust more? What the Tigers are doing or the Guardians and the Royals?
We've got a lot to talk about coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll keep taking phone calls and ticket texts. We've got Jeff Greenberg coming up at 8:02, Tigers general manager. Get some of his thoughts on where the Tigers are at right now, some of the big questions around this baseball team. 8:35, we have a Lions deal or no deal. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. According to multiple NFL insiders, it looks like Steelers wide receiver George Pickens is headed to the Cowboys for draft compensation. This is his final year of his rookie year. The move expected to be finalized today. The Tigers were rained out yesterday. They'll instead kick off their series with the Rockies tonight. The rainout will at least give them an extra day to adjust to Mountain Time. That's manager A.J. Hinch. His team will now play a doubleheader tomorrow. The schedule change has pushed Tarek Skubal's start back to the homestand beginning Friday against Texas. An odd game at Wrigley Field yesterday. After the game went to extra innings, the Giants scored 9 runs in the 11th. That marks the most runs in extra innings in the 100-plus history of Wrigley Field. Interesting. The NBA playoffs continued last night. Tyrese Halliburton gave the Pacers a 2-0 lead in the series thanks to a last-second three he buried just before time expired. It raised a 2-point Cleveland lead. Sharpshooter Steph Curry left the Warriors' win over the Timberwolves after playing just 13 minutes with a hamstring injury as well. After the game, head coach Dave Kerr had the following to say about his status, quote, "We don't know yet, but with a hamstring, it's hard to imagine that he would play Thursday," end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Tigers in first place. It's been a couple days since we've seen them play, but they're going to get these games in against the Rockies some way, somehow. Doubleheader tomorrow. We're joined this morning by the Tiger general manager, Jeff Greenberg. Jeff, good morning. How are you?
Morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Everybody's buzzing about this baseball team. As you sit there, what's the biggest reason that this team's off to such a strong start?
Yeah, we've played well so far. Obviously proud of the performance. I think we've gotten contributions from all parts of the roster. Really good pitching, both out of the rotation and the pen. A pretty relentless offense. We've gotten on base a ton. We've done damage to the baseball. It feels like every night there's a different guy who steps up and does something exciting. So, look, we're only a little over 20% of the season into the season, but happy with where we are, proud of the position we've put ourselves in so far, and looking forward to what's ahead.
I want to set this one up in regards to this question. We knew that Colt Keith moving to first base, it didn't bode well in the offseason for Spencer Torkelson and Javi Baez. We knew that over the first 3 years that he's been in Detroit, the numbers just haven't been there. Last year it was the surgery. Both of those guys have performed well. Who's been the bigger surprise to you guys?
I don't know that I would, characterize either guy as a surprise. Like, we knew coming into the year, we had versatility, we had depth. We felt like that was going to be a strength. We didn't exactly know what it was going to look like on a night-to-night basis. And then obviously we faced some real adversity on the injury front coming out of spring training with the injuries to Parker Meadows and Matt Vierling and Wenzel Perez and a few others coming into the season. But, both guys, have embraced their roles exceptionally well. They've contributed on both sides of the baseball. We've asked them to do different things. They've handled it well. I wouldn't consider either a surprise. We knew coming into the season, versatility for both those guys was going to be a big thing. We were going to ask them to do different things, and they've handled it well, and they've obviously both been a really big part of what we've done so far.
I think part of why John asks is I don't think anybody expected Torque to grab first base as aggressively as he has and solidify his spot as significantly as he has.
Yeah, no, he's been tremendous. He had a good offseason. He made some adjustments. Obviously, when we signed, Gleyber Torres, there was a challenge in front of him, and he's really taken a hold of it. He made some adjustments to the swing. He made some adjustments to the approach. His mindset, from day one of when we signed Gleyber into spring training into the season has been, fantastic. Just a highly competitive guy who, he's gone out and he's been one of the best hitters in baseball so far. He's a huge reason why we're in the position we're in right now, and obviously a testament to his talent, his work ethic, and his mindset throughout this process.
I know we're obviously keeping an eye on Matt Vierling. We saw that he hit a home run yesterday. He's down in Toledo with the rehab assignment. When he comes up, do you anticipate he's going to play more outfield, third base? And you guys have some tough decisions when that does happen.
Yeah, no, Matty's working through his rehab right now. Hit a home run last night. Obviously good to see him back on the field in a game setting. He's going to continue that progression. It's been DH only to this point. I think the next step at some point in this progression will be to start to get him in the outfield. We haven't put a firm timeline on that, but obviously he's working his way back. When he's ready to get reinstated, we'll figure out the best way to put those pieces together. Like I said a few minutes ago, I think one of the strengths of this team is the versatility, the fact that we have a bunch of guys who can play a bunch of different positions, can move around throughout the lineup on any given night. So, we're not there yet. We don't need to make that decision today. The focus right now is for Matt to continue to progress well through the rehab, which he has so far. He's one of several guys who we kind of have in that bucket who are slowly making their ways back. He's a little ahead of a few others, but that's the focus right now, and we'll take it from there.
Talking to Tiger General Manager Jeff Greenberg. Prior to having you on, we were playing some audio of Austin Jackson, former Tiger. He called out fans who are waiting to see this team fail. Just what's your response to the question of how real the success has been with this ball club right now and the sustainability of it all?
Yeah, I mean, we've played really good baseball. Obviously, our record speaks for itself, and I think if you look at the underlying performance that's gotten us here, I think coming into today, we still have the best run differential in baseball, and I think that's a reflection of the fact that we've really gotten production from all parts of the roster. We've gotten really good starting pitching, 1 through 5. We feel like every night we have a starter on the mound who's going to give us a chance to win that night's game. Our bullpen has been, really steady throughout. Multiple guys who can finish out a game, multiple guys who can, match up with different pockets of the opponent's lineup in offense. That, like I said, we've gotten on base, we've hit for damage, and we have versatility and depth. We're still battling through some injuries. We started the season with a good chunk of guys who we expected to be in our opening day roster on the injury list. AJ's done a fantastic job of putting those pieces together, putting our guys in a position to succeed. The environment in our clubhouse is really good right now, and I expect those things to continue. So, look, like I said up front, we're just over 20% into the season. We got a ways to go. It's important. We can't get ahead of ourselves, but given where we are right now, we feel like, this is a club that can certainly contend throughout the season.
And everybody loves the pitching staff. Tarek Skubal, obviously the star of the show, but let's jump down the list just a little bit. Jackson Jobe, a lot of people are really excited about what they've seen. And I know there's conversations. I don't know how much you could share about what you've seen from Jackson Jobe, your expectations for him this year, but also how do you manage the innings load for such a young pitcher when at this point it looks like you're going to be wanting to have those guys come August, September, and maybe even into October?
Yeah, no, really pleased with what Jackson's been able to do so far. Obviously, extremely talented pitcher, young pitcher who we're seeing him make adjustments in real time from start to start. Obviously, he's got electric stuff. And the adjustments in terms of the game planning, the execution of that planning, the location of his pitches, how to use them. We've seen, real growth from start to start so far this season, and he's obviously been a big contributor to our success. So want to continue to move in that direction. Like we've, to this point, we've already looked for opportunities to, give him a few extra days. We've moved around a rotation a few times. So we're mindful of that. We're going to do what's best for Jackson's development. And I think you've seen that play out so far in terms of some of the things we've done, but he's in the rotation for a reason, and he's a big piece to our success so far.
John brought up October, and you used the word contention earlier. It is too early when I ask you this question, but I'm curious, you and Scott in the front office, when do you start doing homework for the trade deadline? How does that process begin?
Yeah, I mean, I think, as a general rule, we're always looking for ways to get better. I think that mindset, that applies for 12 months of the year, not just in July leading into the trade deadline. I think early in the season, the focus is always on preserving as much depth, versatility as possible. And that's been, paramount so far as we navigate some of these injuries and other things you see early in the season with weather and just the early realities of the schedule. And, that work never stops. I think we also can't lose sight of the fact that our biggest improvements, are going to come internally. Like we've seen that so far. We have a young team full of players who have made a ton of progress. We've talked about Torque, Dylan Dingler, Zach McKinstry are obvious examples, Casey Mize in the rotation. That progress isn't always going to be linear, but that needs to continue to be our focus. And that's the reason why we are where we are right now. And then, in terms of the rest, look, we're going to continue to prioritize versatility, depth. Glaber, the acquisition of Glaber Torres this offseason, I think was a good example of that, where we feel like, when we signed Glaber, we didn't feel like we had to upgrade at any one particular position, given that flexibility, given that depth. And that's something that we feel like has been a strength so far and want to continue to leverage moving forward.
But it would be safe to say you guys would be in the position to buy. I know Glaber was a free agent addition, Flaherty an addition, the pursuit of Bregman. I think there were questions about the overall pursuit of improvement going into last offseason. I think you guys have answered some of those questions. Safe to say, planning to buy at the deadline if all goes well?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think we're always going to look for ways to get better. What exactly that means, it's it's May 7th.
Right.
Our roster is going to continue to evolve, but I think the biggest step we can take right now is, in addition to the continued improvement of our young group, is to get guys healthy. We talked about Matt Vierling. We've got Parker Meadows working his way through a rehab. Wenzel Perez working his way through a rehab. We just got Bo Brisky healthy back into the bullpen. We've got John Brebbia working his way through rehab. Alex Cobb is working through a rehab. Sawyer Gibson-Long is working through a rehab. So, we like the team we have right now. We're obviously proud of the fact that we've been able to navigate some of these injuries with the versatility and depth we have. It's a testament to our players. It's a testament to AJ and our coaching staff, our medical staff as well. And, we have more guys coming over the course of the next weeks and months. And, I think it's important internally to not lose sight of that as well.
You don't get to a position that you're in without at least having some sort of fandom for the game of baseball. When Tarek Skubal takes the mound, especially the last 5 starts, the numbers are just eye-popping. How good has he been, and how excited do you get? What's your level of excitement when you know it's a Skubal start?
Quite high is the short answer. No, not enough positive adjectives in the dictionary to talk about Tarek and what he means to this team. And it goes without saying, every time he's on the mound, you have a chance to win that night. The way he just goes after opponents, the competitiveness, obviously the stuff, the execution, just the relentless pursuit of getting better. The preparation. He pours into every start, the adjustments he's looking to make from start to start. I think there's a contagious effect of that throughout the clubhouse with the rest of our guys too. We talked about Jackson Jobe earlier. To bring a young guy like that into this environment, and to see a guy like Tarek and Jack Flaherty as well prepare the way they prepare from start to start, it's huge.
He's Jeff Greenberg, Detroit Tigers general manager. Thanks for getting up with us this morning. Appreciate it.
Yeah, my pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me.
It's 97.1.
Hey, when you're talking about the summer months coming and your lawn, you want to have a nice, lush green yard. We've had some rain. We got some beautiful weather coming up through the rest of the week. It's going to start greening up. It's going to continue to grow. If you want a nice, thick green lawn, you got to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. That number, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. You can purchase a full lawn program right now. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 the ticket. Here are some of the pitfalls. Dandelions. They're going to rob your lawn of water and nutrients, so you got to make sure to treat for it now before they go to seed, and they make that problem even harder. Crabgrass, another problem. It's not too late, but you got to treat for it now. If you see it later in the summer, it's going to be too late. Now you got to wait till next year. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is going to not give you any runaround. They're just going to fix the problems as they come up, and then you're going to come home and have a beautiful lawn. Locally owned and operated for over 35 years. Michigan-owned, Michigan employees, Michigan families. So keep your money here in the state of Michigan. 888-GET-GREEN is on the phone, naturalwaylawn.com on the web. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
If you're injured in a car accident, you go through it. You're stressed. You're in pain. You're confused. Where do you turn? There's a law firm out there that cares about you. It's KG Law. I know Lawrence KG. I know his team, and it's true. They're experienced. They're staffed up. They're going to get you the biggest possible payout. Lawrence KG is a Detroiter. He built his business with the idea that you're not just a number in this game. He and his team are going to look after you when you need it most. The phone number is 877-KG-CARES. You can see everything I'm talking about online, kgcares.com. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. That's KAJY, kgcares.com. That's kgcares.com. Got a Lions deal or no deal coming up at 8:35 this morning. Do have some breaking NFL news. George Pickens on the move from Pittsburgh. He's going to Dallas.
Nice compliment to CeeDee Lamb.
They do need a number 2 receiver.
Yeah.
3rd round pick? Is that what I saw?
I think that's correct.
Third round pick.
Yeah,
and
3rd round pick.
Miscellaneous, swaps down the line too. But a 3rd for George Pickens. For Pittsburgh, I think things had gotten sour.
Yeah, they were clearly looking to move on.
They upgraded with Metcalf.
Now they just got to figure out who's going to be throwing the ball in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I think if you're Pickens, you're very happy with this.
Yeah. So Dallas, obviously, they addressed the offensive line with Booker in the draft, and they're trying to give Dak Prescott more options, more protection, but more options to throw the ball downfield. I think he is a quality number 2. The question is going to be, how does he mesh with the other personalities in that room?
Right, because there's a little bit of this is Pickens a head case. Look, he's great at winning jump balls. He's a great one-on-one receiver. He's going to want the ball. CeeDee Lamb is going to get the ball the most. Mm-hmm. And if they can manage the egos in Dallas, I feel like that's been said for generations. Manage the egos out there. Yeah, I think it's a nice move for Dallas and a good move for Pickens. And I don't know, Pittsburgh, I guess, is going to figure it out.
It's very TBD in Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Last night, NHL, NBA playoffs. Are you aware of what's going on here where in the NBA, the home team has not won a game yet in any of the series? And in the NHL, we're seeing OT games and comeback wins. The Oilers scored 3 third-period goals to pick up a road win in their game.
Mm-hmm. They've all been pretty exciting. I mean, the games have been exciting. All of the blowouts happened in the first round. And then we obviously saw what the Knicks did to the Celtics. That was obviously a road game for them. We'll see what they can do in game 2.
Do you think we get some significant upsets, or is this just a little drama at the front end of the series? Like, do you think the Cavs are down 2 games now and they got to go to the Pacers? Do any of these jump out as real upset potential? Like the Knicks, do you think? I don't think the Celtics are missing 45 threes.
No, and even if they go down 0-2, I don't see them losing the series to the Knicks.
I don't either.
And let's not forget, in that game, they had a 20-point lead in the fourth quarter. I don't know how you lose that in the fourth quarter, but we also know Jalen Brunson, very good in the fourth quarter.
Look, he could win a game and may already have won that first game for them with his effort. I think the Celtics win their series. I'd be a little intrigued by Jokic and the Nuggets pulling off an upset, knowing, hey, they got championship pedigree, and this Thunder team is a great regular season team. We'll find out if they're a great postseason team. The Cavs thing, I think some of it comes down to, are they going to get healthy? I mean, they're missing 3 guys last night. If they're not healthy, I mean, they're going to get bounced before they even get their footing.
Yeah, and I think the interesting part about that Denver Nuggets team is, and the matchup with OKC, is our guy better than your guy?
Right.
We got the 2-time reigning champ, MVP.
MVP, yeah.
And, I think everybody thinks Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is going to win it this year. Should he, or is there just fatigue for Jokic? But I think in this series, you're going to see those guys and Jokic put their best foot forward.
And I'm curious about, do we get 7-7? Like ultimate parity we've had in the NBA. Do we get a 7th different champion in 7 seasons? So right now, who is available that have won in the previous 6 years is Denver, Boston, and someone else. Warriors.
Yes.
But they're now down, looks like they're going to be down their 3-point shooter. What's his name again? Steph. Yeah, because he
It's
got that
Curry
hamstring.
guy.
Yeah.
And the interesting about the Nuggets is if no coach, they changed their
I
coach
know.
and GM a week before this playoffs.
Yeah.
Look,
I mean, that would be a credible story. I think the Pacers got something going on, and they have a championship-proven coach. I think if they play Boston, they're going to give Boston a series.
and Halliburton's having some moments,
Yeah.
plural, in this postseason. In hockey, I think some of the storyline is McDavid and the Oilers. Can they finally get over the hump? And then Toronto.
Yeah.
Toronto up in their series, finally in the second round. Don't do this, Greg. He's saying, what if they both meet? Then we're guaranteed a Canadian team wins the Stanley Cup.
I wouldn't be against that. I think it'd be fun because I like hockey.
It would be a great story.
Yeah,
And
but then
Matthews with
then we wouldn't
McDavid.
get Stoney's version of O Canada.
I'm really missing that.
Actually, put that in there.
And,
the pro column.
In Edmonton, they'll be doing radio. How much credit should we give to Ken Holland for this?
God, 248. If they win, he's not the GM of.
Jim, I just saw Jim's head explode.
Okay, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, travelers without a real ID will still be allowed to fly, but they should be prepared for some delays and extra identity checks. So today, May 7th, is the deadline to have that real ID. But the head of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, says if you don't have one or another form that's accepted, you still will be able to fly for now. So I was reading a little bit more about what to expect, especially today on this very first day, what's going to happen at airports. So TSA says they are prepared, right? They've been preparing for this day. This is not something that just popped up.
Seems like years.
Like 20 years. I mean, like it's been in the talks for quite a long time. They said they're confident that day one of enforcement won't bring major delays. They did say, of course, expect some delays. There are some things that even though everyone's prepared, it could still cause some delays. But they did say if you don't have one, make sure you arrive an hour earlier than normal. So about 3 hours before your flight, you should get to the airport. They did say that they will be proactive. They will identify passengers without a real ID compliant ID, possibly direct them to a different area so that they're not slowing down the people who are prepared, ready to go. Not that the other people are prepared, but the people who have the real ID. But I still see things going.
Oh, sure. There's going to be
badly.
questions, concerns, and things could go badly. I do know that, I looked this up yesterday, I think 73% of Michigan residents already have a real ID compliant
because they
ID.
have the enhanced license.
Well, they have the enhanced license, which gets you that real ID. But the 73%, you're also looking at those who are traveling. I think a lot of people who are traveling frequently, obviously this has been a point of emphasis, they've done it already. I think a lot of travelers will actually have this, and I don't expect
don't
it to
underestimate people, though, John. I think the other thing at play here is they've been talking about this for over a decade, and it always gets pushed back and pushed back and pushed back. And as of today, when you're supposed to have it, you still don't have to have it. So it incentivizes people
to not do
to
it,
never do it.
Those procrastinators are people that just say,
well, then don't let them fly.
Okay, but I wonder if that percentage of people, what, 73% or whatever, whatever the percentage is that actual real ID or is that passports, enhanced driver's license, and because I have a passport. When I travel, I plan on taking that with me. I don't plan on rushing to the Secretary of State and getting my real ID. I plan on doing that when I'm forced to renew my license.
right,
I'll
but
go
you
and
don't
get
have
one.
to because you have the passport.
I do. So I'm just, when you said that number, it could be because a lot of those people already had a passport.
I guess where I'm at with this is
how many people have went and actually done their real ID because they're traveling?
Where I'm at with it is if we're going to do it, let's do it. Turn people away at the airport. Say you're not getting on the plane. You've had a million warnings. You've had all this time. If you don't have a passport, if you don't have a real ID, either we have a deadline or we don't.
Boy, you're a hardline guy.
Or we don't. Or let everybody fly and we don't have to do this stupid charade that everybody's been talking about.
I'm kind of with Jim. We don't respect deadlines at all. It's like, this is kind of like Little League where Johnny comes in 3 days late and, I missed the 15 posts out there that I was supposed to sign up by this date.
Yeah,
you screwed yourself.
I get that. I agree. Like, if you do the work, everyone should do the work, right?
Or don't do it because there's plenty of people saying, why are we even doing this?
There would be a lot of chaos at these airports.
There already will be.
With that
You're right.
attitude.
Could you imagine telling people
with
go
that
home?
attitude, right?
Yes.
Go home.
It's a bad attitude.
You got a family trying to go on their vacation.
We're going to Disney. Sorry.
Go home.
Just spent, I don't know how much it is. 20
Right.
grand?
Well,
I don't know. More? I have no idea.
But if you're not going to enforce it, then just don't do this. Then don't have us jump through the hoops.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm just telling you. Okay. Hey, this is pretty cool. You can book your wedding at Michigan Central Station. I saw this and I thought this would have been really cool, really cool place. Obviously, after all of the renovations were revealed last year, now the building is accepting inquiries for weddings or other events. They say couples who want to get married in 2026 or 27 can submit an inquiry to learn more about all of the options and the prices, because those are not available online yet or to the public. They say they have space for events ranging from 100 to 2,000 guests.
Wow.
Yeah, you can use the Grand Hall, the South Concourse, or the outdoor terraces, which is pretty cool.
It's smart. Makes sense. Use the venue for that, too.
Yeah, I'd want to do that. I mean, I actually haven't even seen it in person. I've seen all the pictures, but I think that'd be awesome. I guess that's all I have time for. The
got
Real
one more
ID
news
took
today.
over.
I know. It's a hot story. By the way, if you are at the airport today, we're not going to do like a full topic on it, but if you could text us in some intel from how it's going with the security.
Yeah, we'd love to have an update.
Be very curious how that's going down today at DTW. All right, coming up next, a deal or no deal for the Lions. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's me, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years, because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead and take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Hey, you want to look a little better, feel a little bit better? You got to get in touch with Ideal You. Maybe you woke up this morning, clothes didn't fit just right, and you avoid being in pictures. Well, you don't have to do that anymore, and it could be as easy as just an adjustment to your life over the next 40 days. Ideal You is a company that can help you lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days. And I know this program really works because I lost 50 in those 40 days with Ideal You. If you book today, Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free. And you're going to find out all you want to know, maybe even a little bit more than you want to know about your body, but you got to do that so you can, when you pair it up with your weight loss coach, put together a weight loss plan that will work for you. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You is different than other weight loss companies because it works, and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures again and getting into your clothes in the morning. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free.
Tom's got that printer working overtime. We have pages and pages of ticket text. We got open lines as well. Deal or no deal?
Mm-hmm.
Next 10 Super Bowls decided by AI. The Lions only win one, and it's the 2025 Super Bowl. Would you take this? Deal or no deal? That's the question. 248-539-9797. And I thought this would be so obvious, right? Lions fans are long-suffering. We've waited our entire lives. It's the one title the city hasn't had. If I give you a chance at the Lions Super Bowl, you don't even let me finish the question. You just say yes. And then if I tell you you're not waiting the entire 10 years, you're first in line, double yes.
And then for the next 9 years, why watch?
Oh, no, damn. Am I supposed to be bummed? I just watched my team win a Super Bowl, summit the mountain, the thing I've waited my entire life for. And in some cases, your father's life and your grandfather's life, and in some cases, they can't watch it with you. I don't want to wait any longer. Give me the Super Bowl now and give this city the celebration they've always deserved.
Good for you.
John, people are not kind to you because you said no deal.
Okay.
You want to
Yeah, go ahead. Read something I don't care about.
Okay. Dear John, they don't have a quarterback to win multiple Super Bowls in the next 10 years. One is their ceiling. Take the deal. John talking about two. Give me one. Foolish talk by a foolish man. Nick. Someone accused you of CTE. Yep, John, CTE is really kicking in.
Okay, well, that one's maybe accurate.
We don't know yet.
Yeah, TBD.
We'll have to wait.
Let it play out.
John is the ultimate dumb Lions fan. Relevancy is not the same as victory. Give me the Super Bowl now. Signed, Steve. I've spent 31 years on this earth waiting for a Super Bowl. I would take that deal even if it meant the Lions would never win a single game ever again. Give me my Super Bowl. Cash out.
John, I want to try to personalize this for you.
Oh, please do.
Okay, so, your dad, Larry, 73, right?
74.
74. Okay. And, I mean, getting up there. And my parents are a little bit older than yours. And, you start thinking, we don't have much longer.
Right. It ends at some point.
Yes. And so we get 7 years down the road. I won't put a timeline on this for you. But with it, he's struggling. And you have that last conversation. You're lucky enough to do that. It's not a sudden death.
Yeah.
You're sitting there in the hospital and he goes, John, the one thing that you're just disappointed about is you didn't take the deal. And what would you say to that?
My dad and I would both have our final last good laugh. Because, first of all, he wouldn't say that. Second of all, I'm still not taking the deal. I'm not taking the deal. Because I might win the next 3. And Dad could be with me. We got memories.
This man's counting not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4 this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, the CT comments might be right. Texter says...
Sure, because it's different than yours. Sure. Yeah.
Well, John, I just think it's crazy to turn down a Super Bowl in the city of Detroit. It's borderline blasphemous to say you'd roll the dice when you're guaranteed a Super Bowl.
This should shock no one. Have I ever, Greg and Tom and anyone else, have I ever taken a deal like this? No. I have never taken the minimum and then just said, okay, I don't care if we suck for another 9 years. I don't care what happens. I have always been the guy that said, I don't want the deal because I want to play the games. I want to have the seasons. I want to build the team or rebuild the team, and I want to win more. I'm never, ever going to limit a team or myself to just the bare minimum.
The bare minimum, to clarify, is winning the Super Bowl. I just want to make sure we're on the same page that the bare minimum in this conversation, what we're settling for, is the greatest accomplishment the city could ever have. A euphoria we would never see again. Your second won't feel the same as your first.
What we need is all of these, and they haven't been that bad, disparaging text messages. And we need a file of this segment so that we can put it in a time capsule and bury it, and dig it back up in 10 years, and then let's do this again, and let's find out who was right, who was wrong, who has the biggest regrets.
Well, after every season that they don't win it, we're going to ask you, would you have taken the deal?
Put a tally up on the board. Yeah.
Seriously, like you are a man of principle, and you stick by your word.
I don't doubt he will.
And you budge, and then some of it, I think, even stubbornness at times. So, and I'm stubborn with stuff, so... No. I just I thought about this when we've been when we decided to talk about this. I was really thinking, how do I feel? I was sorting it out. I wasn't like a knee-jerk reaction. And what settled it for me was because I don't believe in giving up like the future to a degree, but the joy that this would bring so many people, the older generation Lions fans that have like, I'm going to guarantee that for people.
Right. But you guys are, the way you're setting this up is that in 2025, we don't win. Or in 10 years, we don't win. Well, in my deal, we might only end up with one. It might not be this year. It might be year 9. It might be year 10. But I'm also leaving open the option because I like options.
There's going to be a lot of dead people in those 9 years.
Yeah, John.
Again, I don't care. I don't care.
Think of the dead, John.
Going to.
Boomers are getting up there.
That's, again, sorry, you missed out.
Just like the last 50 years of people that died.
Such is life.
I just would point out when they won a single home playoff game, the emotional outpour in the city. And the stories for just one playoff win about how I'm so happy I could spend this with Dad. Or chilling, I'm so disappointed that I couldn't share this with my dad or my grandpa.
I get your point of view of, hey, you can guarantee one. But I'm not going 9 years without. Or no chance of ever winning.
I've gone 32 without. I think I'll survive. I just want the one really badly.
Okay, so do I.
Not
you're paying me
enough.
Okay, well, I want more.
You're not willing to sacrifice enough for it.
I want more.
I get it. Ask Cubs fans.
I don't think you do.
Ask Cubs fans how they feel after the 2016 World Series. I think they're still milking that. I think they're thrilled.
As they should be.
That'd be us.
But the point to that is the Cubs in 16 were built to wreck the National League for, I don't know, a decade?
Right. They won one. I mean, sports are littered with teams that you thought, even in football. I mean, the Niners had all pros and 3-4 good cracks at this. They have 0.
Yeah.
That could be us.
Again, I want the opportunity.
Okay.
I'm not going to limit myself. I like options.
I think you're being dumb tough. Something I think you are from time to time. You're tough, but you're being dumb about it.
Well.
I'll play the games anytime, anywhere. I'll chase 10 Super Bowls. Okay, dude.
Okay, tell me something that's out of character there.
For the second time this week, I'm not surprised. I'm disappointed.
Yes.
With the food draft and now this, I'm not surprised.
Right next to this.
I'm disappointed.
Put that in the time capsule,
too. Canadian food. We'll save that for the records as well. Phone calls, ticket text next, 97.1.
Game 1 of the Tigers-Rockies series was postponed yesterday due to a steady rainfall. To make up for it, a straight doubleheader has been scheduled for Thursday, beginning at 3:10. GM Jeff Greenberg called in earlier and provided an update on injured outfielder Matt Vierling. He did hit a home run yesterday in Toledo. Jim asked if they would buy at the deadline, and he said that they're always looking for ways to get better, but noted it's just May 7th. He said their biggest step right now is to get all their injured players healthy as well. Tigers slugger Miguel Cabrera set to make his coaching debut in the 2026 World Baseball Classic. He'll serve as the hitting coach for Team Venezuela. Another Piston team member has been shut out of an NBA award. The latest to surface was the Executive of the Year yesterday. Piston president of basketball ops Trajan Langdon was voted third. In the NBA playoffs, the Pacers took a 2-0 lead thanks to this. That via the Pacers radio network, the Warriors lost Steph Curry to a hamstring strain as well in their game, but still handed the T-Wolves by 11 in Game 1. The Dallas Cowboys have reportedly traded for receiver Kenny Pickens from the Steelers. The outspoken wideout is in his final year of his rookie contract. Adam Schefter reporting they'll get back at least a third-round pick in return. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We're going to get right to the phones. Just a couple quick ticket texts resetting where we're at. 9 o'clock hour, a hypothetical. Next 10 Super Bowls determined by AI. The Lions win the 2025 Super Bowl, but not again in the 10-year span. No dynasty, but you get your Super Bowl. Deal or no deal? I said deal. Tom said deal. Greg said deal. John Jansen says no deal.
No deal.
And Heather Park, there's some fighting in the household. You say no deal.
I do say no deal for numerous reasons. I agree with a lot of what John is saying. Also, I wouldn't want those 9 games of
9
years of just knowing, well, this is dumb, I'm not going to watch. But also, is it really that exciting when you know you're going to win the Super Bowl? Like, isn't the fun of watching games waiting in anticipation, the like nail-biting situations?
Anxiety.
Right? Like, you're already going to know what's going to happen. Is it really that cool?
You want to live the story.
Yeah,
you don't
like,
want to know what the ending.
Yeah.
You're one that reads the last chapter before you read the entire book, don't you?
Yeah, I don't.
Yes.
But I think even
Gotta
knowing
have it
how a
now.
movie ends, you can like the movie.
You can. I've done that before. People have spoiled the ending of shows, and I'll still
You'll
watch.
still watch it. It's still great. And Ticket Texter's
But-
pointing this out, says, we watched when we knew this team probably wouldn't win 8 games. What's the difference? We get the Super Bowl, and then we know what the other stuff looks like.
It's different when you're going to win, I think.
Well, your husband says that he's disappointed. He would take the deal, right?
He would take the deal. He
Yeah.
says he's waited long enough. He wants it. Yes.
You're also painting the picture that you're giving the perception that we're not going to win a Super Bowl. There's that chance. There's also a chance you could win 1 or 2 or more.
I know.
And I just want the chance at more.
Texter says no deal. There are some people on your side, John. We deserve a dynasty. I don't want us to turn into the Bears, always talking about the one Super Bowl we won way back when. Jeff in Troy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have made the Ditka Campbell comparisons. A bird in the hand is better than 2 in the bush. John is another dumb Michigan General Studies football player. Boy, that's
it wasn't general studies, but
it's pretty pointed.
It depends on. No, never mind. I won't go down that road. Depends on the bird. Depends on the bush.
Hey, kinesiology major.
That's right. That's right.
What was your degree in?
Kinesiology.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Greg.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
100% agree with John. An athlete mindset doesn't work. You can't just accept one and
What
done.
the hell does that mean?
Just getting back at you.
Yeah. Get back to suitcases.
Yeah, right.
Isn't kinesiology the one they just kind of pool all the dumb athletes into? Isn't that?
No, that would be rocks for jocks.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that's the geology course.
Oh,
yes.
is that?
Yes, as I offend every geology teacher.
Okay. If you're a geology teacher.
Yeah. Trust me.
Oh, well.
I didn't take your class, so it doesn't matter. And I did get a text from Mom. Dad, 75. Oh. Sorry. My math was off on that one too. Mom happens to be 49. It's just she claims. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let's get to the phones. Ed, who are you with? Deal or no deal?
Oh, God. I'm glad you let me on. Thanks, guys. Look, I'm with you, John.
Thank you.
And I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to hang up, and I'm going to listen to you argue about it. Because the point of view I'm hearing from Costa is the point of view of somebody who has never been past high school level athletics, if that, okay? And we're talking about Gen X fanboys. No self-respecting athlete would ever give up the chance for more than one, period.
Yeah,
now,
but
I'm going to
Ed,
hang up and listen to y'all argue about that.
Ed, couple notes. Before you hang up, can you say Thanksgiving for us?
Yeah, it's me. I'm the one that,
Thanks, Ed.
I'm the one that Mike always makes fun of. But I want you to notice something.
Yes.
I'm right more than Mike.
Oh,
that's a low bar.
Gauntlet
All
thrown
right.
down.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ed, I
All
will.
you have to do is review the phone calls.
Oh, check the tapes.
Yeah.
Look at the receipts.
Check the tape, baby.
As soon as you
My
spoke,
bona fides are there.
I said, this is the Thanksgiving guy. Ed, I love the phone call. I will concede I did not play beyond high school sports. But I need to remind John and Ed that John is no longer a professional athlete.
I didn't say that. I'm not making that claim. I'm not taking this as, I get to play in the next one or the next one. No, those days are long gone. What I'm saying is I don't want to limit anyone or anything to just one. And then for the rest of that time, whatever that time period is, this is why I never take the deal. I always want more. And he's partially right. I don't know that any true competitor would take this deal because you are limiting yourself. You're saying, well, I'm only going to get one, and I'll be lucky to get that one. Yeah, there's some luck involved, but I want that chance at one this year. And then when this year's gone, I want that chance at one next year. When that year's gone, I want that. Now, you're not going to win 10 out of the next 10. You're probably not going to win 3 out of the next 10. You might not win 1 of the next 10.
That's the point.
I get that.
I think some of this would be, too, if it was any other team. Like for the Lions, the Super Bowl and one Super Bowl holds such a significance to the city. To me, as a fan, that's how I answer it, as a fan, not as a professional athlete.
Well, and this is a stupid argument to begin with, but I'm not going to sit there and say, well, one's not special. One would be epic. One would be unbelievable. And if that's all I end up with after 10 years of playing this dumb game, then so be it. But I want to have the chance to win more.
People have pointed out that your career has resulted in no Super Bowls and only a half national title, so you should probably take the championship.
Okay, yeah. Show up. Keyboard warriors.
Someone did bring up Valeni. This one says the 10 years after the Super Bowl would be miserable listening to Valeni spew how every year is a failure because they didn't win another one. The expectations would go through the roof and we would eat ourselves alive if we settled for just one.
And then you'd also have 10 years of everybody agreeing with him on the show saying the same thing. I mean, that would just like wear on you.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, Mike.
I hate that Thanksgiving guy. And he just became the I'm always right guy. Don't play that game. Oh, boy.
Hey, check the bona fides.
He said, check the tape.
Did you hear him as he was, the mic drop was the bona fides.
Did he? I missed that. Did he say that?
Oh, no, we got, it's there.
Perfect.
Yes. No, love Ed.
We have tape of that too, Ed. All right, Tony in Oak Park, good morning.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Not much, man. How you doing?
Hey, good, thanks. Just working. So I wanted to call and make the point that, we saw the Tigers dominate the AL Central for a decade plus under Jim Leyland, and they never won one.
Yep.
And we saw the Royals go from the basement to winning one to back to the basement in that same time frame. The Kansas City Royals get to say they won a championship while we get to say, well, we were good for a while. So I will absolutely take that deal. And, you can take all the chances you want at winning multiple. You could also come up with winning none.
That's a possibility. That's a risk. That's your risk you take when you play the game. You might win, but you also might lose.
Well, and the regret that we have from those Tigers teams about how didn't they and how the 2012, 2013 Tigers and the regrets of those seasons haunt you.
Sure.
The Royals get to hold up a World Series trophy. I would have rather been the Royals the last decade than the Tigers the last decade.
Well, if you look back, and that's the beauty of hindsight. You can look back and say, oh, sure, I'd rather have won a World Series than not.
Well, we're giving you the chance to do it.
Forward.
Yeah, we're giving you the chance to not be Captain Hindsight.
But when you say it like that, you're saying, well, you're never going to win one. That's not the other option.
Well,
the other option is, you might
it.
win one. We might end up with at the end of 10 years, both having won one. I might have 0. I also might have more.
Greg, you look like you have something.
I was just going to say, they only hand out one of these a year.
Makes perfect sense. I agree with you, Josh.
Thank
I agree
you,
with you.
And then, another thing, the Buffalo Bills, right? They had 4 cracks at the Super Bowl, the literal Super Bowl game itself, and you still don't win it.
They get one in this one.
They do. You want to go through this again for people just to reset? So the Lions would win the 25 Super Bowl. Awesome. We don't have to wait. That makes it even better. I don't know.
But what happens. Woohoo. Sweet.
I wonder if Buffalo and Cleveland are doing the same topic today.
So the Eagles have the 26 Super Bowl.
Oh, 2 in 3 years.
Followed by the Chiefs. Then the Bills finally break through in 2028. Commanders in 29. The Bears in 2030.
Bears.
Yeah, in this alternate universe, we have to suffer through another Bears Super Bowl. Cowboys in 31.
Back to relevancy. They win a postseason game.
I don't like that. The Browns would win a Super Bowl in 2032. Quarterbacked by Shadur, maybe?
Yeah, I don't know. Browns going to the Super Bowl.
I think they'll appreciate this one a little more. Steelers in 33 and Chiefs in 34. Let's get back to the phones. Joel in Fenton, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I agree with Jansen. I'm not signing the deal.
Hey, you want more bites at the apple, don't you?
Well, here's the thing. The formula is there. And as long as the formula is there, the formula being Brad Holmes at the top and Dan Campbell leading this team, I think that the opportunity is there. Yes, it's taking one out of the hand and, going after the three in the bush, but I don't think when you're as competitive and you're as built as this organization is for the long term as well, I'm not signing the deal for just one. I want, not that I want 3 or 4 or 5. I believe the formula is there to compete for 3 or 4 or 5.
I think the team certainly believes that way. I mean, they're going as far as not using all their cap space this year to carry it over for future seasons. I mean, that's how we take this hypothetical and turn it into a real story, by the way, is they aren't going to use all their cap space this year. They're going to spread that out in the future to give themselves multiple cracks at this. 248-539-9797. Deal or no deal? I guarantee you the Lions Super Bowl. Easy, right? Deal.
Yeah, if you want the easy way out.
I'm the bad guy for wanting and guaranteeing the city. I should be a hero for taking the deal. I'm giving the city of Detroit a Super Bowl parade, the likes of which we could only dream of.
And 9 more years of never having a chance. And as one person put it, never winning another game.
I don't know. In my eyes, I'm the hero of this story. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead and take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Hey, a personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or somebody you know has been injured, you need to tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
It's a deal or no deal question. I think it was DraftKings. They put out an AI-generated next 10 Super Bowls. The Lions win one, the next one, but not another one.
Mm-hmm.
Deal or no deal. You take one Super Bowl, but you don't get your dynasty. I know everybody's excited. This is a dynasty in the making.
No more chances.
There are a lot of dynasties that were supposed to be dynasties that never turned into dynasties, in football or otherwise.
You are correct.
Let's get to the phones. Steve in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hello, how you doing today?
Good morning, Steve.
Yes. On that question that you had, no, I wouldn't give up. I wouldn't go for just one Super Bowl because I think we're going to have multiple Super Bowls. I think Holmes has done a great job as far as putting the team together with excellent team chemistry. The coach is great. General manager is great. Management from top to bottom is great. It's a beautifully put together team that's gonna win us multiple Super Bowls.
I agree, Steve. I'm right there with you.
It's just wild
standing
to be
side by side
to be throwing that out there like that. Like the Bills came into Detroit and throttled us. They haven't won a Super Bowl. They're also a contender, right? The Ravens have Lamar with multiple MVPs. They can't get to the Super Bowl. The idea that we're just rattling off multiple Super Bowls like it's nothing.
I'm not saying we're rattling off multiple Super Bowls. I am exposing myself to zero.
This guy's already playing two parades.
I'm exposing myself to zero, but I'm also keeping my options open and exposing myself to one, which could equal yours. I don't know when it's going to come. You want the instant gratification of one right now, which I understand.
I just think if you're getting one in the next 10 years, I'd pick it as soon as possible.
Sure, that's fine. But I also want more.
Okay. Texter says, John is right. It's Worm from Rounders. The casino industry thanks you for your mindset, John. I believe Brad
You're the gambler.
Look, in a lot of instances, you roll the dice. When it's a Lions Super Bowl, I'm not leaving that to chance.
Okay.
I believe Brad Holmes will continue to draft very well, which means the chances of winning multiple Super Bowls is high.
It's on the table.
Signed San Francisco 49ers. I added that at the end. I mean, there's just...
No, really.
There's so many examples of this.
You did.
The Bills of the 90s lost 4 Super Bowls. The Vikings of the 70s lost 4 championships.
Mm-hmm.
All these teams that we thought were going to win multiple Super Bowls. You don't have to just do modern day. You can look through the history of the sport. So,
well, thanks for the history lesson.
Of course. Happy to help. Let's go to John in Detroit. John, you're on 97.1.
Hi. I want to make a point to Mr. John Jansen. I'm pretty sure he played in the league almost 10 years.
12, but yeah.
If he took that deal, he would be known as Super Bowl champion John Jansen. That's the only thing lacking in his career is a ring. So I don't know how he can make that claim that he wouldn't take that deal.
If you had told me as a rookie that I was going to play 12 years and I could be guaranteed one Super Bowl my rookie season, but the rest of my time in the NFL was going to be for nothing, I'm not taking that deal. As a player and as a competitor, I always want more.
Exactly. But if you took that deal, you'd be known today as Super Bowl champion John Jansen, just like Lomas Brown is Super Bowl champion Lomas Brown. So I can see your point, but I wish you would see mine. That's all.
Well, I see your point. Yeah. I mean, I see you want something guaranteed. Nothing in life is guaranteed. I hate to break that to you.
But we're giving you a rare chance at it.
Well, yeah, but you're always
You're just
looking in the
handing it
past.
to him, though. Like, he's not earning it. You're just handing it to him.
having the chance to be
this is all in the past.
You're having the chance to be as successful as
I'm
Lomas
looking
Brown.
forward to the future. Oh, and TJ Lang. Don't forget Super Bowl champ
Super Bowl
TJ Lang.
champion all these guys in your life that did it and you didn't, and you've been given the chance and
That's
you
why
still
I'm
say
never
no.
going to a Super Bowl. Because I do. I mean, I missed out on the fact of I was never a part of a team that went to a Super Bowl.
Joe in Sterling Heights, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, men. I guess I'm going to jump on board with everybody else is pretty much called, and I'm going to agree with John. And part of it is, as I've gotten older, it's about the journey. You know, the end result, while it would be great to get a Super Bowl, it would suck for the next 9 years, I think Heather said it, to not be interested in the games and not want to watch the games and not to already know the end result. You know, a lot of times, you know, in life we're taught to focus on the finish line, but the best stuff happens on the way to the finish line, if that makes any sense.
Oh, yeah, it's about the journey. Yeah, it's about the experience. And I want the option of not having a great experience one time. We all get to the end of our lives, and I'm sure everybody looks back and goes, boy, I wish I would have done something differently here. I've got a lot of those now, and hopefully today's not the end. But certainly, you look back and there's things that you would have done differently. Would I have loved to won one as a player? Sure. But I'm not taking a guarantee. I want to earn it. I want to be able to fight for it. I want to fight for it year in, year out.
I got to admit, taking the deal, I would still watch the other 9 years.
Yeah.
I'd love to see how it ended.
Did you watch the?
That's like
but you're
that's like
know
the
how it ends. The AI already
In a
told
loss.
you.
No, but when and where and how? How's it play out? Like, that's the sadomasochist Lions fan in me that's still...
Hold on, you can still win the division. You could still beat your
Exactly.
rivals. You can still go to the Super Bowl. Like, there's not like these seasons are automatic 0-16s, which, by the way, we also stomached and watched. Spoiler, they weren't going to win the Super Bowl that year. Not like fans stopped watching.
It's like after they win it, you know, J-Mo goes on some fireworks binge and stuff.
All right. Couple more ticket text. Says, with our past history, heck yes, I'm taking the Super Bowl. You got Costa sounding like Mark Ryan making up something and saying he delivered it to us. Boy, I don't love that.
That might have been the meanest text. Everybody says, oh, these texts are going to be hard on John. No, I think that one was might have been the toughest one.
How about this one? Moral of the story, John lasts longer than Jim.
I mean, I think we could.
You don't have to finish your statement,
Yeah.
John.
I mean, we could take score.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're talking about Super Bowls.
Roseville police are investigating a theft from a nonprofit that helps homeless veterans. On Sunday, a woman was caught on camera stealing items from a veteran thrift store near 12 Mile and Gratiot Avenue. This woman walked into the store. She made her way to like the back room where the bathroom is located, open to the public.
Yeah.
But while she was there, she found and snatched an employee's purse. In that purse, there was a Social Security card, money for her 6 children, obviously everything else you carry in a purse.
Yeah.
Then, that wasn't it though. The thief changed her clothes, made her way into the nonprofit's shelter, where she got to the main office there. She stole bridge cards, bus passes, keys to the building, keys to the truck sitting outside. Just devastating, but very clear video of this woman. So police are hoping somebody will recognize her. And if you do, give police a call. You can also make donations to this nonprofit to help them out as well. A big name in Detroit sports TV is being taken off the air. Mickey York, who has worked with FanDuel Sports for 25 years, announced on X that his position has been eliminated and he's no longer going to appear on broadcasts for the Detroit Tigers. He most recently worked as host of the pre- and post-game shows for the Tigers and for the Pistons. And in his post on X, he said that the Tigers are going in a different direction with their broadcasts.
Yeah, I'm bummed. 25 years is a long time. It's a staple for a lot of this.
Yeah.
A bummer for him. I mean, that's never a way anyone wants to go out. Like, sorry, your position's being eliminated.
No, we've seen this.
You want to go out on your own terms.
Yeah,
when you're ready to.
They've been trimming back that staff, right? Because he's not the only one.
No, he's not, but it's a shame. The Pittsburgh Pirates Another incident happening at PNC Park. They had to suspend an employee after he was caught whipping a fan with his belt during a heated altercation. So it went down at PNC Park following Sunday's game against the San Diego Padres. And it started, I guess, when this fan and his friends started harassing a female concession worker. So this male employee jumped in, tried to break up this whatever was going on, the tension. He was able to get the fans back, and he tried to walk away. Said, that's done. I broke this up. But the fans started following him. They started like taunting him, right, heckling him. So he eventually responded by throwing multiple punches. Then another fight broke out between these guys, and he also took off his belt and started whipping the fan with it. So police were eventually called to the scene. The employee has been suspended. There is an investigation underway. No criminal charges have been filed. But not something you see. You see fan fights break out once in a while in the stands, but not usually with an employee. Authorities in Florida are searching for a bear that attacked and killed a man and his dog in the state's first ever bear attack.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. So the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission say an 89-year-old man and his dog were killed in separate attacks near the man's home. And now they're warning residents that the bear could still be out there in the vicinity. So remain alert, avoid certain areas. The commission did say they have killed 3 bears in the area, and now they're waiting on DNA testing to see if those bears were involved in these incidents. They're not sure if it was one bear that attacked twice, if it was multiple bears. Pretty crazy situation, though. It's not something I picture happening in Florida either.
No, you wouldn't think so.
That's which is crazy. Mm-hmm. Also crazy. Listen to this headline: a woman's meth-smoking raccoon got her busted for drugs.
Back up. Her what now?
Her meth-smoking raccoon got her busted for drugs.
Is this also in Florida?
No, this is in Ohio. So there's this woman, 55 years old.
Boom.
Pulled over on Monday for an outstanding warrant. And she was also driving on a suspended license. But it turns out that none of that really mattered, because what police found in the car is quite shocking. They found a pet raccoon. And then the woman got busted for drugs because the raccoon pulled out a meth pipe and tried to smoke it. The cop couldn't stop laughing. It was all caught on his body cam. And one report said the cop took that meth pipe away from Chewy, the raccoon.
Chewy.
So Chewy grabbed a second one and tried to smoke that one as well.
Man.
So now the woman is also facing drug charges because they dove a little deeper, and they found 3 pipes, a small amount of crack, and 7 grams of meth, and she's facing now felony drug possession. And they're checking in to see,
and high in the middle, Ohio.
They're also checking to see if she had a permit to legally own this raccoon.
She would have got away with it if it wasn't for her meth-smoking raccoon.
Exactly.
Heather with the news. Hey, coming up next, a former Detroit Tiger calls out the fan base. We'll play the audio next, 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting the over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's getting hot. And once the game starts, that's when things really get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win something big. If you don't already have an account, it's not too late to get in all the action. You're going to get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to join today. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we have some audio. Former Tiger calling out the fan base. I do have a ticket text to pass along because we asked for this.
Yeah.
Your experience at the airport today, just kind of in the background of our show. This is the first day with the Real ID. Texter says, I blew through the airport security at McNamara. Every single security line is open. Every single line is open. They have people checking for Real ID before you get to the TSA agent. Less than 5 minutes to go through pre-check. All lines look light. Matt in Waterford.
Awesome. I saw my friend posted something on social media too. Said 9 minutes in and through security.
Awesome.
Easy breezy. People are prepared. TSA is prepared.
So this didn't sneak
Good
up
to go.
on people.
Going off without a hitch.
So far.
Good. All right. We have audio from Austin Jackson. Remember Austin Jackson?
Yes.
I do.
Tiger center fielder. Played a really good defensive center field at Comerica Park. Would never leave his feet. He could still get to the ball even without leaving his feet. Mm-hmm. I was at the game. He got traded away, and he had to jog in from center field. Heather, you were at that same game.
I was there. It was very strange.
Yeah.
It was a very strange moment. I've never seen anything like that happen before.
Was it the David Price deal? Yeah, David Price deal.
Yeah.
Anyway, Austin Jackson, he was on a Tiger podcast, Tiger Territory. Cody Stavenhagen is one of the hosts on that podcast, beat writer for the Tigers. And Austin Jackson, he didn't hold back. Yeah, Ernest.
You always hate that I told you so guy.
Yeah.
On both sides.
Yep.
Because there's always the, at the beginning of the year, every year they're going to the Super Bowl. They're going to the World Series.
And then
even
the
if
off
they have
chance
no
they're
chance.
right, they're going to hold it over your head. Yeah,
exactly.
And it's also frustrating, and we see this in the Lions fan base, the self-loathing, like, they're not this good, I'm waiting to see them fall so that I can say, I told you so.
Yeah, I don't know how you watch games on a regular basis with that mindset, almost hoping that they fail so that you can say, I told you so.
I think to the extent that it's happened to the Lions fan base, it's like a disorder. Like, I think the losing has like rewired people's brains, so the only joy that they would get is when the Lions would lose, and they would lose a lot, so you'd end Sundays feeling good, and you'd rub it in the face of all your friends. See, I never thought they were very good. Why do you root for this team?
Or they rewired it so much that you'd only accept one.
Thanks for that. I don't want to be lumped in with Ernest, but we want to know about Ernest. If you know an Ernest, if you are Ernest, this idea that you're rooting or waiting for the inevitable downfall because this isn't real. John, I look at this situation with the Tigers, and I don't think, oh boy, the other shoe's going to drop and they're going to collapse.
No, because
I think like they're going to get better. They're going to get healthy. They don't have one of their catchers, their starting catcher to begin the season in Jake Rogers. Mm-hmm. They don't have Matt Vierling, at least not yet. He's on the mend. He's hitting right now in AAA. And I don't know about Parker Meadows, but there is a possibility that he comes back. The trade deadline. I know they work the phones 12 months a year, but you would imagine if they're in contention, they've got the prospects. I expect them to get better than they are right now, more than I am waiting for some kind of step backwards.
I'm with you. Obviously, this is a team that we thought at the beginning of the year, with the way the schedule was, the teams they were playing, where they were playing, and then all of a sudden it was Vierling's down, Meadows is down. You go right down the list. They weren't able to sign Bregman. They had no third baseman. They had no right-handed bat. Mm-hmm. Now all of a sudden, they've got some right-handed bats. They've got Kerry Carpenter, who's hitting both righties and lefties. And the one thing that we knew, and I think it's probably even been better than we anticipated, is the starting rotation.
Yeah, we thought it'd be a strength. It's a strength plus.
Yeah.
Plus.
I mean, you look
It's
at the numbers
guys.
for Tarek Skubal, and they're eye-popping. It's unbelievable.
What was it? The last 5 starts, he's got an ERA under 1?
Yeah, .90 ERA in those 5 starts, 30 innings pitched, and he has, 38 strikeouts.
More than 1 an inning.
And only 1 walk.
It's outrageous.
It's ridiculous. And then you follow it up with Jack Flaherty. I know Jack Flaherty's record isn't showing it, but he hasn't had the run support. He's kind of this year's Reese Olson. Mm-hmm. Then you bring in Reese Olson, Jackson Jobe, Casey Mize.
Big story to get him back. What I don't get is the Tigers gave us legitimate things to complain about for a good stretch of time. Yeah. And we absolutely, fans had every right to look at that, be critical of that team. There was plenty to nitpick at and to legitimately gripe about. Guys, that's not happening now. I find it refreshing. It was one of the first takeaways I had a couple weeks into the season. Hi, me, big complainer guy. I don't have really anything to complain about with this team. It's refreshing how they have resurrected Torque and Baez and Mize. And if they take a step back down to reality, this team shows that they have some depth and they've got some guys that should be coming back from injury. This team is very much in the thick of this Central Division race. They're the favorites in this race right now. We're talking 90 wins or more with this team. We're talking trade deadline and getting better for this baseball team. This is the stuff we used to wait for and complain to get. We finally have it. You're not going to see me pulling an Ernest, sitting here laying the rake in the ground, waiting for people to step on it. I don't see that.
No, and you look at the schedule, obviously 3 against Colorado. I think things get better in the next couple of days. And then you've got an opportunity to test yourself against Texas, against Boston, and then a road trip with Toronto and St. Louis. Like, I don't see this team falling off a cliff.
I don't either. And look, they're going to have a stretch where they're losing some games. I mean, that's inevitable over 162. But I don't know. Are people waiting for this 40-game mark at the end of the week?
So
are they waiting for the summer? I mean, who are these people that are waiting for it to go poorly?
In the first 35, they're 9 games over 500. Okay, at some point, do they have a stretch of 10 games, 15 games where they're just 500?
Sure.
All right, they're still 9 games over 500. Like, I mean, yes, are they going to remain? They'll probably bounce around a little bit, but they do have the opportunity to increase it. And those that have texted in, oh, well, Kansas City, they're right on your heels. Cleveland, right on your heels. Mm-hmm. Well, welcome to 162 games and the fact that they are behind you. Now, they haven't played Cleveland yet. They did play Kansas City, won that series, 3 out of 4.
Yeah, I mean, later this month, they're going to face Cleveland for the first time.
Can't wait.
Yeah, that's the big baseball games. Ticket Texter says, I think an athlete should never attack a fan base. We're allowed to be skeptical and patient, Tom in Flat Rock.
I don't necessarily think it was an attack. You did call out some of the wishy-washy fans.
I think if you feel called out, good.
Yeah, what are you waiting for?
You know what I mean? Like, if the shoe fits is kind of how I feel about that.
Yeah. Are you that old mindset? Well, I can't make any determinations until they play 40 games.
And I'm not telling Tom, who's a regular listener here, you can't be critical. You can be critical, but it's odd in the face of so much good to say, I can't find anything bad, but the bad will be here someday, and then I'll be right. If you feel called out by that, I hope you're called out by that. That's just a miserable experience.
Yeah. Sitting there watching games, hoping and waiting for the bad so you could say, I told you so.
Like, if there's things you want to nitpick, like, go ahead, call and we'll talk about it. But there really aren't. So you're in absence of even having things to nitpick, the most miserable people on the planet are not going to tell you that there's anything wrong with the team now, but someday there may be. And when it is, they're going to be right in your face to tell you about it.
I mean, it's a little bit of a championship or bust mentality that people have in society now, more than when I grew up watching sports. I think the division of our country even can play into something like that. People are just so one-sided or the other, you know. And it's like sports. We had when we were doing the Lions topic, the thing about the journey, enjoy the ride, seeing a team grow, learning about players. This is fun. They're 53-28 in their last 81 regular season games. That's half a season.
That's 100 win
That's
pace.
not fun to watch.
Yeah.
I don't get that. Or you can be a skeptic and you can down the road say, hey, maybe. Yeah, but will this be successful in the playoffs? I think that's a little bit of a fair question.
And that's absolutely a fair question.
Because they don't have the stars that other teams have. They're not a sexy team. I think Mize, Torque, and Baez, you can still make the case they're gonna teeter off. Well, guess what they've done? They've got them above pace where they should be. So when the Veerlings and Meadows come back, and maybe even Cobb.
Here's why I think it's a fair question. And again, we're not doing a lot of this in early May, but if you want to talk about, the playoffs and fair questions, last year, this group of players couldn't bring in runners in critical games in the postseason. This same group of guys. So it's unproven, therefore it's a fair question. And you know who thought they should add another bat? Scott Harris. They pursued another bat. So that's why these are all fair questions. But that's not what Austin Jackson was talking about there. So we'll knock out some of your thoughts. Phone calls, ticket text 97.1.
Hey, do you avoid being in pictures because you don't like the way you look? You're not even comfortable in the clothes that you're in? I've been there, and trust me, it sucks. Now picture yourself within 40 days being 40 pounds lighter. That's right. You could lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. And I know the program really works because I lost 50 in those 40 days with Ideal You, and I've been able to keep it off. I'm 3 years into this partnership now, and I am still down well over those 50 pounds. Book today, and Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. It's a $150 value, absolutely free. We all need to know where we're going to start so we can set our goals. You're going to work with a weight loss coach. They're going to develop a plan that works for you. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You is different than other weight loss companies because it works, and it works fast. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy being in those clothes and taking your pictures yet again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. $150 value, absolutely free.
Played some audio of Austin Jackson calling out fans who are wishy-washy or waiting for the team to fail, who don't realize this is a strong baseball team in front of their very eyes. This idea that they're going to get worse, there's going to be regression. I feel like they're going to get better. They're going to get healthy.
Mm-hmm.
And they should have every incentive to add at the trade deadline and get better. I expect more good. I expect the best is yet to come from this baseball team. But if you are earnest, the crotchety Tiger fan that he named in his little rant about, hey, if you're wishy-washy, if you don't see it, if you're waiting for this team to fail, we want to know if that's a dynamic you've seen develop within the fan base and if there's any truth to it. 248-539-9797. Also, heads up, we got this coming up. 97 won the ticket, and Detroit Pal are doing a combine, a junior NFL-style combine. 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. The combine's going to look and feel like the NFL combine. Opportunities for kids to show off the skills. They're going to do 40-yard dash, the high jump, broad jump, vertical jump, 3-cone drill, pro agility, all the good stuff. The event is open to all boys and girls, 5th to 8th grade, who play in any sport. Early bird registration is $50 until May 16th. After that, it's $75. You can get more info, 97ontheticket.com. John, this ticket texter might be who Austin Jackson was referring to. Baseball celebrates mediocrity like no other sport. 90 wins is attainable. That's still only 9 over 500.
Yeah.
And?
See, that's...
Is that supposed to be a criticism that like we would be happy with 90 wins? The Tigers have only won north of 90 games.
What, 4 times? 5 times?
Since the late 80s? Yeah.
Right, but that's kind of who Austin Jackson's talking about.
Yeah.
This is the nature of the sport. 90 wins is a good thing. You might have the opinion that is celebrating mediocrity. You lose a lot of games in baseball. It's the nature of the sport. So you decide on the day the Tigers are 22-13 and people aren't buying it, that the text to send in is to tear apart the nature of the sport. That's who Austin Jackson's talking about.
I mean, 90 wins would put you one of the 10 best teams in the sport.
Oh, easy.
Is that mediocrity? Is that celebrating mediocrity? No one's saying you'd like hang a banner for that alone.
No.
And there are fair conversations to ask about how they match up in the postseason. But on May 7th, to have, I'm not going to get happy because I don't think they're winning the World Series. Is that really what the crotchety Tiger fan is hanging on to?
Right. And I think that some of these people are the people who thought it was a fluke last year.
But aren't they answering that question?
Yes.
And I say answering because it's ongoing, but aren't they answering that?
Yes, they are.
And they're doing it now almost in reverse. The starting staff is there. They're not as bullpen lenient, but their lineup is a little chaotic at times.
Can be. But when you have options, and when those options get better with Vierling and Meadows, not just offensively, but defensively. I mean, Meadows, we've talked about how good he is in center field. That makes them better.
Yeah, and they may be benefiting, too, though, from baseball's shift to the 26-man roster a couple years ago. They've got one more body that they can interchange and actually do these matchups with, whether it be pitching or hitting. And then maybe
everybody else has that option, too.
But they may be trendsetters. I think that's happened here a little bit.
Only 3 teams in the American League last year won more than 90 games.
Mm-hmm. And was the Yankees have, 94?
94. They were the most.
And the Orioles have 100?
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah. Last year, the Orioles won 91 games and the Guardians won 92 games. Yeah, if the Tigers win 91, 92 games, that doesn't make them a mediocre baseball team.
I've always said, like in baseball, you've had a great season if you lose under 70. That's like to me. Yeah, like to me, most teams lose 70 games in baseball, but if you don't, you've had a pretty good year.
Yeah.
Are we going to do this the entire season?
Fight people to enjoy the baseball season?
Right.
I hope not.
They'll add it to deadline, but it won't be, the sexy name on the market. Could he be moved?
I doubt it.
They're one game under 500. He's in town next week, by the way. Do you have tickets for all 3 games?
Oh, God. See, I
got his jersey, and he's got the other one underneath it just in case. He does pull that running from third base, and he just goes to the other dugout.
So you took a lot of bullets when you said you were going to watch Tigers regular season over Pistons.
Yeah.
We can ask Jim next Wednesday, are you going to be at the Tigers game watching Bregman at-bats or watching the NFL schedule release?
Oh, is it the same?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I think you watch the baseball game and you see the schedule release. I don't think you need to be sitting at the TV screen.
Well, the thing about the schedule release
They don't even do it like a show, though, right?
No. They don't do it like a show. And there's also going to be leaks along the way in terms of who's got matchups, so, who's going to be the game one matchup to start the season in Philly.
Are we a week away from that?
Yeah, it's next Wednesday.
Yeah, next Wednesday.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right
8
around the corner.
We'll know something before next Wednesday.
Yeah, and then we can do our schedule game.
Oh, boy.
How many?
They're going to have a bunch of primetime games. The Lions will get a Monday night game. They'll get a Sunday night game. They'll get a Thursday night game. They'll have Thanksgiving. Do they open with the Eagles? Do they open with the Commanders?
Those
are both road games.
Yeah.
And who will they play on Thanksgiving?
All of those things. And we'll know some of them before we even get there, because that's what the NFL does, right? They leak things out. And we might even hear, it's like, well, you say we're a week away. Today might be the first leak.
Tom, when do we get a mock schedule from you? Isn't that one of the dumb bits that he does, is the mock schedule?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
We'll do it. We have to talk about it. What's the best timing?
Okay.
Because
In the next 7 days.
With the leaks, last year I was cheating a little bit.
Yeah, you might have to do it the day before.
Yeah.
Or maybe we start the week off with it.
The mock
We
Monday.
can do it tomorrow since it's a week away from
being able to react to it. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Tony would love that. He could play the win-loss game with my schedule.
Oh God! Yeah. If there's anything dumber than doing a mock schedule, it would be doing a mock win-loss game of the mock schedule.
The schedule, yes.
It'd be beautiful.
No, Gator, save us from all of this. Gator's in the studio. Gator, how are you?
I think it's ridiculous. Why would anybody mock anything?
I realized who I was talking to.
Yes.
King of the mock draft.
The mock schedules are kind of fun. You know who the opponents are. Let's not try to figure out.
It shows how
play them.
Football obsessed we are. Is what it is.
We are definitely football obsessed, and it feels like I'm jonesing already for more football.
We are entering starvation mode, which for both of us is not a great mode to be in.
No,
for anything.
Should we ask him the big Lions thing we did today?
Sure. Yeah.
So AI put out a Super Bowl prediction for the next 10 years.
Awesome. Yeah.
A mock Super Bowl for 10 years.
Prediction for the next 10 years. Yeah. Great.
Lions win the 2025 Super Bowl. Hell yeah. Parade, Woodward, euphoria, joy. But they don't win another in the next 10 years, and we play Deal or No Deal.
Deal.
Thank you.
Who? What?
No.
Who says no?
John would only accept 10 Super Bowls and victories in the next 10 years. I know you will.
Yes, that's the deal I would take.
He's a competitor.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
so John, if we offered you 9, you would say no deal?
Probably, yeah. I mean, if you've got a dynasty of 9, then what happened in that one off?
He doesn't want to ever give up any.
No, I'm not going to concede a loss ever.
He is
which means, by the way,
character.
Like Michigan was down 3 scores against TCU in that semifinal game a couple of years ago. John was still all in, like his
Game
analysis.
planning.
Yeah, he never gives up.
Here's how we can get back into it.
Never gives up. And hell, they got the ball back.
Yeah, well.
Didn't do much that drive. But
No.
Anyway.
What's the plan?
Trajan Langdon answers questions at 10:15. We'll carry it live. Are they getting involved? Can they get involved with Giannis? Can they get involved with Zion? Which free agents are priority? Some of the questions we're hoping he answers at the podium. We carry it live at 10:15.
I imagine he will come out and just say, yes, we're bringing Giannis to Detroit. So stay
that's
tuned
what
for
we're
that.
hoping.
Yes. All right. 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Karsch Anderson program on 97.1 The Tickets. Glad to be with you on a sunny Wednesday in Detroit. I am Doug Karsch. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. Scott the Gator Anderson, how are you today?
I'm fine, Jug. How are you?
You're coming in hot with the Jug reference, huh?
What's wrong with Jug?
Nothing's wrong with Jug. You can call me Jug. That's fine. Anything exciting last night in the Gator household?
No.
Nothing.
I mean,
that's a quick and definitive answer.
Yeah, I mean, no Tigers last night, and I was flipping around between hockey and basketball, and wasn't really caring so much, and I probably should have because the last couple minutes of that Indiana-Cleveland game actually ended up being really good. Mm-hmm. So I was.
Yeah, we got to talk about the end of that game. Stuff happened. Stuff happened there that we need to discuss.
Stuff happened, and then hockey goes to overtime and it gets interesting and all that. But no, the excitement kind of happened this morning. As I was getting close to getting ready to leave the house, I looked out the front window as I was exiting the kitchen, and I saw staring back at me. Right pressed up against the window, staring back at me was a big deer.
Pressed up against the window?
Yeah. It was like looking in like, hey, what's up? What are you guys doing? And I'm looking around for the dog because what are you doing? This is what you live for.
Oh, you mean the dog? The dog hadn't noticed.
The dog had not noticed at all.
Okay.
And she was like sort of in the den area, but it's all kind of open my house. And I'm like, dude. So I start walking closer to the window, and I get like 5 feet from the window, and the deer is still there, but it kind of flinched like it was going to go. And I'm like, no, it's okay. And I like literally waved to it, and I said, as I often do when I see deer in the neighborhood, I said, hello, deer. And You
did the double entendre thing?
I always do.
Deer,
Every time I see a deer, when I walk the dog and I see the deer on the walk, I'm always, hello, deer, to everyone.
God, you'd be so good at dad jokes.
And,
do the deer laugh? Do they get it?
It did, yeah. Without question.
Little nod?
Without question. No, but when the deer then turned away, and because I got a little too close to the window, and it decided to bound off, and then Lois comes on like, oh, what's up? What? Anything? Huh? And then she turns her back and goes back into the den, and 3 other deer followed that one.
So Lois had no idea.
No clue. No clue. But deer
what
are
would you
common
want,
occurrence.
right? If you're getting ready to walk out the door, would you want your dog getting all hyped up?
Not really, but I mean.
So it all worked out.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like right before, but it was probably 10 minutes before. Nonetheless, I had she seen it, she would have bounded outside and let the entire neighborhood know that there were 4 or 5 deer in my yard.
Right.
Yeah, because that's what she does.
So Tigers got rained out last night. They will play a doubleheader tomorrow in Colorado. Of course, it's their only trip. But there's rain in the air in Colorado, in the Denver area this afternoon, possibly. So they didn't want to schedule a doubleheader for today. So they just forecast is much better for Thursday. So they pushed it back to Thursday. Jackson Jobe will go tonight, 8:40 first pitch. You'll hear it here on 97.1 The Ticket. Casey Mize gets one of the starts tomorrow. I don't think they've announced the other starter, but always a disappointment when you got a good baseball team and you're excited to watch a game.
Yeah, it is. And the whole thing about the doubleheader tomorrow, Tigers play at home on Friday against Texas. So it's kind of like it's weird how the schedule sets up. It's a getaway day, but it's not a getaway day because you're actually playing on Thursday. And now that you're playing
Define
two.
getaway day so people know what you're talking about.
It's the day that you kind of have that day off between series if you're going to fly from being on the road team, being the road team to being the home team. So you get that day of travel.
Frequently,
or the other way around.
Getaway days, you will play an afternoon game so that you can fly home, land early in the evening, and get a full night's rest before you. So you see that's why you see a lot of Thursday 1 o'clock starts, because teams come into Detroit and they'll play a 3-game series, and that Thursday game will be a 1 o'clock game, so the team can quote unquote get away.
But tomorrow's game was it scheduled to be at night anyway?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I believe it was an afternoon
like
game.
a 3 o'clock start.
Yep.
So now they have the doubleheader tomorrow. Yikes.
Yeah.
And then all the travel.
Yes, and home series against Texas this weekend.
Look, it's not like we're crying for them with the travel, right? I mean, they travel first class.
Yeah, they have Monday, Tuesday off. Like they've just been chilling in Denver.
Well, they have. I'm just saying they've
all
got
that smog. I wonder if all that smog and the sunburns are going to affect them. That's a reference to yesterday's show.
It's a 3-hour flight.
Yeah,
they'll
survive. They'll survive.
They'll figure it out.
They're young. They're in good shape.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be fine. But did you guys know these the 4 series they're playing here, including the home one against Texas, 4 different time zones? This is the first time I think in Tigers history, 4 consecutive series in 4 different time zones.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So it was Houston in the Central Time Zone, Angels in the Pacific Time Zone, Colorado in the Mountain Time Zone, Texas in the Eastern Time Zone. They've never done that before?
No. 4 consecutive series, yeah.
That's amazing. I had no idea.
Well, how many teams are in the Mountain? Is it just Denver or is Arizona?
Arizona might be. Yeah. I think the Butte franchise.
Yeah,
they're in the Mountain. Huh. So, okay, Trajan Langdon next. He will be at the podium answering questions about the Piston offseason. The Detroit Pistons general manager, what is next for that organization? Will they be a big player? Remember Steve Eiserman last week said, yeah, we're going to be aggressive. We will be aggressive. Will Trajan Langdon be aggressive? Which free agents are priorities? Beasley, Schroeder, who comes back? Perhaps we get some light shed on that next. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Wednesdays are looking different at Twin Peaks as they're going from bourbon to brews to tequilas and cervezas. They do that in the summer, a sexy twist on the hottest night of the week. Girls will be swapping out their black lingerie for red and serving up some of the best tequila cocktails around. Hump Day just hits harder at Twin Peaks. With all the playoffs going on and basketball and hockey, plus Detroit baseball, and make sure you clear your schedules for this weekend as the fighters return to the octagon for UFC 315, Gator. Here we go. Pair all that up with awesome weekend action with an extensive bar featuring high-end tequilas, bourbons, craft cocktails, UFC, the coldest draft beer in the state. Did I say it's UFC? The beer is poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees, and the beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls serving all up. Great menu. Even I love it. Don't miss the knockouts. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. NBA playoffs continue. Unfortunately, without the Detroit Pistons, man, that was an exciting postseason run. It was fun to be a part of. Reinvigorated is this town about NBA basketball after what the Pistons did this year. And it's good to see. And, I've watched a lot of stuff. I've been watching a lot of documentaries and things lately, and it's always fun to see other cities go through this. Like they'll go on a run. I actually watched the Netflix special Shooting Guards last night about the Javaris Crittenden and Gilbert Arenas issue in the locker room when guns made an appearance.
Agent Zero.
Yeah, that whole thing, it's a whole nother topic, but when Arenas first went to Washington and they really got good again, they were talking about how that town got totally reinvigorated. And I'm like, yeah, I know that feeling. Because it was back. NBA basketball was back. And it really picked up with a compelling postseason series. And we talked to Trajan Langdon down at the practice facility before the season, and he really instilled confidence. Felt like he knew what he was doing, and then he proceeded to make a bunch of moves that drew very little buzz, non-splash moves that helped this team get better in just about every way. And, we'll see what happens long-term with the draft pick of Ron Holland, what he does this year in the offseason. But I feel like there's reason to be encouraged about what happens next with one of the youngest teams in the NBA. And I comfortably put them in that second tier of Eastern Conference contenders, along with the Knicks. I think they showed that they were on par, a little bit short, right? Got it. Yep. The games matter. The scores of the games help measure which team is better. And the outcome of a series helps measure which team is better. But I feel like Detroit is comfortably in that second tier of Eastern Conference contenders, and they should stay there for a while.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I think they've jumped into that group, and I think maybe it's possible that Indiana has jumped into the upper group.
Yep, it's possible. We'll see what happens here. But I'm very much looking forward to what happens this offseason and looking forward to next year. Because this year, it was kind of like the Tigers last year. We didn't have a full season of NBA buzz.
No.
It was, even though we were paying attention and saw them get hot, they didn't really capture Detroit's attention as a whole. Like, I get that there are hardcore fans out there that were with them all the way.
Yeah, it wasn't until well into the new year because you had the injury and weren't sure how they're going to react to that, and they just kept winning.
Yep. And they, people started to get on board, and obviously the postseason was quite the push in terms of interest, ticket sales. LCA started to get a little bit of a soul, which is what happens in a building when you play big games. Oddly, they didn't win any of those games.
No, it's a stark contrast to how things started off at the Palace when they didn't lose, and then things starting off with the playoff atmosphere at LCA, they didn't win, even though the atmosphere was amazing. It wasn't for lack of the fan participation. They did a great job. But when you look at the landscape of the Eastern Conference, it's interesting.
All right, let's go to the podium and the Piston GM, Trajan Langdon from the Piston practice facility.
Well, after a couple of days to reflect, hell of a season for us. I don't know another way to put it. Surprising, gratifying. I guess it creates different expectations going into next year for us. You can see that both ways, positively and negatively, right? But I think it's way more positives. I think our guys are really excited, not only about what we achieved, but looking forward to getting better. And then how can we take a step the next season? JB and I have been having exit interviews with our guys and hearing a lot of positives about how much they've enjoyed the season, from a lot of people how it was the best year of their career from an enjoyment standpoint and level of competition, and obviously what we were able to, the amount of success that we had. So I think what we set out to do from an environmental and a cultural standpoint, we were able to do, which is great, especially in year one. A lot of times that takes time, and look, I know culture is a word that's used a lot, and it's not something that's built. You have to sustain it, and so we know we're in a good place with it, but we have to continue to work and strive to keep it where it is and make it even better. But what JB and what our what our players did, what our performance staff did to keep these guys healthy was great. It was a lot of fun. It was incredible in ways, and nobody expected, except for a lot of the players, to have the success that we had. So now we're going to debrief with these guys and start gathering up internally after some time and understand how we can get better going into the summer and obviously next season.
Trajan, I talked to you a few weeks ago, and you talked about just the surrealness of it. Now that we're a few days past the playoffs, sort of what stands out most about last season that allowed this to maybe speed up and click faster than what you expected? If there's 2 or 3 things that come to mind.
I think the biggest thing when you ask me that question is the guys buying into their third coach in 3 years, buying into the system that JB taught them from day one, the defensive side of the ball, the unselfishness on the offensive side of the ball, playing with force, competing every night and doing it together, and the approach of kind of having each other's back, regardless if you're playing or you're not playing, next man up mentality, but also every day come in the facility and work with a joy with the game of basketball and with one another. And I think we were able to do that for the full season. I think our guys coming together, buying into that philosophy, was the reason why a big reason why we were able to have the success we had.
You talked about taking that next step. Is there any conflict between trying to take that next step to 50 wins or whatever, and taking the conflict between that and building a roster that can have a sustained success for several years and eventually get to a championship level? In other words, is there a danger in overreaching this summer maybe?
I think for us as I've always said, stay patient. I'm not going to change in that regard. We're going to listen to calls. We're going to see opportunities. We're always going to look at avenues to get better that we think make sense for us to improve. And then at the end of the day, with everything that's presented to us and the options that we have to make the right decision for sustainable success. That's one thing that we want to have here and I think we have a group of guys that we can do that with. At what level? Right now we don't know. But a big thing for this summer is going to be developing the guys that we have, the young guys that we have that are, 19 to 22, 23 years old, and have them continue to grow. If those guys take steps, we get better. And I think that's what we're focused on. And again, putting people with those guys that can make them better. I thought it was a pretty good formula this year. We'll look at everything out there. We looked at everything at trade deadline, and we made the decision we did to bring in Dennis and Lindy. We'll look at a lot of the stuff similarly, not only within our own roster internally, but what's out there and available, free agency market, and also through trade.
Trajan, last year, I think this was around the time you were just interviewing for the job or in the process of taking a job here. During the interview process, you had a specific message to Tom, where you thought the roster was, where you thought the next step was. Based on the success that you've had this year, how does your message change when you and Tom sit down and talk about the next steps forward?
Yeah, Tom's been paramount in terms of his support for myself, for the coaching staff, and for the players. He checks in regularly. And we all feel it and we all appreciate it because without him we wouldn't, have that. He gives us an incredible access to resources. There's never a no. We don't do things frivolously, but we do them with intentionality. That's important to me. It's important to us. But he's here to support us in whatever way that we need. So going into last year, we had a lot of different discussions in terms of last draft free agency season about the options we were going to look at and how that was going to impact our roster and how that would set us up for different optionality at the trade deadline, which obviously changed completely with our first half of the season success. But we'll have similar dialogues in the offseason with him. Probably go out there pretty soon to just debrief about the season itself, but also where we're looking at going. for the summer. Thoughts that we've been having from internal meetings that we're actually starting to have right now. So he'll be kept in the loop. Appreciate his support, but also appreciate the different insights that he might have on this team and where we're going.
Trajan, when you have a team that takes a big leap like you guys did this year, the prevailing theory is, okay, you got to make the next big step, get another guy to go alongside Cade. Can you tell now if you think you're at that stage, or do you need to learn more about the players you have?
It's a really good question. I think you can. I think we have to learn more about our players, right? I mean, Asar played. This is second season, obviously a shortened first season, and he had a shortened second season because it didn't start on time, and really didn't have a summer either because of his blood clot last summer. So that's exciting for him, for us, that he's going to have a full summer to actually train as a pro that he really hasn't had yet, and for him to have the season that he had without a summer, without really a training camp, without the first month is pretty incredible. And that's something that we're looking at, seeing what that's going to be. I think JD took a huge step after the first 25 games. He was a different player the last 50, 60 games of the season. And he got off to a slow start. And we're hoping we're going to push him this summer as well. And I think he's willing to take that up to another level. And so I think if those guys take steps, we get better. Ron's 19. He didn't have a true summer either. He's going to have a whole summer with us in this building and in different places that, he'll have a summer league to train. And, those are, Stu will get healthy, and all these guys will come back, and there'll be a continuity with this, not only the roster, but with the coaching staff and his philosophy that this group has never had before. So I think that will be a positive through the summer and into next season as well. But the questions will be there about what do we do? Do we add another person, or do we just build from within? And again, like I said before, we'll look at all avenues and decide what the best avenue is for us.
You're listening to continuing coverage of Trajan Langdon's postseason press conference with the media from the Piston practice facility live here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Going into next year.
I'm not really going to pontificate right now about what that need is. We'll identify what those things are, but the need is one thing, but the availability and the options to bring said player in, whoever that is, it can be difficult too, right? You also need two to tango, whether that's free agency or trade. So we have to balance all those things and understand what's the best avenue for us to go down.
Trajan, one guy I don't think you mentioned there was Jaden Ivey. How would you assess this season before getting hurt, and did anything he do over the first 2 months change the way you guys view his ceiling or his long-term potential in the NBA?
Yeah, I probably didn't. I definitely didn't mention several players, so I apologize for that. J.I. has a session today. He's down there working in the weight room and on the court. This has been painful for him. He's an incredible human being and teammate, and he's been supportive, but it's been hard watching our run and watching the playoffs and knowing how competitive he is. And, he won 2 games for us. So in the end of the day, that's huge. And he had an incredible first 2 months of the season, and he helped this turnaround. So I'm excited to see what his summer looks like and what he's going to look like coming back in the fall as well. He's a guy that impacts the game on both ends of the floor and in between in transition. So adding him to the roster that we have, I think will create an even more explosive dynamic and something else that our coaches and players can use to help us win games and have even more success. And I think he's going to come back a better version than he was last year.
Seeing him up close for 2 months for the first time, was there anything about
Say it again.
Seeing him up close for 2 months for the first time, was there anything about his game that stood out to you that maybe you didn't appreciate or know fully from afar, just things that impressed you about him watching him up close?
His everyday approach to the game, I think, is something that if you're not within these walls, you just don't know. Very passionate, very competitive. He's one of our hardest workers. His ability to shoot the ball was better than I thought coming in. his ability to guard, I think, took a step from his previous 2 seasons to last year. His willingness to get up and impact the ball handler. Those things were, you can feel them when you're watching the game. I think the guys he was guarding, you could feel on the floor. Gets to loose balls quickly, gets a lot of deflections. Obviously can be a secondary scorer and primary at times. So I think he took a huge step this past season. But I just think his overall competitive nature and professional approach were things that I didn't understand when I first got here.
Trajan, what do you think? Sorry, Larry.
Go ahead, you're good.
Speaking of steps, with Cade, what are the next few steps? A couple of things you'd like to see him work on.
Yeah, he had an incredible year. Stats-wise, he was fantastic. He got better, but I think people that knew basketball already knew that he was a hell of a talent, and he was capable of doing that, but he hadn't driven winning, and he was our main driver. He was the driver of winning for us this year. I think that's the biggest step, and it's the hardest step to take is turning your stats into actually meaningful things and driving winning. It's really, really hard to do. I think he was looking at other people and had targets on their backs. And I think now he's going to have a target on his, where people are going to be like, well, I'm going against Cade Cunningham tonight. I'm going to get my rest because people are going to be watching. And I can make a name for myself, and I can really impact, my stature in the game if I have a really good game against the Pistons and Cade. And I don't think that really started happening until probably game 60 or 70, where people started looking at us and him in that manner. And I think it's going to start from jump next year. So I think the big thing for him is just, we've talked to him about it, just getting in elite shape. Obviously incredibly skilled, incredibly talented, understands the leadership part of it. Now has a little bit of late season experience and playoff experience, knows how that feels. So kind of understanding what you're training for in the summer. Once you've experienced it, you can train for it because you felt it. If you've never experienced playoff basketball, you can't understand the level you have to go to. And now he understands that. He's felt it, and so he should be training for first, second round of the playoffs and not training for game 45 anymore. And so being in elite shape, I think it will be a huge thing for him.
As of right now, you guys don't have a first round pick. I think the pick started like number 32 somewhere early in the second round. As of right now, with the NBA Combine next week, what's your early projection and outlook of the draft as of right
now? I think we're picking 37. The interesting thing is, and I don't know how much will be true to this, but it looks like with all the money that's being thrown around in NIL, you're having a lot less players put their name in. You're having pretty good players pull their name out, and you might have even more pull their name out if these things start and the NIL packages get up $3 to $4 to $5 to $6 million. These guys aren't going to put their name in to be the 25th pick or even the 18th pick. They're going to go back to school and hope to be a lottery pick next year. So with that pool of players decreasing, kind of can decrease the odds of the level of player that we get at 37 just through pure mathematics. But I can't tell you that there's a specific thing we're looking at doing in the draft. We'll, again, understand the landscape of it and see if we can move up if there's a player that we really like. But then we have to look at how much that cost is to the kind of player that we think we're going to get. And we'll weigh all these things as we get information in Chicago and start doing our draft prep going forward towards the draft in June.
So there it is, Trajan Langdon from down at the Pistons practice facility, the Pistons GM addressing the media following the season. If anything earth-shattering is said the rest of the way. Not really expecting that, but if anything is said, we will pass it along to you if there is a viral moment. So what's interesting to me is when you carry these things, you never know what you're going to get. I find Brad Holmes to be 90% interesting. Steve Yzerman last week, in retrospect, it was pretty surprising to say they would be willing to get involved with a big-name free agent. That is an interesting admission or admittal that he is like, okay, yeah, we'll do that, because you don't always get that. Now, Trajan was very non-committal, as you heard there. But just kind of recapping some of the highlights of what he said, the biggest reason for that led to this turnaround, he gave credit to the coach J.B. Bickerstaff. it seems pretty clear that they are very, very excited about their young core, and they're expecting a lot from them this offseason to take that next step. Pointing out Asar Thompson's problems with the blood clot, essentially no offseason, didn't start the season. He has a chance to take a big step forward. Ron Holland, Jalen Duren, players he specifically mentioned. Later, Jaden Ivey was brought up, but he wouldn't talk specifically about needs. And, when asked about, adding somebody to the roster, he went back to the emphasis on players getting better. He didn't show his cards, Scott, at all.
No, he didn't. And if you're going to, take him literally, like you would with Brett Holmes.
Yes.
If that's what we want to look at it. And, at this early on, sure, why not? It sure doesn't sound like he really wants to be in business of moving on from any of his players. Because it's something we've talked about, because it is such a young core group of players and there's tons of upside that they're just scratching the surface. I mean, his excitement about Asar Thompson, we all agree.
Echo.
We saw it at the end of the year. I thought it was interesting until he corrected himself. He mentioned, one of the notes I took there was he did not mention Jaden Ivey, and then the next question was about Jaden Ivey, and then he apologized.
Yep.
And started to talk about him as well and said he should give us more explosive dynamic and he'll come back a better version. So that's look, it's encouraging things to say with a player coming off an injury, but as we saw during the playoffs, Jaden Ivey was there. He was at shoot-arounds and was working out quite a bit. So hopefully he's a full go by the summer, and we'll see what he can do with this team next year. But I get the impression, if I'm just going to take him at his word, it's not like his word, just from his words, that it doesn't seem like he's in any hurry to move on from these players to try to latch on to, some sort of trade package you could put together to get somebody that, the aforementioned Giannis or Zion Williamson or Kevin Durant or whatever the player is that you think that the Pistons should go get. It doesn't sound like he's all that keen on moving on from those players. In fact, he wants to grow with those players.
Kang, your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. They want to stick with the core and see what they have. They have so much more room to develop and grow. The ceiling is high for a lot of these young guys. And I think that's the financially, smart thing to do, too, sustainable thing to do, instead of going out there and, taking on a humongous contract and kind of messing with the chemistry of the team. I think they're going to go safe and stay with that. I think the bigger question is, and he just kind of answered this off the air, and I'll let you guys know what he said, was he was asked about retaining the current free agents they do have. Because although that's not part of the quote-unquote core, that was the core of this year's team to help get them where they got, right? And so you're talking about guys like Schroeder and Malik Beasley. Those are the two main guys. Tim Hardaway Jr. When asked
Paul
about
Smith.
that, Paul Smith, you say?
Paul Reed, sorry.
Okay, yeah, Paul Reed.
I think guitar, Paul Reed Smith.
Yeah, he's not on the Pistons. No, but he
should be.
Yeah, right.
He should be.
He's got 2/3 of the name.
Right. But anyways, he said that he wants to bring those guys back, but he gave a very diplomatic answer and said also it takes two to tango. Now I don't know if he's just keeping his cards really close to his chest, or is he saying these guys might price themselves out. We're not going to overpay. To keep just because this team did well together. So this is part of being a GM. I know you guys will ask the question eventually, like, who do you want back? Almost, or who do you move on from and start seeing with some of the other guys that they have on the team?
Yes, you're right. We will ask it at 10:40 here. So could you have the 10 text thing ready to go? I heard that, and I think back to the story the Ringer wrote earlier this week about where the Pistons are is a very interesting crossroads. And they gave examples of teams in the past that tried to add gas and it failed. That doesn't mean that everybody who adds gas fails, okay? But it was like, look what happened in Sacramento. Look what happened in Atlanta. They made some moves. They got aggressive. They bombed. If I'm going to take anything from the tenor of that press conference, that doesn't strike me as they're about to add a bunch of gas, that they're about to go make that aggressive, bold move to bring in another player, which I'm okay with. I won't be okay with it forever, but I'm okay with it now, and here's why. We ran down the starting lineups of everybody that contends in the East, and we probably need to do it with Indiana as well. But certainly Boston and New York are going to start aging out, and they're going to have to turn over their roster.
Boston real soon, after the season.
To the Cleveland Cavaliers to a lesser extent, but they rely on some veteran players more so than Detroit. Detroit is poised to just stay on course. And I mean, if you project what lineups could look like with everybody that's in-house 4 years from now, 3 years from now, the East will belong to the Pistons. But obviously Boston, when guys age out, they're going to replace them. They're going to draft. They won't be drafting from a high spot. It was really interesting. Trajan mentioned, where they're drafting at
37.
At 37, and also mentioned, and this is just a kind of an interesting local coincidence, how the players are putting their names. They're not putting their names in. So, if you're projected to be a pick at 25, you're not as likely to stick around or to leave your name in the draft. You're likely to go back to college because you're trying to make yourself a lottery pick. The name at 37, I had NBA draft.net open when he was talking about it, and I'm looking at this page. He goes, I think we picked 37. I looked down, and the name projected to go to the Pistons at 37, Johnny Broome, 6'10", center forward from Auburn. That name has already come up. He could be on the board at a pick. The name at 25, and he just said 25, and it's just sort of a coincidence. That name is Yaxel Lundberg, the player who was the top player in the portal, who's committed to Michigan, but also has put his name in the draft pool. And so if he doesn't go pro and ends up at Michigan, huge win for the Wolverines. If he leaves his name in, he's projected to go late first round. It was just weird that Trajan mentioned 25, so a bit of a local tie there. But here we go with the 10 text thing right now. If you are in Trajan's shoes, who is your priority in free agency? Is it Malik Beasley or is it Dennis Schroeder? Do you prioritize Schroeder or Beasley? 248-539-9797. We'll take the first 10 texts. Make sure you sign your text. It is a requirement. That's how you get the first 10 texts with a signed name, and give us a reason why you target that guy. Beasley or Schroeder, who's the priority? We'll get to those 10 texts coming up. We'll give our 2 cents. We've got some Tiger stuff, some Lion stuff to get to today. It's going to be a busy day here. We got beer topics. The always popular summer beer topics. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They care more, you win more. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. How do we know that they care more? Well, many people call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from their current law firm. Proactive communication is super important to them. Michigan Auto Law returns all phone calls within 24 hours. You will get a call back. That's a huge differentiator. There's a level of care that comes with a Michigan Auto Law attorney, more like white glove service. If you need an attorney for a auto accident or truck accident, call Michigan Auto Law or check them out online. It's the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We asked, what's the priority in terms of in-house free agents, Schroeder or Beasley? We do it because Trajan Langdon just addressed the media, and there wasn't a lot of bold proclamations. It's funny because in retrospect, it makes what Steve Eisenman said last week about pursuing big-time free agents feel like a bold proclamation. It makes it feel like he said a ton. Considering what Jeff Greenberg said this morning, which wasn't much, the Tigers GM, and now what Trajan Langdon said today. And I'm not mad at him. Like, you can do whatever you want. I don't judge you on how you perform in a press conference or in a radio interview. Although I can be won over. I am susceptible to that for sure. I admit that it's a hole in my game. If AJ Hinch talking on the morning show well before they were winning made me an AJ Hinch fan. Now that they are winning, it just feels like every time he's on the air, it's brilliant insight. I did talk to another coach, by the way, in a different sport that told me the AJ Hinch interviews on our morning show are some of the most insightful, interesting to listen to sports interviews he's ever heard, because AJ says a lot without basically hurting the franchise and saying anything stupid.
He's very diplomatic and yet insightful at the same time.
Very insightful. And he won't call players out necessarily, but he will mention when there is more needed.
Yes.
Yeah. But all right, here we go. What's the priority? From Brian. Schroeder, he showed his value during the most crucial time. Antoine in Detroit says Beasley, shooters are necessary. He's a role player who wants to be here. Unnamed texter, prioritize Malik. Ivy will fill the role that Dennis filled after his injury. Tyler driving around in a truck. Beasley, need that three-point shooter. Anthony says, Dennis Schroeder for sure. He can run the point and give Cade a breather. Also clutch from 15 feet. Tyler in Monroe says, very simple. It's Beasley. The three-point shooting is a need on this roster. He'll be more expensive, though. Mike in a car in Clarkson says Schroeder. Rick in Sterling Heights says, I would prioritize Malik Beasley simply because Ivy will be back off injury. Bob in Trenton says Schroeder, defense and versatility. From Chris and Armada, all 10 texts will say Beasley. They did not. Gator, what would you make the priority? Now, that doesn't mean you can't bring them both back. Let's be clear about that. But which would you make the priority?
Because I do think he can bring them both back. The guy I'm letting go for sure is Hardaway. And I thought he did a great job with the Pistons this year. But I'm counting on Jaden Ivey being a major performer for this team next year, and he'll take the minutes that the starters' minutes that Hardaway was getting. But between the two to play along, it's Beasley. Guys who shoot 40% from beyond the arc, they don't fall off trees. So you have to find them. And if you've got one, you hang on to him. I recognize that he was not very good shooting-wise for this team in the playoffs, and it was a disappointment. But I think that is that's not what you should expect every time this team makes the playoffs. I think it was just not a good round for him. And it's nothing against Schroeder, because I do, like I said, dude, I want to bring them both back.
Bring him back.
Yeah, bring them both back, because I think Schroeder plays an incredible role in his team as a guy coming off the bench with all that experience. He's got ice in his veins. Moments are never too big for him, but he's also not a starting player. He knows his role, and I think he does it well. But the shooter is what you need to have. And the fact that Malik Beasley has been so vocal and passionate about wanting to be a Detroit Piston in the future, yeah, it's a perfect match.
So the Beasley thing is interesting because, as you mentioned, he didn't shoot it at the same clip in the postseason as he did in the regular season. And the question becomes, does that mean he's not a clutch performer? Well, here's the evidence that tells you that there isn't a correlation between postseason basketball and Beasley not shooting it. Last year, 6 games with Milwaukee, he shot 44% from three. Back in 2019 with Denver, he played in 14 playoff games and shot 40.4% from three. In between, Minnesota, 6 games in 2022, 32%. With the Lakers in 2023, 27%. This year at Detroit, right, 34% in the 6 games. He can do it. It's just shooters got to shoot, and they got to. Look, Boston had a terrible day in Game 1. It does happen.
Yeah, and to get it up to 34% with the Pistons this year, it all came in that last game.
Yep.
But
That's how percentages work, though.
Yeah, sure, it is without question. But I mean, during the season, there was consistency during the season. When you play 82 games and you shoot 42%, I mean, that's consistency. So I need that consistency for the regular season because you got to get the wins to get in the playoff position and to get in playoff seeding. Now, if I think when you get to the playoffs next year, it's a whole different playoff system to see how he's doing. If he's not shooting well, then don't rely on him and go somewhere else. But he has to be on this team. He's a necessary piece to this puzzle to get to be a better basketball team.
Kang, you said something in the office the other day, and we haven't brought it up in the air yet, but you don't think one of those guys is going to be here next year.
Yeah, I think I think the odd man out is going to be Dennis Schroeder, and I think he's one of those guys that now what he is in the league, he's almost like a specialist, a playoff specialist. You know, I think there's a reason why he's been moved around so many times. It's not because he's bad or no one wants him. It's because he's good and he plays a purpose. Like he has a certain role. It's exactly what the Pistons needed for this run. They needed a veteran guy who's been there before, who can play defense, score some buckets, and has a confidence in himself. You know, a certain swag that this young team was lacking. I think there's always going to be a team in the playoffs that needs that guy.
But why can't that be Detroit?
Because there's one thing Gator mentioned, the Jaden Ivey injury. He should be back healthy next year. I still personally believe Marcus Sasser has a lot more to give. And also you kind of want to find out. And if you're wrong, it's okay. He's on his rookie deal. He's got 2 years left. Those are cheaper, more sustainable options. Trajan Langdon did mention the word sustainable. I know we've heard that a lot from all the GMs around here lately, but they want, Schroeder's going to cost more than Marcus Sasser is. Let's just be honest, right?
Yep.
And they might have to spend some of that money on Malik Beasley because three-point shooting is such a necessity in the league.
You know, it's funny because Hardaway and Schroeder are both in their low 30s, early 30s. When you get that point in your career, I always feel like those players are in a very, like they're looking for that last money cannon contract, but they're also looking for the ring. And they have to weigh these two things. Clock's ticking. My career's winding down. What's more important to me? I want to get a ring. I want to score big. And I mean, these are individual questions, individual answers for each. Like what's more important to you, and it's okay whatever you answer.
And has there been an athlete like that's? I mean, this is recency bias, but like Dennis Schroeder came here. I don't think a lot of people even knew his game, who he was necessarily, and that they've embraced more than. They knew, right? Like, oh man, I'm a big Schroeder fan all of a sudden.
Yeah.
I bet you we heard a lot of that during the playoffs this year.
Yeah, I mean, he had almost a cockiness to him.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
But it came with authority. I mean, he was good for this team.
God, he was. He quickly became a fan favorite. I've always been a fan of him in his career, and so I was really excited when they got him. But yeah, he was elevated up the list of he almost put on. If he leaves, okay, he's going to take on this cult hero status, like. The people feel like he is missed.
You know how like our teams like when the Tigers went and got Aubrey Huff and who was the hitter?
Aubrey Huff was the hitter.
The pitcher, Jared Washburn.
Jared Washburn.
Oh, and that didn't work out. The Schroeder move was a move that worked out. You know, when you do something at a deadline to help your team, this is what you're looking for. I think you're right, Doug. It will be referenced. Like, we need a Schroeder move.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also, I mean, the Pistons were his 9th team. And he went to, he actually spent 2 different stints with the Lakers. So, I mean, there's something there that he's a vagabond. He's just somebody who kind of helps the team out and moves on to the next team.
All right, it's Carson Anderson. Something happened in Major League Baseball last night that was hysterical. And the question is, what would you do in this situation? We will get to that today at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Pistons president of basketball operations, Trajan Langdon, spoke with the media just a few minutes ago and weighed in on the team's strategy this offseason. He said if they were hypothetically looking to add an all-star this offseason, it would have to be in a trade based off where they are with the cap. Langdon said that the LCA playoff atmosphere left him speechless and Piston fans were better than the Garden. Wojo asked him if he knew who their second leading scorer would be next season. He just said, quote, nope. I think that's a good thing, end quote. The Tigers had to wait an extra day to kickstart their series with the 6-win Rockies. Hear Jackson Job start right here on the ticket at 8:40. The Utah Hockey Club is officially rebranding as the Utah Mammoth. They announced it in a video on X. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, something cool coming up that we are a part of here at 97.1 The Ticket. We're teaming with Detroit's PAL for a middle school combine at the Corner Ballpark. That's the old Tiger Stadium. They got a field turf baseball field out there, but they're doing a combine for 5th graders through 8th graders on Wednesday, July 16th. You can register at DetroitPal.org events. Chance to take part in all kinds of combine events like the 40-yard dash, the broad jump, the 3-cone drill, all that stuff. 5th graders through 8th graders, 8th graders, DetroitPal.org events or 971theticket.com. And you can get more details on those websites as well. Okay, last night, happened to be watching the Tigers were rained out. Padres were playing the Yankees. The disdain I have for the Yankees is it runs deep.
It really does.
Padres took a 2-0 lead. Yankees
and you're
tied
the
it up.
Padres.
I do like the Padres, yeah. And then the Padres took a 3-2 lead, and then the Yankees scored 10 runs in the 7th and held on to win 12-3. So, but the first run the Yankees scored was an Aaron Judge opposite field home run. What happened has somewhat gone viral, but he just clears the fence in the right field corner, kind of. It's towards the corner. But, Gator, we have the highlight and what happened to the baseball. We tweeted it out at Dungator971. So hopefully you can see it. Everybody can access that and go see it. The highlight we have is kind of shortened, but it's a wide angle and it's important. Gator, I want you to bring that up. Do you have that highlight up?
It's up.
Did you go full screen?
I got full screen.
Okay. The ball was caught. If you look at this full screen, do you see a gentleman in a green shirt with a baseball glove on?
Hard to miss.
Yep. He's the only one with a green shirt. He caught the ball in his glove. I want you to show some real eye discipline here. I want you to hit play and only watch the guy in the green shirt, okay, who caught the baseball. All right, so hit play and just watch the guy in the green shirt.
All right, I'm hitting play.
And he's celebrating with his crew, right?
Yep.
And did you see what happened?
He lost the ball.
Yeah. Now I want you to go back to the beginning, okay? He caught the ball. His crew goes crazy. They're jumping up and down, the 4 of them together, and you mentioned he lost the ball. Now I want you, are you back at the beginning?
Yeah.
I want you to focus on the gentleman in the gray jersey with the white hoodie and the Yankee cap on to the left.
The left in the picture.
Yes.
His right, our left.
Yes. I want you to hit play and just focus on him and tell me what you see.
All right. Ball jumps in front of him. He snags it and throws it behind him. That's quick hands.
He puts it in his pocket.
Yeah.
And immediately starts to play it off.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have it.
Yeah, and he's just jumping around with everybody else. Like, hey, it's a home run. Look at that. And then the guy behind him, I don't know if the guy behind him saw it or not.
I don't think anybody knows.
No, he gives a high five to him.
The only one who knows he's got the ball is the gentleman in the gray shirt. So dude in the green shirt loses the ball. It rolls along the top of the wall, amazingly, and the guy next to him tries to stealthily pocket the baseball. You can see this at Dungator971. So green shirt guy catches the ball. His whole crew, they're bouncing up and down. Yeah. The ball rolls out of his glove in the celebration, rolls along the top of the wall, which is incredible. And then dude in the gray jersey next to him stealthily snags it, puts it in his pocket, stares off into space and starts clapping and celebrating with those guys like, I don't have the baseball.
The great thing, there's so many great things about this.
Yes.
The ball rolling on the top of the wall and not falling either into the field of play or back to the ground at their feet is amazing. The other fact I find amazing about this is that nobody, not one person there in this short 5-second clip, not one person sees this guy in the gray jersey grab the ball and put it in his pocket. There's a dude right next to him in blue jumping up and down like an idiot who is
actually closer to the baseball when gray shirt guy. Yeah.
And the ball doesn't come in his peripheral vision at all. Not even a little bit.
One person knows who's got the baseball. It's gray shirt dude.
Yeah.
Green shirt guy and his whole crew celebrating the green shirt guy caught it. They don't notice till the very end of the video when green shirt guy goes, wait, I caught the ball. Where is it? So here's my question.
Yeah.
You are gray shirt guy. What do you do?
My ball. Why would I give it to him? He didn't even hang on to it. And then it's up to this guy if he wants to, if some kid comes running up or whatever, but the kid doesn't know who's got the ball.
Mm-hmm. So green shirt guy, out of luck in your world if you're sitting next to him.
100%. He blew it.
He totally blew it.
He blew it. And then there's an annoying guy in this too.
Is there?
Guy coming down the aisle at the right of the screen with the yellow hat. And he's got a glove. And he's coming down and he just wants to be part of the celebration. He comes down like 4 rows of seating.
To be part of it?
To just be part of it, to shake the guy's hand who doesn't even have the baseball anymore. Which I find that annoying. Like, just go back. You celebrate with people around you. You don't need to come up 5 rows to participate in this. And by the way, he doesn't have the ball. So what are you celebrating other than an Aaron Judge home run?
Well,
I don't give the ball back. Why would you?
Dude in the gray shirt so casually and stealthily pockets the baseball and plays it off.
That is quick. That's quick hands.
Yep. It is actually pretty hysterical. You can see it. We have tweeted it out. So the question is, what would you do? And has this ever happened? Like somebody caught a ball, dropped it after they caught it. And then I don't know if there's any ethical question. I kind of feel like once it is dropped.
I don't think there's anything ethical about it.
Well, but here's a question. What if he dropped the ball 2 minutes later?
That's different.
Exactly. But why?
There's a duration that's gone. This is like completing the process.
He didn't.
I mean,
you have to complete the process.
You got 2 feet down. You got to come down with a butt cheek and elbow. And did you survive the fall?
He did not survive the ground.
He didn't survive it at all. I mean, that ball was in his glove for less than 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So no, and not even sure if it's in there. I mean, given this is a truncated view of the video, I don't know how long the ball was in there.
It wasn't in there very long.
It looks like this literally happened because the outfielder is kind of running. Is that Tatis? I don't know.
Yeah.
It looks like he's just running in a couple steps.
1001,
yeah.
1002.
And that thing is out within 2 seconds.
Yeah, I think it was.
You got to hang on to it, son.
I think it was a little bit more than 2 seconds before it rolled out. So if 2 seconds does not imply possession in the world of foul balls being caught.
Or home runs.
Or home runs, yes. My apologies. Ball hit into the stands. You have to possess it. Is there a time?
I think if you have the ball, as long as nobody's like trying to rip it out of your glove, I think that's bogue. If somebody's trying to rip it out of his glove, nobody ripped it out of his glove. It came out of his glove.
Mm-hmm.
So that's on him. It's totally on him. Now it's up to the guy in the gray. If he wants to say, "Hey man, here's your ball," then he can do that. Of course, you can always do that, but there is no need for pressuring the guy. Now, does the guy show signs of guilt? 100%, because he immediately puts it in his pocket.
Oh, dude, it was so.
I mean,
great.
it is fast.
All right,
comes
feedback.
off the wall, snatches it, and immediately in one fell swoop goes right into his right pocket. So he obviously feels guilt about taking it. He's an unscrupulous character for sure. But I think it's legitimate. He could have just grabbed it and held it in his hand and thrown it in the guy's face and say, "Yeah, I got it. You dropped it." You know, he could have done that.
So Gator has ruled the guy in the green shirt did not complete the process.
Nope.
Here's the feedback coming in. Ben writes in, the guy in the green was looking for it but didn't notice. Nope, I'm not returning it. Jason says, imagine if that was Bond's 71st home run. Oh, that was Jason Colthrop of Channel 4.
Well, if it were Bond's 71st home run, that there would be you'd be fighting for your life because you'd have everybody would be coming in on you.
Raymond says, I wish I had a compassionate heart to do the right thing and return the ball. If that was me, I'm still a work in progress. Sucks to be him. 3HD says, that's a live ball. Uncle Bob says, nope. Mark says, I'm keeping the ball. Vinny says, nope.
You know what's funny is there's not a little kid around. There are no little kids in that area.
Fat Mark just tweeted us, I'm keeping the ball. You can go see the video at Dungator971. We'll tell you what happened. Coming up today at 11:15, it is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make the smarter play with new player performance trends. Want to see if a guy is hitting the over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into same-game parlays for a chance to win big. If you don't know I have FanDuel, it's not too late. And here's the thing. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. I've talked about this a lot. Like there was a Reese Olson start the other day. You could move the total strikeouts to 3.5, I believe was the lowest you could go. So you bet the over and you put your $5 down and you get like $5.05 back. But then you get the $200 in bonus bets. That's a way to do it. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. something has become a bit of an epidemic, and I don't understand why, and it finally made a difference in a game. We'll explain today at 11:20. Gator, I said we follow up on the story of the fan in the green shirt at the Yankee Padre game last night who caught a baseball on a home run from Aaron Judge. He was in the first row in the right field stands. He and his crew jumped up and down to celebrate. Unbeknownst to them, the ball slid out of the glove, amazingly rolled across the top of the wall. There might be a shelf there for like putting your drinks and all that, but you could see the ball roll 3 seats to his right. The guy to the crew's immediate right reached over and grabbed it from the guy that was 3 seats over. Nobody noticed but the dude who ended up with the baseball.
It was one clean motion of swiping the ball from the ledge, the top of the wall there.
Yep.
And immediately putting it into his right pocket.
Yes.
It is, you use the term stealth.
Yeah.
You're right. That's very stealthy.
Yeah. And then he proceeded to celebrate as if nothing had happened.
Yeah, and then
so
he starts
now,
clapping his hands again. And even high fives the guy behind him who I'm thinking, oh, he must have seen it. Nope.
But he didn't.
As
we watched the video, he didn't.
How about the guy next to him? He must have seen it. Nope, he didn't see it. He goes and turns to the guy to his right and starts celebrating.
So the question becomes, do you have to complete a process in the foul ball / home run catching game? Because as we pointed out, if the guy had the ball for like 2 minutes and then it slipped out of his glove, the guy next to him would pick it up and give it back. But he only had it in his glove for about 2 seconds. Most people say that does not count as possession, and it does indeed count as an incomplete catch, and the possession goes to the guy in the gray shirt. Well, on the broadcast, the Yes broadcast cameras kept an eye on the situation, according to Sports Illustrated that I'm looking at, a story recapping the events.
Mm-hmm.
And the person who corralled the ball ended up returning it to the fan who initially caught it.
Oh, God.
Oh, Kenny's clapping.
Oh, why are you clapping?
Like, why are you, Kenny, why the bravo to the guy who gave it back?
The bravo is because I'm not one of those people that thought the Calvin Johnson rule was a thing.
Okay.
You know, I feel like if you're rooting for the guy that dropped the ball, you're rooting for the Calvin Johnson rule to be correct in that circumstance.
That sounds like
So I don't know. Maybe I'm the bad guy.
No, it's like sports ethical. He's not going to cave on that because he hated the Calvin rule. Kang, what do you think of this ruling?
I agree with Gator. He didn't complete the process.
Yeah.
You got to complete the process. That's part of the celebration. It's not like he was, walking to his car in the parking lot and he dropped it. I'd pick it up and, hey, man, you dropped your home run ball. That's different. This was a live ball still. And by the way, 10 out of 10 in the slickness of grabbing that ball and putting it in his pocket. Like, that was one smooth motion. Sleight of hand. This guy's probably out on the street corner after playing 3-card Monty with people. Like, there's no, like, he was just quick with it,
He's
man.
got skills.
I mean, he immediately knew.
Follow the queen.
I can get away with this. I can pull this off.
Follow the queen. So, also, this is the reason why I think he gave it back, Doug. If you get that ball and you pull that move off and you want to keep it, you've got to Homer Simpson into the bushes and get out of Dodge.
Yeah.
Because the people are going to start texting and calling the guy, green shirt guy, and be like,
And telling
dude,
him,
yeah, so you got to get out of Dodge. If you want to stick around for the rest of the game, then you got to give it back.
But no, you could stick around for the rest of the game.
No, but then there's going to be
section 317.
Yeah, there's going to be tension if you stay in that seat.
Well, this goes back to something that is an age-old adage that probably applies in this situation. Finders keepers, Gator.
Oh.
Yeah. Finders keepers.
You got to finish it, though.
Yeah.
You can't just say finders keepers. You got to say it.
Losers weepers.
There it
If you
is.
want to see the highlight, we've tweeted it out at DougAndGator971. Feel free to comment. Only Kenny is in favor of what actually happened.
Which is surprising, don't you think?
I was a little
Kind of.
surprised.
Yeah. I mean, Kenny, I don't mean this in any way negative, but I don't think of you as the most ethical person on this show, and clearly you are.
Doug, I'm surprised by you because usually if I were to pick the moral compass of this show, I would select you.
Oh.
And you're saying finders keepers.
Yes.
Like, I don't want to say it, but like a 5-year-old would.
I think Green Shirt Guy and his crew are very careless. Very careless. But you're right. I'm out of character. Too bad. All right, so something happened in the NBA playoffs last night, and this has become an epidemic, and I don't understand why. And it's usually not particularly significant in the grand scheme of things, but last night, the Pacers, at the end of that comeback win against the Cleveland Cavaliers, check this out. They are up, the Cavs are up 3 when Tyrese Halliburton gets fouled with 12 seconds left. So he is shooting 2 free throws, but they're down 3. So the question is always becomes in this, make the first, miss the second, right? And try and crash the boards and get a rebound. So Halliburton goes to the foul line, makes the first, they're down 2. Second free throw goes up, he misses. The rebound gets tapped around, he ends up with the basketball. Dribbles out behind the arc, down 2, drains the game-winning 3, and the Pacers are up 2-0 on the Cavaliers with a 120-119 win. On the missed free throw, 6 players are there. The shooter and 5 rebounders. A full 50% of the rebounders committed lane violations. A full 50%, including Tyrese Halliburton, who shot the ball and before it hit the rim, started to go after the rebound. Why in the NBA have they completely stopped calling blatant lane violations? The players, even when they line up for free throws, are lining up with their feet in the paint. It's like the league has given up on one of the easiest rules to call. And finally, last night, it made a difference. The shooter is not allowed to leave the free throw line until the ball hits the rim. Halliburton was into the lane when the ball was 2/3 of the way there. He got the rebound. He hit the game-winning shot. Scott Anderson, what the hell is going on? Why have they stopped calling lane violations one of the easiest rules in the league?
I can't explain it other than to say that the league has gotten lax with so many of the rules, and they just, I mean, they don't, it's like they don't care. Oh, you're going to take 6 steps? I don't care. I mean, sure, we'll call it the Euro step. Sure, it's allowed. Well, I mean, it allows you to get another couple steps, apparently. And they don't call it. How often do they call traveling? They just don't.
Yeah.
So now they're getting even lazier. They're not paying attention to the shenanigans and the shuffling that goes on before the free throw. They care about after the free throw, or does it go in?
I've just watched and look, I've noticed it during the NBA this season more than ever before, and maybe I'm paying attention more because the Pistons were good. But there were times, and the Pistons were guilty of it too. Jalen Brunson would be shooting free throws. Jalen Duren's got 1 foot in the lane while he's on the line and never took it. Like it's bizarre to me that they have, like, there are judgment calls. Fouls are judgment calls frequently. You know, hey, I thought he got him with the body. I thought he got his elbow. Whatever it is, right? There's no judgment here. This is black and white. You're in the lane or you're on the lane. And I'm paying attention to this, and I'm making mental notes of how often it happens. And it wasn't ever going to be a topic on the air. If it happened to us, we would be irate. It happened last night, and Halliburton, the shooter, clearly commits a lane violation, gets the basketball back, and hits the game-winning shot. I don't mean to do Cleveland Sports Talk Radio. What I do want to know is, why the hell have they given up on lane violations?
I don't know. I can't explain it. It is, I mean, this is something you brought up, like, I think off the air last week.
Yeah.
I was like, okay. And then I watched the last Pistons game, and you see all the jockeying for position before the free throw is even taken. And yes, clearly several players are already in the lane.
In this particular instance, there was 3 of the 6 players on the lane committed violations. One was more obvious, and it was a Cavalier. The other, and Halliburton was totally off the line and into the lane, and it made a difference. 248-539-9797. Chris, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. Doug, I just want to say how excited I am to hear that you've brought this up as a topic today.
Yeah.
I have been on this lane violation thing in the NBA for probably 5 or 6 years now. If you watch an NBA game I can almost guarantee you there's a lane violation committed on almost every single free throw attempt. I know that sounds crazy, but they just flat out do not call this. They just flat out don't. They'd be better off getting rid of it. And it's one of those things where when they do call it, which they rarely do, it's just kind of like, why are we picking and choosing? But I completely agree. I encourage the listeners to just pay close attention to every free throw attempt from the rest of the playoffs. I can almost guarantee you'll see one. It drives me absolutely insane.
It's also this is nothing new, by the way, because I just Googled why don't they call lane violations in the NBA?
Yeah.
Stories come up from 2014. There's a whole Reddit post about this that started 6 years ago. This has been going on for a long, long time that they don't do it.
Yeah, and last night.
It's one of those things with the NBA that kind of annoys me. I mean, it's carries, it's travels. They just flat out let those things go so often that it's like, why do we even have those rules in place? I mean, you could say the same thing with travels and carries too. They happen multiple times a game and they're just not called. It's a weird thing with the NBA that I've always it's just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. But yeah, the lane violation thing, guys, is absurd.
And last
night, yeah, exactly.
It really made a difference. And I mean, to me, it's actually kind of amusing that it happened to Cleveland. But I don't particularly like Indiana and Halliburton either.
No, do not.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. A variety of things are out there. If you did not see the video we were talking about earlier this hour, it's been tweeted out at Doug Gator 971. Go check it out. It's an ethical question. What would you do in that situation if you were a dude in the gray jersey, white hoodie, and the Yankee hat on, and a foul ball that was caught and dropped pretty quickly? It doesn't feel like the guy who caught it in the green jersey had completed the process. Whose foul ball is it? Not a lot of sympathy out there for green shirt guy. Go see the video at Dungator9 someone on Twitter. The lane violation last night. It's just so weird because they're blatant lane violations all over free throws in the NBA, where guys don't even bother lining up in the correct place on the blow block. They just stand in the lane during free throws, and it never gets called. And I'm like, okay, whatever. But it mattered last night when Tyrese Halliburton clearly committed a lane violation on a missed free throw, got the rebound, hit a game-winning three, cost the Cavaliers. Funny that it cost the Cavaliers, but not. It's just an odd thing. I think this is worse than the play clock in the NFL, which is also a very odd thing. But this is so easily determined. It doesn't take any time. You know, the whole I'm watching the football and then I look up at the clock, this grace period that they give. There should just be a buzzer like there is in basketball when the shot clock goes off. But it's only a matter of time before we start allowing baskets after the game ends. It's only a matter of time before we start allowing shots to count after the shot clock goes off. Because if they're going to not do this, why do anything?
Well, that is they've taken.
Don't take me literally. I'm exaggerating.
Yes.
But yeah, 248.
They've taken the stupid out of that with a light. But how about this? Maybe the floor ends up being like the old disco floor. It's got lights underneath, and if you step over, it lights up.
I like it.
And then you have to dance.
dance. Josh and Warren, you're on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Josh.
Hey, guys. Or you just put like that bowling buzzer when you cross the line in a bowling lane and it buzzes.
Perfect.
That'd be good. But my epidemic, I don't know if it's bothering you. It's on Josh and Warren's list of things he strongly dislikes.
Yeah.
Is after every play in the NBA now, a whistle, I would say, why does every single player emote the review the tape signal? Not every play is a foul on nothing egregious. It's like the most heinous thing in the world I've watched in these games is like, a little, tap out of bounds and the ball goes and the guy wants to review and half the team's doing it. And it bothers me so much because it's focus on the game and the ball's going the other way and you're more worried about getting the review. I don't know if it bothers you guys, but that's just one thing that's just been bothering me so much. Not every play needs to be reviewed, guys.
Yeah, you're right about that. And it is, what's becoming abundantly clear is the review system has led. I always said it's supposed to be put in place to make us feel better about the way games are officiated. I think it makes us feel worse. I think it's had the exact opposite impact.
And a small note too is guys like Campaign doing like Brunson's emote on the sideline or like Cass. It's like, brother, you play 3 minutes. Stop holding up the three like you hit the shot. All right, stuff like that.
Kang, you were early on this one. You let the whole world know about Campaign, and Detroit now can't stand the guy.
I can't stand him, and I just the name now. I'm just piling on Campaign. It's like I was telling Kenny. It's like name your kid Bill Board. Like that's enough. Enough. Go away with the dances. The little, I did this, you did nothing. Yeah. All right. Go back to the end of the bench.
Show me you did nothing without telling me you did nothing. Yeah.
Let's go to Q in Detroit. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Q.
Looks great in warm-ups.
Hey, man, I'm going to tell you, it's like the fix is almost in. These guys, they do the lane violation, and what's more baffling to me is the other night when Russ got the dunk off for the free throw, nobody was there to box out, but they standing in the lane. It's like we don't know what the travel is. They don't call it. These young boys argue you that it's not a travel.
Oh.
They pick the ball up and then make a move and then dribble it again. It's like, what are we doing? What are we watching? The defense doesn't get rewarded if they play it. I mean, I come up watching the Bad Boys. I'm a diehard fan, and win or lose, I want the game to be called correct.
Mm-hmm. Did you see that play with Halliburton last night?
Oh man, it was crazy.
It was weird.
You know, hey, like Barkley said, what are you guys doing? How you didn't get the rebound? You know, they don't box out. It's like, dude, what the coaches act like they don't have control. I just don't know. It's like, I guess Vegas has a part to do with it.
Oh, here
it
we
must
go.
be a good time to be a referee. They don't have to be responsible for making calls.
You don't have to call lane violation. They'd be the easiest calls to make. That's the easy one.
Doesn't seem tough.
No. All right. Let's move on. A lot of feedback coming in on the home run ball. Come on, Gator. If he dropped the ball in the concourse and when he goes to pick it up, someone else grabs it. If they have to give it back, right? That's from Brian.
Well, has he already caught the ball at his seat and he walked over to the concourse? That's a different story.
Brian, what's funny about it is, yeah, I think it is a different story. And I'm not particularly sure why. He possessed the ball for 2 seconds. And then it rolled out of his glove without him knowing it. And another fan grabbed it. It doesn't feel like 2 seconds is long enough.
And he did actually give the ball back.
He did give it back
to the guy. Now, I have a friend of mine that I 100% could see doing this exact same thing.
Dropping it or stealthily
pocketing it. And then, like, if I
have a
if I
shady
lost
Gator,
it,
you have a shady friend.
No, it's not shady, but because he would have done exactly what this guy did. So I would, if it would have been me, the ball gets knocked loose, and and then I'm like, wait, where'd my ball go? Where'd my ball go? And everybody's celebrating, and I'm like, what the heck? And then, like, minutes later, my friend would tap me and go, hey, dude, here's your ball. What happened? I grabbed it and put it in my pocket.
That's funny.
I could see that happening.
If not shady, what word would you use to describe him?
It's like a prank.
Okay.
You know,
He's a
always had
prankster.
the intention he was going to give it back, but he's quick like that.
Uh-huh.
But in this case, I mean, you can go either way. Do whatever you want to do. I don't care. Like if I try to put myself in the shoes of both people there. Had I caught the ball with celebrating and lost the ball, I wouldn't be fighting for the ball back. I'd be like, I was stupid. I didn't secure it, whatever. If I were the other guy and the ball rolls right in front of me and I grab it, I'm probably not going to act like that guy and stealthily put it in my pocket. I'd probably hang on to it for a second. What did I? Oh, I have his ball. And then if the dude like looks at me, hey, that's my ball, I'd probably give it back.
Right.
But I'm not. The thing that makes this interesting is that the dude clearly has some guilt in him because he takes the ball and immediately puts it in his pocket.
And then
he's
carries
not there
on.
like holding it.
Then he just carries
Yeah.
on with the celebration.
Exactly.
He did not complete the process of the catch, writes an unnamed texter. He has to make it through the celebration. Next text, I'm with Gator on this. You have to survive the process, i.e. the celebration. Nick says, guy who gets the ball is the guy who leaves the case of water on the bottom of a grocery cart and doesn't pay. Oh, so the underneath part, you put the case underneath there, you go through the self-scan and you forget. This is the fans' version of the hidden ball trick. That's from Chase. Gator, what if it's a 6-year-old kid who dropped the ball? Would you give it back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, I'm not liking to hang out. I don't really care for the ball at this point in my life, you know?
You're not that stoked, huh?
No.
All right. All right, here we go. 248-539-9797. Tigers are doing something tomorrow I'm not sure I could do. We'll explain at 11:46 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, here's something you probably can't do, and that is fix your garage door. Look, there's lots of moving parts. Everything is crazy. You don't know what's going on. But if you see that it's sluggish, if you see that maybe it's maybe even obviously broken, do the right thing and call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. They're going to come out right away and assess the problem, and then better yet, they're going to fix the problem because that's what they do. They've got guys that know exactly what they're doing. Each technician's truck is essentially a warehouse on wheels, by the way, so they typically have the necessary parts on hand to complete your repairs right there on the spot. It's awesome. They offer the same-day service. They've got emergency repairs that are available. Weekends are available at no extra charge. And here's the best part about Precision. If you want to schedule an appointment online, you can do so by going to precisiondoormi.com, and you can schedule it for a time that works for your schedule. Not just what theirs is, but what yours is. They're flexible like that. They're awesome like that. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Gator, on your show sheet today that you email over every morning, you ask the question, are fans going to come out and really support this Tiger team this weekend?
Beautiful weekend.
Well, perhaps this helps answer the question. According to Detroit Tigers PR, only a limited number of seats and standing room only tickets remain available for Saturday's game against the Rangers. Fans are encouraged to purchase tickets for Friday, Derek Skubal's scheduled to start day, and Sunday if they would like to join us at Comerica Park this weekend.
Is Skubal, the Friday start, is that also a Skubal bobblehead day?
I don't know. I don't know. I do know that Saturday is close to a sellout. So the answer to your question, Scott Anderson, is yes. Fans plan on getting out and supporting this team. And by Saturday, you know what Saturday is? Isn't Saturday the 40-game mark? Dun, dun, dun.
Maybe not quite because they're 35. Well, maybe. Yeah.
They got 3 games against Colorado still to come. They play Friday and Saturday. It's 40 games.
The bobblehead giveaway is Saturday. Perhaps that's
it is
why
Saturday.
you've got all the people showing up.
Gotcha. So
People love
Skubal
free
starts
stuff.
Friday, bobblehead day Saturday, limited tickets available.
And then Sunday's
40-game
Mother's
mark,
Day.
40-game mark, which 40-game mark is a barometer that is very important to Detroit. It does appear. All right, let me ask you a question. Tigers tomorrow have a straight doubleheader in Colorado. Where you are in your life right now, could you show up to the ballpark at 3 p.m., watch the entire first game, hang around for the 6:40 start, 7:40, 8:40, you're looking at between 9 and 10 o'clock, 9 to 10 o'clock, that game ends. That is a 7-hour sesh at the ballpark. Where you are in your life right now, could you do it?
Not without some help. I would have to make sure that somebody comes to the house and lets the dog out.
Mm-hmm.
It would answer a lot of questions of who let the dog out. But once that's done, I mean, that's the only break in the action that I need, right? So you're saying it right now, would I like to, if I didn't have the dog responsibility?
Right. No, but you do.
But I
that's
do.
the thing. That's why I'm saying right now in your life. I mean,
I'd have to make arrangements, and it's
we're getting
not the
very
hardest thing to
close
do.
to being empty nesters. But I don't think for the past 22, 23 years, there were very many times where we could actually do the straight doubleheader. And Kang, where you are in your life, straight doubleheader, 7-hour sesh at the ballpark. Is this ever going to happen?
If I plan it 3 months in advance.
Yeah.
And even then, you can't.
Yeah, this is a rough one. This is it's where am I in my life? You know, I wish I could, but that's
Doug could.
I think Doug could pull.
Yeah, your kids are old enough. I mean, your last one's
It is, but see, here's an example.
Your last one.
Yeah.
Yeah, another one coming.
That's pretty grim, Gator. That's a very grim assessment of where I am in my life.
I think we've determined that you're not going to have children at this point. But your last one's what, 17 years old?
The last one is 17 years old.
Your youngest is 17?
Yes. It's here would be the rule. Sunday only. I think we could only do a Sunday doubleheader because of most weeknights. Now, I guess I could go alone. I couldn't go.
This is about you.
My wife frequently has post-school stuff, maybe in the summer, but
does she have any desire to go to a doubleheader?
So that's another part. Where I am in my life, the answer is probably no. So I guess there is a time in your life with a straight doubleheader is one of the most awesome things to look forward to. Hell yeah, we're going. Round up the boys. We are going to the doubleheader. We're getting 2 games for the price of 1. You bet I'm going. Now where I am in my life, it probably will be more in play in the coming years. But I'm not, I think like many parents, I typically am not missing my kids' games or any of their activities to go watch the Tigers play. You just have to prioritize, and that's what you do. I have anyway, could you still do a straight doubleheader where you are in your life? I have a follow-up to a topic yesterday that blows my mind. Remember our topic yesterday about Timothy Chalamet skipping the Met Gala to watch on television?
Right. Or his iPad.
Or watch on his iPad the Knicks Celtics game 1. And we asked people, what have you missed? What did you skip to miss? Or what did you skip to go watch a game on television? A friend of mine sent me something that is virtually unbelievable. He sends me the following. And he played football at Grand Valley State. He sends me, your show today, you were talking about what you skipped to watch a game. Freshman year at Grand Valley State, I was hurt and in street clothes during a game. I snuck out at halftime to go back to my dorm to watch the number 1 versus number 2 Michigan-Florida State game.
Your team's playing. You can't because you got hurt and you're in street clothes and you bailed at halftime.
I said, they never knew you left. He said, no, I was not high on Brian Kelly's priority list.
Guess you were even lower afterwards. You find out.
They never knew. Unbelievable, huh?
Yeah, well, if they didn't know, then that means they just don't care about you as a player all
as
that much.
As he said,
and you're probably
he was hurt. He was in street clothes.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about it. Could you get away with that? A Michigan or Michigan State player. Not that you'd want to. Not that we'd recommend this. But could a injured freshman in street clothes stealthily sneak out at halftime? They probably could get away with it.
I don't know. They have so many assistants out there that are counting for everybody. You would think that maybe not.
I've never seen a player count. I spent a lot of years on the sidelines. I don't remember ever seeing a player count. You could get caught though if you like, hey, Roy, injured Roy, run, go get a new chin strap out of the locker room for this guy.
Plus, you're 18 and you're stupid.
Yeah.
There will be breadcrumbs left that let people know that you bailed on the team.
Probably.
To go do something else.
Crazy story, huh?
Yeah. I'm surprised by that one.
Yep. I thought you would be. 248-539-9797. Straight doubleheader. Where you are in your life, is this remotely practical? Could you do a straight doubleheader? Now, as a fan at home, the great part about the straight doubleheader is it's video wallpaper. You could sit down and watch all 7 hours if you so choose, but you can get a lot done during a game. You just got it on the background. You're making dinner. You can run an errand or two. You got it on the radio.
I'm trying to think back. Like, how many times, aside from work, I can only think of one doubleheader that I attended.
I can only think of one as well.
And I was a kid.
I was a kid as well.
And it was, I've said this before, it was famously, it was the doubleheader that forced the Tigers to close the bleacher seats at Tiger Stadium in the early 80s.
It got out of hand?
Way out of hand. We were there for the doubleheader.
Mm-hmm.
Between games, it was a scary scene up there in the bleacher seats.
Yeah.
And then the next day, they made the decision, yep, we're going to cancel the rest of the season in terms of bleacher seats.
Well, that's not good.
No, it was a scary situation for me as a young child with my older brother and my father. So, but that was the only time I can remember outside of work going to a doubleheader. I'm not sure if I mean, when I was a kid, you want to see as much baseball as you can.
Yeah, you think
You're
it's
like,
the
let's go to
greatest thing
doubleheader. Let's go doubleheader.
Yep.
Then you get older and you're like, you know what? It's
a bit
great.
much.
Like going to the game. I'll enjoy the game.
But it's like a full day of work.
Yeah.
You know, and the first baseball game I ever went to was at the Old Tiger Stadium. First major league game I ever went to, Old Tiger Stadium, Tigers, Red Sox, straight doubleheader. With Freddie Frito, who probably put away about 10 beers. But
wow.
Yeah, we had a good time. And I was there for all the baseball, of course. He was there, father-son bonding, you know.
Right.
Yep. Good memories. And probably
getting out of the house.
Yeah, probably the beers, too.
Yeah, probably that, too.
Yeah.
I don't know, how, think back, like back in the day, it'd be just hot dog, nacho, beer.
Dude.
Lather, rinse, repeat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, how many hot dogs you throw down, how many nachos you throw down, how many beers you have, and if it's a doubleheader, it's a lot.
All right, here we go. Doubleheaders in Grand Rapids with the Whitecaps are awesome. They are only 7 innings long, so it goes by a lot faster, but you do get 2 games.
Minor league is different. Those 7 inning games really fly by.
Next text from Anthony. For sure I could do it. 2 years ago, the wife and I did it. Friday night MSU game, Saturday Michigan noon game, Saturday night Tigers casino overnight, Sunday Tiger day game, crazy weekend, low 40s. Kid is 16. None of that is straight doubleheader. That's an animal weekend, and I have much respect for that, Anthony. Donnie in Dearborn says it all depends on beer sales. Would make up my mind on the straight doubleheader. How do they determine that if you stay for both games? It all depends on beer sales.
I don't think do they stop selling beer? Like if it's a straight doubleheader and you're allowed to, if you got to take over the first game, you're going to the second game.
Do they stop beer sales late in the?
I don't think they do.
Yeah, you might be right. And then regarding the baseball, Dave in the D says, I made the same move at a Kiss concert. Eric Singer threw a drumstick into the crowd. During the fight for it, I grabbed both ends, twisted it, and in one motion slid it up my jacket sleeve. No one knew where it went.
Well, but he was throwing it, and you caught it, and you put it away right away.
He was saying he did the stealth thing. Okay. He was very stealth, I think is what he's getting at. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Got a question for all Detroit fans out there that we will get to today at 12:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, who is called the barbecue nachos?
In Jeremy Otto's update, there's a minor league team that's now being called the barbecue nachos. That's what happens when Tigers are off for 2 days in a row.
What, that makes the update?
Yes.
Yeah, and then Otto
We're getting
scrounging.
AAA name updates. Right? Am I right, Doug?
Yes, exactly.
And in other AAA news,
Meanwhile,
speaking of name there is name news with the Utah Hockey Club. They have a name now. It was officially announced today. They, from here moving forward, will be known as the Mammoth. And, gotta admit, the logo's sick.
it's pretty good. I'm just glad they didn't go with hockey club. It's just, to me, that's just punting.
The Mammoth, it is the tusks on the mammoth head that they are going to use on the front of their jerseys are great. I guess they're going with the catchphrase "tusks up," which is kind of hard to say. Tusks up.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to catch on. You know, like forks up, which is Arizona State with the
pitchfork.
Yeah, the pitchfork. Forks up. Tusks up. Of course, I struggled with Torkelson for a long time too. Where I was like,
"You got problems with K's."
It might be, yeah, it might be. I got a lot of problems, Scott. Well documented.
It's not the first time
Yep.
I've thought that.
Yep. My wife was very excited that you guys were laughing at me tomorrow. My problems with laughing at me yesterday, excuse me, and my problems with packaging.
Yes.
Yeah, she gets entertained every time I have to open anything.
Well, you often bring in stuff for lunch. It might be whether it's a protein bar or some kind of,
I had
turkey jerky or something.
I had the cheese, piece of cheese and
string cheese.
Yeah, and I was trying to open that, and
you couldn't get it done.
No, there were teeth involved. I couldn't get the
flap
was
just peel back.
I couldn't peel it back.
Yeah,
my thumbs couldn't. Bad thumbs, bad texture too.
Yeah, you.
Let's talk about all Doug's deficiencies.
Yeah, let's keep doing it.
248-539-9797.
You would not be good with medication for pets.
Why is that?
The monthly that I give the dog for heartworm or for fleas or whatever, they come in a package that you would have difficulty with.
Is that right?
Yeah. One of them is easy. You can just punch it through the other side.
I like to punch through.
The other one you cannot. You have to peel the corner. And if you can't handle string cheese, then you can't handle a pet.
Okay.
He can't handle any of that stuff, Gator.
I know.
Like, you probably, Pringles, no good for you, right? What about regular, like, bag of chips? Or how are you with those? Do you need a machete or something?
I have a gun. I fire the gun. I shoot the gun. I open up a hole in the bag.
That goes straight from teeth to gun.
Some people have them for protection. I use them to open up packaging.
Makes sense.
Is that a chip clip? No, it's my holster.
What, you don't do that? Just me? Okay. By the way, do we have a taste test today, scheduled for today?
Yeah,
Okay.
we can do that.
All right. You found something new and you want Kang and I to try it.
Yes.
Okay. Can we do that at like 12:25?
We can.
All right, good. All right, so I'm going to call out there for what I think, Gator, I might be wrong, but I think might be a sizable population in Detroit. I could be wrong on this one, and maybe we won't get any feedback on this. I want to hear from fans of Detroit sports that parachuted in and this season watched 6 Detroit Piston games. I want to hear from fans, and I think you're out there, that watched 6 Detroit Piston games. Those 6 being game 1, game 2, Game 3, Game 4, Game 5, and Game 6 of the Knicks series. If you parachuted in and only watched the postseason, I'm intrigued to know what you thought. Perhaps discoveries you made. And now that they brought you back, do you think you might stick around for a while? So doing the show, you're kind of paying attention. You're trying to figure out what's going to be hot in Detroit. And oftentimes what's going to be hot in Detroit sports, but sometimes when there's nothing particularly hot in Detroit sports, you're going, hey, what are we going to talk about today? Well, you know what's big? Kwame Kilpatrick's pretty big. So you get into non-sports topics every once in a while.
Yep.
But as the Pistons season went on, we brought up the Pistons and the resurgence, and there was kind of a lukewarm response from the fans. When we got to the postseason, it started. Like, people were on board, and we started getting pretty big call volume. Now, I was out last Friday. We had a school visit, Gator U. This was the postmortem on the season.
Yeah, we spent most of the show.
Yep. And it spoke to a reinvigorated fan base. But if you are one of those fans that, had kind of slowly maybe checked out on NBA basketball and the Pistons in particular, which is fine. We only have so much disposable income and time, and you choose what you want to do with said time. There's nothing wrong with jumping back on board the bandwagon because they gave us certainly something worth watching. If you are that fan that only watched 6 Piston games this year, what were your observations? What did you say, about? And are you going to stick around a little bit? You say, okay, I enjoyed that. Maybe next year I won't wait till the playoffs. 248-539-9797. Do you think that fan is out there and exists?
I think there are a couple. I think if you're watching a playoffs, I feel like that you probably started tuning in. If you're not typically a basketball fan, you probably started tuning in March because this was getting to be a story.
Mm-hmm.
So that going into the last month and a half or so of the regular season, going into the postseason, I think that's where people maybe started to tune in, started to dial it up.
Kang, do you think there's a sizable group of fans out there that watched only 6, and maybe you didn't watch all 6 playoff games, maybe you watched 3 or 4 of them, but you only watched the postseason? Do you think there's a portion of people out there like that?
Yes, I do. I don't know about sizable, what number that would mean, but I do think there is definitely a portion of people that just tuned in, and there's many reasons for that. I think the FanDuel whole app or not having it, all that stuff plays a factor, but, the Pistons have been irrelevant for so long.
Yeah.
And I think, you know how this town is. We love sports. We love a winner.
Mm-hmm.
How many people started watching the Lions had never even cared before, right?
That's a great point.
I told you that. Remember when I saw people wearing Lions gear that never even watched games?
Yeah, and people start saying things to you. You're like, well, that's been true for years, but thank you for, it's okay.
Yeah. So I think that with the Pistons playoff games, I think a lot of people just tune in like, the Pistons are in the playoffs? All right.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Gary. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Gary.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
We're doing great.
So, yeah, I'm one of those guys that parachuted in at the end of the season. I just watched the 6, that series with the Knicks.
Yep.
Number one, I learned to hate Bronson. The guy is an absolute flopper. Horrible player. And the main thing I left with was, the Pistons are better than they used to be, but now I know how dearly I miss college basketball. College basketball is a much more competitive and entertaining venue for basketball than the NBA ever will be. Let's face it. When you're watching the NBA, number one, the refs don't know what the hell they're doing. And then secondly, every team has the same game plan.
Let me stop you here, Gary, because I don't want to get sidetracked here and turn into how crappy the NBA is. Are you going to watch next year, the Pistons?
If they get to the finals again, yeah. I'm not going to watch regular basketball.
You're not going to watch them in the regular season?
I'm not going to watch them in the regular season. Now,
Okay.
I'm a Purdue guy, and I like
Just like
Jaden
Doug.
Ivey. If JD Ivey's back in the game, I'll probably watch a couple games. But if not, I'm passing.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Mark in Redford. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Mark.
Hello. How
Hey.
are you, gentlemen?
Good.
All right, Mark.
Excellent. So I am this fan. This topic is me. I watched, I would say, 10 games, probably 3 or 4 before the playoffs. Like, once I had a sense that they were going to make the playoffs and that we were kind of in that direction, I started to tune in, and then I was actively watching through the playoffs.
Okay. What were your observations?
So a few of them, I've been out of the loop for a while, and to me, some parts of basketball feels like soccer at this point. There is an aggressive amount of flopping, particularly with Brunson, but really more broadly in the game, I think it's a more delicate NBA than when I was last paying attention. And so the game is a bit different, but also our team is actually fun. I did enjoy watching them. And as far as my plans for next year, I will probably do the same sort of thing where I will stat track and just kind of pay attention and then get more invested as we get closer to the playoffs.
Okay, cool. No, I'm intrigued by this. 248-539-9797. If you parachuted in and on your resume of NBA watching, you have 6 games. Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, Game 4, Game 5, and Game 6 of the Piston-Knicks series. What were your observations, and will you stick around next year and watch them a little bit more? 248-539-9797. We got a taste test coming up. Hey, do you know your home's water score? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin indicate your water score needs to get better. Improve your water score by calling CGC Water at 855-339-4242. This month, get a free Kinetico reverse osmosis system with purchase of a Kinetico Premier Softener. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com today. Improve your water score. Contact CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Tell them Doug Karsh sent you. case you're just joining us here on 97.1 The Ticket earlier today, Piston GM Trajan Langdon held his season wrap press conference, and we carried it live here on 97.1 The Ticket. Trajan saying it was a surprising season, very gratifying season, led to different expectations, and the big question is, how do we take the next step? And he did say, I'm going to stay patient. I'm not going to change that. The young guys need to get better. There's an emphasis on that. He didn't rule out making moves. He just didn't get specific about needs, and said he's got big expectations for Asar and Jalen Duren, Ron Holland. Later when Jaden Ivey's name was brought up, he's like, yeah, him too. My bad. Didn't mean to exclude him. That was not anything other than an oversight. Don't read anything into it. But it was interesting to hear what he has to say. In the meantime, we're asking about you and whether or not you are a fan that parachuted in and watched 6 Piston games this year. Game 1 and Game 2, Game 3, Game 4. And what were your, or 5 and 6, what were your observations? And will you watch more next year? Will you watch more next year? And I like the one guy who called and said, yeah, this team's fun to watch. He really liked the way that this team plays NBA basketball. Let's go to Dave and Novi here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how you doing? I'm glad this topic came up. It fits me perfectly. I follow him in the newspaper and on the radio, but I didn't watch a game until the playoffs, and I watched all 6 playoff games, and my son was me and him watched some of it, but I watched all 6 playoff games, and I really, really was impressed. The physicality, the grit, hustle. I'm a longtime fan. I was the Bad Boys and the going to work and all that stuff. So I've been a fan forever, but I didn't watch one regular season game. And I watched all 6 playoff games, and man, I was impressed.
Yeah, it's cool. Do you envision yourself watching more from the start next year now?
Yes, I'm on board now. This team won me over after watching that playoff. I'm on board, and I'll be much more tuned in watching. And I have FanDuel, so I'm definitely going to be watching more. I had it this year, but I didn't watch any of the games. And I hardly watched any of the Red Wings until they didn't make the playoffs. But yeah, I loved it. They played great, and I'm on board for sure.
I like it. Appreciate it, Dave. Thanks. I look forward to you calling us in November. Very upset about a late game foul call in that regular season showdown with Indiana.
Yeah.
I will.
All right, we'll see. Bill is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bill.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
I definitely am a parachuter, and I wish the parachute wouldn't have opened. That is the most pathetic basketball that I can watch, and I'm a huge sports fan. I used to ref high school basketball. I used to watch the Pistons in the bad boy days, and this product that they put on the floor is not even close to what the bad boys were. Obviously, it was a different type of a game, but just the quality of basketball. I'm glad my kids are growing up, because that is not how you would want your kid to watch how a basketball game is to be played.
Can I ask you a question, Bill? Just I'm out of curiosity. Do you remember being young and your uncle telling you how much better the league was back in the day?
Oh, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Okay, so you're now that guy.
Oh, there's no doubt.
All right,
there's no doubt. I will not tune in another basketball game unless they play Game 7 of the NBA championships next year.
So you didn't find that the Pistons were any different, because I think that's one thing that stood out is they actually played the game a little old school way.
I just look at the quality of basketball, the type of basketball they play in the NBA.
No, I'm not talking about the NBA. I'm talking about the Pistons. Did you find that the Pistons were any different?
Well, to me, the Pistons are the NBA, okay? And that style, that brand of basketball that the NBA offers is not basketball to me.
No, thank you.
There you go.
You made that point. Alex in Flat Rock says, I'm a huge basketball fan, a huge Detroit sports fan, but the NBA is so unwatchable that I thought I had no interest in watching regular season games. I did tune in for the playoffs, but I still have no interest in watching the Pistons early next year. I only watch the playoffs. I watch Beasley miss threes and Brunson's a flopper. Robert and Fenton, I only watch the playoffs. My observations are that there aren't as many flops as I thought, at least with our team. They played way harder than what I thought I was told. I was a going to work watcher, and these guys play pretty hard. It does seem like there are more turnovers than there should be.
Yeah, I think if you watch the Pistons, they don't do it as much as other teams. I'm not going to say they don't do it, because there are some guys that complain about non-calls or whatever.
Yep.
But they don't do it nearly as much. They're not out there as Kang has eloquently put it out there, the ethical scoring or the unethical scoring.
Yep.
Meaning that
Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, Jalen Brunson's unethical because he's just looking for the fouls. Cade Cunningham is ethical. He's driving to the hoop trying to score, and if he gets hacked, he gets hacked.
Yeah. Tim Hardaway was ethical in that he just took the shot at the end of game 4 instead of jumping into a player and getting the call. Here we go. I parachuted in, and I enjoyed every game. The Pistons look pretty good and entertaining overall. Unfortunately, until my local teams aren't held hostage by FanDuel TV, I'm not watching. That's from Jeff in a truck. I didn't watch a singular regular season Piston game, but all year I heard people talk about how Cade was a superstar. When I watched the playoffs, I didn't see a single indication of Cade being elite. He seemed to drive very slow to the basket, miss lots of shots, and had way too many turnovers. So he mixed in some really, really great games, excuse me, with some less than great games. He's become the focal point of other teams. Trajan Langdon talked about that today, as he's got to get used to life where he is the primary focus of other teams. He averaged 25 points a game in the postseason.
He had a triple-double in one of the games.
Yep.
He had 33 and 12 in the first game. 33 points, 12 rebounds. Look, did he turn the ball over too many times? Yeah, I think he did. And that's one of the things he's going to have to work on. I thought it was interesting when we heard from Trajan Langdon earlier today, what he said about Cade and what Cade needs to do in the offseason. He said he needs to get in elite shape, understand what he's training for. He said he understands it now that he's experienced what playoff basketball is, and expecting bigger and better things from Cade Cunningham moving forward. And I agree with him.
All right, we'll get back to your phone calls in a moment. We do a segment on this show called Are You Going to Eat That? We have started to do taste tests here live on the air when we come across new product, and we want the other guys on the show to try it. You have found we have the mini Reese's peanut butter cups.
Yeah, the miniature peanut butter cups, and these are from a bag that are the Reese's peanut butter pie miniature cups.
Okay, where did you find the Reese's peanut butter pie miniature cups?
In a CVS.
Okay. And foil. Uh-oh. A challenge of foil.
Oh, God. Gator, can you open that for him?
I think he'll get it.
Okay.
And then he's going to have to separate from the paper cup, too, which is going to be good.
I did that successfully.
This is going to turn into pudding.
So
actually, this feels like a big win already. I got it out of the package.
So do you want me to describe what it is?
Yes, before I try it. Kang, you got one?
I as well as Kenny.
Okay, boys.
It says, get ready to taste perfection. You can't beat the taste of peanut butter pie flavored milk chocolate combined with delicious peanut butter, now stuffed with crunchy graham flavored cookie pieces.
Okay, I got to tell you, my expectation is very high at this point.
Kang, you're smelling it.
Dude, I can tell you right now, Doug, I don't know if you experienced the same thing. The smell through the wrapper, the foil, is very strong.
I took it out of the foil before I smelled it. So
yeah, it is.
Right, Gator?
Yeah.
Like and I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm saying you could smell it through the foil.
I walk into my kitchen and I can smell it.
Yeah,
Like, this
exactly.
Is great.
All right, I'm going in, people.
All right, here it is. Got a little crunch.
That's pretty great. That is pretty great.
It's like a mini pie inside.
All right, here's the deal.
Right?
I got one major problem with this, and it is a significant problem.
You're done with it?
Do they come in the full size?
That I don't know.
Yeah. They need to make these things in a full-size cup. That is decadently good.
Like it's a full cup.
Well, I like the what's the big one?
The giant cup or what? Mega cup or whatever the hell it is. King cup.
Whatever it is, I want it in that size.
So you want more because you
big
like
cup.
that
I
much.
want the big cup.
Kang, what's your take?
I like it, but I like it in the small pieces here, personally.
I don't mind it.
Yeah,
in the small piece.
I do not like it in the small pieces. Kenny, what do you think?
So I think that having it in a bigger cup would actually be more problematic. I think that's too much sweetness. I think you want to control the amount that you intake. Because I think you'll get halfway through your second one of those in a big cup and be like, that's too much.
Hang on a second.
What has happened to you
I
guys?
was just going to say, has Kenny grown up?
I want more. You want less?
This is the second time today Ken has talked to us. And I'm calling him Ken now because he's
grown up. He's turning into a
right
Ken.
before our eyes. This man has matured.
He did the ethical thing with the baseball.
Yeah.
Now he wants less sweetness in his sweets.
I mean, it's strange.
Do you like kale now?
By Friday, he'll be Kenneth.
Yeah, right? You're back to Kenneth.
Big fan, Gator.
Yeah,
Big fan.
I found this, it almost felt to me like this was like they had a little bit of Butterfinger in there.
Could
yeah,
be.
it's like a
it's good
butterscotch.
call.
We were talking
Yeah,
back
it's a
here.
good
It was a
call.
little butterscotchy,
Good
too.
call.
Which is freaking fantastic. Now, when I looked up the description online, and then I scrolled down, and then they have, you might also want to try these. Oh, God.
Yeah.
So they have Reese's Pieces chocolate cookie. So there's like the Reese's Pieces, but now they have like a chocolate cookie inside as opposed to just the peanut butter inside. Next to that, it says Hershey's Kisses Cinnamon Toast Crunch flavored candy.
Wow.
Wait a second. Hold on. Just hold on. Taking something like a Hershey's Kiss, which is just, hey, it's always been great, chocolate, whatever. And sometimes you see the swirl, the white and dark chocolate in it, whatever. But you're going to tell me that it's got the Cinnamon Toast Crunch? Oh, boy. This could be trouble. If I see these, that could be real trouble.
Okay, so thumbs up on the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup Peanut Butter Pie Edition. Yes. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Do you know what your home's water score is? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry indicate your water score isn't what it needs to be. Improve your water score by calling CGC Water at 855-339-4242. This month, get a free Kinetico reverse osmosis system with purchase of a Kinetico Premier Softener. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com today. Improve your water score. Contact CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Tell them Doug Karsh sent you.
Hey, you know what's great about water? I'll tell you what's great about water. Is it
I already did that one, didn't I? About halfway through, I'm like, I just read this. I didn't put it back. CGC, there's your bonus read. You're welcome. What's up, Scott?
Hey.
Hey, do you have a live read for us?
I might.
Scheduled for this time?
I might. You know, we've been talking about natural way lawn and tree service. Where
I'm
you get,
all flummoxed because of how good the peanut butter cup
I understand, and how much Kenny's grown up. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. All this water, all this rain we've gotten, it's really done wonders for the lawn. It turns it nice and green. However, if you haven't called Natural Way, you know what you're going to start to see? Dandelions. I've seen them in some of the neighbors' homes, and they can't be happy about it because dandelions are a weed. They rob your lawn of water and nutrients. You've got to stop them before they get to seed. Call 888-GET-GREEN or go to naturalwaylawn.com. And for a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program. You get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and his stations. 97.1 The Ticket. I told you about the dandelions. Crabgrass, you know, that's no bueno either. If you see crabgrass in the summer, it's too late to treat for it. Take care of it right now. It's not too late to treat for the crabgrass. Natural Way is awesome. They don't have any run around and tell you it's one thing and instead it's something else. What they do is they have experts come out and tailor specifically for your lawn and your home using high-quality products and high-quality expertise. They know exactly what's going on, and they'll detail it for you. They're locally owned, over 35 years. It's a company I've trusted with my lawn for almost a dozen years now, and I think you should as well. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Hey, do you know what your water score is? Oh, sorry.
Oh, Doug.
Hey, it's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 A Ticket. Look, the Tigers, man, people are excited about this team this weekend. Only a limited number of seats and standing room available for Saturday's game against the Rangers. That's Tarek Skubal Bobblehead Day. Skubal starts on Friday, and,
yes, he does.
And there are tickets available for then. Sunday's Mother's Day, and there are tickets available then, but I'm excited to see an answer to a question you put on your show sheet. Do you think fans are going to get out and support this team? And I think the answer is a resounding yes. Yes, bobbleheads bring people out for sure, but so does winning, and it does appear that this Tiger team has captured people's attention and early season excitement. We're kind of doing the same thing with the Pistons too, because we're asking people, and it's amazing. I thought we might find a small subset, but there's quite a few people that fall into the category of, I watched 6 games this year, and we want to know, when I said I want to know what your observations were, I was kind of hoping, what did you like? But we got a lot of predictable people. Here's what we got.
Old man yelling at clouds.
We did get some old men yelling at clouds, but we also got, I think if a month ago we would say, who in the NBA do you just organically despise the most? 1 month ago, I think the answer in Detroit would have been LeBron James.
Yep.
1 month later, I think the answer is resoundingly Jalen Brunson.
That's LeBron who?
Right?
Yeah, I mean, well, because, you face a team in the playoffs and someone becomes rather irksome early on, you got it.
Yep.
That guy is persona non grata, number 1 in Detroit.
Mm-hmm. So there you go. 248-539-9797.
And you know what? I'm glad. Detroit, now we have somebody to root against. We have a team to root against here in Detroit for basketball. This is what you want. You want to develop rivalries.
Yep.
I feel like the Pistons have a budding rivalry with Indiana.
Yep.
There's always going to be something with Cleveland because of just Cleveland's right proximity. But now you're throwing the New York Knicks in the mix, and specifically Jalen Brunson. Awesome. I'm so glad.
Give me a Knicks-Pistons postseason series next year. Yes, please. Let's go to Cam. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Cam.
How are we doing?
Great, Cam.
Hey, so all I wanted to talk about was Javier Baez, right? Guy's off to a hot start.
Yep.
I'm predicting an all-star season here. And I know it sounds crazy. It's still early. But maybe just for a second, he found his swing. He's got his groove back, getting a little more comfortable with the team. He's been with us, 3-4 years now? I think it could be time for a breakout season here.
You know what's going to be tough for him to make an all-star team? And I mean, all honesty, he doesn't have the position because he's split time in a number of different positions. So he's not going to have the qualifying at bats statistically to look at for just specifically an outfielder or specifically a third baseman.
Well, he'll be on the ballot as a shortstop, almost assuredly.
Yeah, well,
right?
he won't get in as a shortstop. But I mean, I guess it's my take on it because he's a multiple position guy, and those guys don't typically get to the All-Star game.
So, I mean, I guess one way to look at this, Cam, is there's a difference between an actual All-Star and an All-Star quality season. He's not going to get voted in.
Point.
Yeah, he's not going to get
That's
voted
a great
in.
Point.
But he could, if you're predicting an All-Star quality season, I think that's possible. I do not think it's possible he will be selected for the All-Star game unless he even gets better from here, because he's not going to get voted in.
No, but he's got to build off what he he had 3 home runs last week, his first 3 home runs of the season, and they came in back-to-back games.
Yep.
Do we not think there's a home in center field for him right now?
There is.
And I only ask that because he's played pretty well.
Well, there is until Parker Meadows comes back.
Do we know when that'll be?
Well, the earliest he can come back is May 24th, I believe. But he's working out. He's taking batting practice, and I mean he has yet to go on a rehab assignment, which would probably take a full week of rehab at Toledo or wherever he'd be. Probably start at single A and then get a game or two there, and then jump up to Toledo. So we haven't heard when that's going to take place yet, but it's only May 7th. So we're 17 days away from when he can come back. We'll see. I mean, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's not ready to come back on the 24th. But in the meantime, Javier's got a golden opportunity.
It's his chance. Thanks, guys, for the message.
Appreciate the phone call, and thank you for the message.
Yeah, I mean, look, you
just called Javi to the All-Star game.
The caller did, yes. He's been very good for the Tigers this year, and yet, he hasn't played every day. He's played 28 games, 28 out of the 35, but he has been surprisingly good. He's been getting on base, base hits anyway. He hasn't drawn a ton of walks. He hasn't struck out as much. He's not chasing as much, and he's played very well in center field, and he's played well at third base. He's done a great job for this team so far, to the point where it's unbelievable, but he actually leads the team in WAR with a 1.5 at this point.
Crazy.
Which is better than a 1.3 from Torkelson or McKinstry.
Jack is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Jack.
Hey, fellas. Didn't expect to follow a hobby bias to the All-Star game call, but
it's
here
quite
we
all right.
are. So I was calling about the Pistons. I was a parachuter, watched the last 6 games.
Yeah.
There were 3 things that struck me. First, this team is in line with the character of previously successful Pistons teams. No superstars. Sure, you've got some star level like Cade, but not a superstar.
Mm-hmm.
And each night a new guy stepped up to play the lead role on defense and offense. 2 was their defense. This team hustles. They're well coached. And 3, and I think most importantly for a young team, they demonstrated, to at least to me, over the course of those 6 games, that they can learn. We watched Thompson learn how to play better defense against Brunson from game 1 to game 6, and we saw Cade navigate different coverages. Like we watched Duran play better defense. Like I think seeing a young team learn is what's going to keep me coming back next year.
You know what? The point you just made about Asar Thompson is awesome, because he absolutely got better as the series went out. Now Brunson it was him that got cooked on the last 3-pointer, and look, that's going to happen. I hate it, but it's going to happen. God, I hate it.
But he's also the one that locked him.
Brunson. I hated it when it was Brunson that hit the shot.
But he's also the one that locked down Brunson that caused the turnover with the shot clock violation, 60 seconds before that.
No, but Jack, that's
right.
a really good point. And that's cool that you're going to be on board next year. I mean, look, from our standpoint, it's, okay, where do we try and build out topics? What are people interested in? And then we kind of let the show fall where it does. It's great if we have more Piston interest from day one starting next year. 248-539-9797. Big time winners in our state. We'll get to that today at 102. What's interesting, I'd never heard of it. Never heard of it. 102. We'll get to that here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, folks, it finally happened. The weather went from cold and dark to hot and sunny in a blink of an eye, as it always does here in Michigan. I love the heat as much as you guys do, but it doesn't mean that I want it taking over my house. Far from it. So do what I did. Call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to make sure that your AC is running cold. And if you got a pool, you want to make sure that that pool in the backyard is running warm this summer. The red, white, and blue trucks, they're on their way. Just call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or schedule an appointment at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. How's everybody doing on a Wednesday? It's big news in the state of Michigan in this category. Never heard of it, but 3 winners. And we'll touch on that today at 102. We had this, apparently the subset is larger than I thought. People that watch 6 Piston games this year, known as the Knicks series. What were some of your observations? And we're kind of doing what did you like? We're getting a lot of people bitching about the NBA, which is, I mean, look, there's a little bit of, and we're guilty of it too, back in my day. And we get a lot of that. It's not what it once was. I'm going to guess this is true of virtually every sport. Right? The NHL was different 30 years ago. Was it not?
It was different 30 years ago.
Was the NFL different 30 years ago?
Yeah.
Although I think probably people think the NFL is better because they like more passing. 30 years ago, Franco Harris had 35 carries a game.
Franco was, I don't want to make you feel old. Franco was well done 30 years ago.
Gator, we're trying to keep it in.
Yes, 1995, Doug.
Yes.
That's 30 years ago.
Okay, by then he was down to about 15 carries a game. Dorsett was still at 30 carries a game. Jim Brown was at 25.
Oh, boy.
No, obviously a long time ago, all the games were different. It's not unique to the NBA, right?
No, I think it's all sports have always been like this.
Mm-hmm.
You just get different eras, things change, and, people will latch on to what they remembered best. Obviously we have our own takes on it, and people that are, Kang's age, who's a little younger than we are, he's going to have a different opinion. Then I'm sure Kenny, who's younger than Kang, has different opinion. It changes.
I get the sense though that with some of the calls,
although Kenny's growing up though, I don't know.
Kenny's a different Ken's a different person. The best thing I saw from the Pistons was resilience. Writes a parachuter. The worst thing I saw was Cade was painful to watch at times, painful like Adrian Dantley. The turnovers, the stupid shots. The team did not move down the court with him. He would take off and he'd get down the floor quickly in fast break situations. The Pistons, I believe, were second in the NBA in fast break points, in large part because of Cade Cunningham. And yes, Cade had I guess you know what this is? This is people who didn't watch Cade's turnover problems all season long. When he averaged, 26 points a game or whatever, at the end of the year, he was going for 30, it seemed like more often than not. But he always had the turnover problems, and I guess the parachuters became well aware of it in this series.
And it becomes more frustrating and magnified when there's so much more on the line. It's one thing like, I tuned into, game 63, Kate turned the ball over. They're like, probably, okay, whatever.
Yep.
When it's game 4 of the NBA playoffs, and you got to have it, and he turns it over a couple times, you're like, well, what's up with this guy's turnover problems, right? For a guy that just parachuted in. And about the eras, yeah, you guys are right about I think you could debate whether your sport is better or worse or more entertaining or less entertaining. But I don't think you can debate that. I think every sport has gotten softer.
They all change.
I think it's like, as far as the amount minutes played, games played, playing through injuries, I think every sport is not as quote-unquote tough as it used to be. And I think that's gradually going to continue to happen.
Except for the NFL.
No,
I think the NFL. I don't think I think
the rules have
I
changed.
guess you're right because the way they
too.
protect the quarterbacks, and yet we're seeing more injuries than ever.
Dude, half the open on Monday Night Football 40 years ago would have all been personal fouls.
Yep.
But I guess when I look at it, like in the NBA, teams were literally throwing punches at each other all the time, and guys wouldn't even get ejected for it.
Hockey, NBA,
hockey,
NFL,
they were literally fighting all the time. Now they don't do it. Baseball was kind of there were brawls all the time in baseball. You don't see those too often anymore either. Football to me seems like it's gotten more violent while they're trying to curtail it with the hits on the quarterback. But everything else is like fair game.
No. What has changed is we are acknowledging that these are human beings playing the game that are getting decapitated on a regular basis, and they tried to legislate that out of the game.
But they're bigger, stronger, faster, I guess.
But games change.
To me, it's more violent. But I guess I'm on an island here. Yeah. Fair enough.
248-539-9797. By the way, Tigers straight doubleheader tomorrow, 3:10 and 6:40. Jackson Jobe goes tonight against Chase Dollander. Is that him? Jace Dollander? Big series. Hey, you made this point, and it's a very valid one. You have got Matt Vierling, who hit a home run last night and is hitting the cover of the ball today again, isn't he?
He hit a double today. I think he's 1 for 3 in the game with Toledo.
He's going to be back in Detroit
4 times in 2 games, 2.5 games.
He'll be back in Detroit in 3-2-1.
Yeah.
Parker Meadows is coming back. Manuel Margot is coming back. It is a good time for Jace Young or Justin Henry Malloy to really try to pick it up, because they become prime candidates to get sent back down. And it might be too late. I mean, Justin Henry Malloy might be the guy going down when Vierling comes back, unless they got Vierling at third base. Like, if they're going to put Vierling at third, then maybe it's Jace Young that needs to get hot right now.
Well, and that's why I think this series right now is really important for Jace Young.
Yep.
Because he's 3 for 30 on the season for a 100 average. He's drawn 7 walks, so his on-base percentage is actually 170 points higher than his batting average, which bodes well if you're hitting like 220. That'd be great to have an on-base percentage near 400, but he's not hitting. And I don't even know if his metrics are showing that he should hit the ball more or not. It doesn't seem like when I've watched him, he's hit the ball all that hard. He's still searching for that first home run in the majors. I hope he gets it, and they'll face, I think, at least one left-hander in this series, but that's the only way he's going to get. So he'll face the right-handed pitching, which is good for him because being left-handed. But he's got to show he belongs. It's not just the glove, which they told him you got to work on the glove, got to work on the glove. Okay, great, but the bat wasn't there. So when Vierling's ready to come back, I think the easy one to send down is Jace Young. And then the next one will be a tougher decision for deciding, do you want to bring Margot up or not? I mean, if Margot comes up, I think it's obvious that Justin Henry Malloy would be sent down. And Malloy's not hitting all that well. He's hitting $172. But much like Vierling or Young, his on-base percentage is actually quite good. It's at 342. For a guy who's hitting 172, you'll kind of take that. He's got a very discerning eye at the plate. He's drawn 15 walks and just 58 at bats.
Got to foul pitches off to do that as well.
Yeah, he's done a good job with that. And look, he's not terribly good in the outfield. So, Margot gives you more experience with that, but I'm not ready to say Margot's got to come up.
Let's go to Joe. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Good afternoon. It's morning for me. How are you, Gator? How are you, Doug?
Where are you calling us from, Joe?
Vallejo, California.
Nice.
It's overcast and cloudy today. I just wanted to let you know that I've been a longtime Pistons fan, and I watched every game they played this year. I had the NBA pass, and I saw them on TNT, and I was very impressed when the season started, knowing that they had only won 14 games last year. My hope was that they could just break even, win 41 and lose 41. They exceeded that, and I give the coaching staff a lot of credit. And I'm looking forward to even better things this coming season if they can find the right running mate with Cade and the rest of the.
Well, I don't know if you heard Trajan Langdon earlier today. There was no commitment to doing that. There was a big-time commitment to developing their young players. He didn't rule it out, but he said he was going to stay patient. And I think there was a little bit potential foreshadowing that the running mates might be Jaden Ivey and Asar Thompson.
Well, I agree with that. I don't want them to break up the core. They've got a good nucleus, and I'd like it to keep it that way. That's my personal opinion, Doug. And so I'm just looking for bigger and better things for them. There may be a sleeper in the second round. I know they don't have a first-round draft choice. There may be a sleeper there where they can pick up somebody that everybody else didn't think had NBA an NBA pedigree, but I'm hoping for much better things for them. It would have been wonderful for me to see them advance to the second round. Even if they had advanced, I didn't think they would be a good fit for Boston. Sometimes matchups play an important part, and I didn't think the matchup with Boston would be ideal for them.
Probably not, even though they blew out Boston in the last regular season game they played without Cade. But, playoff basketball is different. It just is. We saw it firsthand this year. All right. We got another hour to go here on Carson Anderson. Stick with us. 97.1 The Ticket.
The American League best Tigers take on the worst team in baseball, the Colorado Rockies, for the start of a 3-game series at Coors Field tonight in Denver. This morning, right here on 97.1 The Ticket, Costa and Jansen asked Tigers GM Jeff Greenberg about their approach coming up at the trade deadline. Game 1 of this series was supposed to be played last night. It was rained out. Doubleheader now happening tomorrow. This Game 1, though, features a great young pitching matchup tonight. Jackson Jobe for Detroit. Fellow rookie Chase Dolander for the Rockies. Tigers tops in the AL, 22-13. Colorado 6-28, the worst in baseball. That first pitch, 8:40. The pregame show at 8:15 right here on 97.1. Pistons president of basketball operations Trajan Langdon holding his end-of-season press conference today, saying that developing the team's young core and staying patient is the focus this offseason. Langdon also stressing continuity from last season as a goal this summer. And in the NHL playoffs, the Maple Leafs and Panthers take the ice for Game 2 of their series tonight. Toronto's up 1-0. Stars and Jets open up their series in Winnipeg. And on the hardwood, a pair of Game 2s tonight between the Celtics and the Knicks and the Thunder and Nuggets. New York and Denver both have 1-0 leads. At the Corval Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So we do these topics every once in a while. They're like beer man sports, where we just bring up stuff that guys like. And in this particular instance, Story that ran in the Free Press detailed how 3 Michigan breweries won silver medals in the 2025 World Beer Cup. The World Beer Cup, which the competition, according to the story, is known as the Olympics of Beer. It's the most prestigious beer competition in the world, according to their own website.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
they declared
Someone
it.
likes himself a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Let's go ahead. We are the most prestigious sports show in the world.
This is true.
We said
These
it.
are facts.
We said it. We called it. Has anyone called prestige for sports talk?
Probably not yet.
Yeah, so we could go with it.
Claim.
So here's the deal. The 3 breweries that won from the state of Michigan.
Oh, it's probably like Bell's, Shorts, and I don't know, Baffin. What do you got?
No, no, and no. It is nothing I'd ever heard of.
Arcadia.
Nope.
Huh. Is it like, why don't you tell me what they
Is it Founders? Did you say
Right, Founders. I
Founders?
forgot Founders. Yeah, Founders.
These are them.
Old Nation.
Tilted Axis Brewing in Lapeer, Archival Brewing in Belmont, and Haymarket Beer Company in Bridgman. Have you heard of any of these?
I haven't heard of Bridgman, or what was the second city?
Belmont.
Belmont. I haven't heard of either of those. So no, I haven't heard of those breweries, nor have I heard of the one in Lapeer, though I've heard of Lapeer.
You have heard of Lapeer.
Yeah.
Good for you.
But the breweries, no, I've never heard of those breweries.
Belmont is just north of Grand Rapids, like Whitecaps north. Does that make sense? You know where the Whitecaps play is just north of Grand Rapids.
Okay.
It appears to be in that neighborhood. I don't know anything about it. Let's go with Bridgemont? Bridgman, sorry. Bridgman, Michigan. It is a city in Michigan. It appears to be on Lake Michigan, in between the Warren Dunes State Park and Stevensville.
That doesn't help me.
No, it doesn't. You know where Pebblewood Country Club is?
Oh, my God.
It's north of 94, south of 96. No,
Okay.
maybe it's not. No, it's south of 90. No, it's okay. You know how you take 94 across and you hit the lake?
Yeah,
And
so
you
it's
take a left.
Benton Harbor.
Yeah, you take the left and you start going south. You go through Bridgman.
Okay.
Yep, you go through Bridgman.
So it's on the way to
It's
get
on the way.
towards
It's on the
Indiana.
way to it's
Chicago.
Yeah,
along
north
94.
of the Indiana
So it's
state
way
line
north.
off 94. That is where Bridgman is. Belmont is north. Do you want me to look up Lapeer? You got that one?
I got that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So,
By Oxford.
I mean, good for them. Are these
Great for-
sleepers?
no,
is this
awesome
like,
for
is
them.
this like major upsets? Like a 16 over a 1?
I think it might be.
Yeah.
I mean, what it shows you is that you're never, you're not too small to get recognized. I mean, these are obviously microbrews, or I don't think that they're mass produced, so they get noticed.
Mm-hmm.
You do something well, you're going to get recognition.
Yeah.
And good for them. What were the companies again?
They are Tilted Access, which is in Lapeer. Tilted Axis, AXIS. Archival Brewing in Belmont, and Haymarket Beer Company in Bridgman.
So what were the beers that were recognized?
Oh, here we go. First of all, there are 100 categories.
Wow.
Yep. 8,375 entries, according to this story in the Freep. 1,761 breweries and cideries across 49 nations. Tilted Access placed second in the American wheat beer category.
I like wheat beer.
With its Lunar Fallout. The beer has a 5.6 ABV.
All right, off to a good start. These are things I like so far. All right, what we got?
Archival Brewing placed second in the historical beer category with its Ager's Wreath. AE, both capitalized, GIRS. Iger's Wreath? I don't know how to pronounce that.
Wreath, like Christmas wreath?
Yes. The brewery describes the beer as a Finnish farmhouse ale made with fresh juniper berries that's light and easy to drink. It has 0 hop additions alongside the clean grain bill of rye and barley malts, and uses a double decoration brewing method. No, double decoction, DECOCTION. I've never heard that word. It has a 5.9 ABV. And Haymarket placed second in the strong porter category with its Baltic Porter, which is 8.5. 8.5.
That's a bit out of my league there. What was the first one again?
First one was Lunar Fallout from Tilted Access. What are you looking for more of a description?
Yeah, I'm curious about that one.
Okay. What do you got?
I don't yet. Yeah, I'm not sure.
All right,
yet.
so there's a couple things we want to do with this. One is, do you have a recent new beer discovery? Do you have a recent new beer discovery that is going to carry you through the summer months here in Michigan? What are you getting on board with? I recently told that I've found a new beer that is currently residing in our fridge, waiting for the weekend. I haven't given up on the Modelo thing. I will try the Modelo thing. Tranquilas, which is a Mexican-style lager from Old Nation. I am a big fan of. And also, there's another one I found that I think you tried this weekend. The Leinenkugel Lime Shandy.
I haven't tried it yet. I bought it. It's in my fridge waiting to go.
Big fan. I like it a lot. These are good summer beers. I will tell you that Old Nation has one I'd never heard of before, and I think this name alone, I can't wait to get your reaction. They have a beer called Ghost Meat.
What?
It's called Ghost Meat. When I was looking up a little bit about Tranquilas, I noticed that Ghost Meat is one of their beers. Anyway, you got a new beer that will carry you through the summer. And congratulations to these 3 in-state breweries. Whether or not, you might, if you're on the west side of the state, maybe Tilted Access or, I guess Tilted Access is Lapeer. Maybe Archival or Haymarket are more known over there. I'd never heard of them. Then again, I'm not, I don't get particularly adventuresome when it comes to beer. You do, and more so than me, but you'd never heard of them.
No, I had not.
No.
I had not.
248-539-9797. If you've got a new beer or brewery that will carry you through the summer months, and congratulations to these 3 Michigan breweries who all medaled at the World Cup of Beer. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if you're in the market for new garage doors, there's only one place to call. It's Precision Garage Door Service. A few years ago, I needed new garage doors. Mine were kind of shot, and I wasn't sure what to do. And then I remembered, oh, wait a minute. When you've had them repaired in the past, you called Precision. So that's exactly what I did. They came out right away. They walked me through the entire process. They have a bunch of different options, and we picked out the perfect garage doors that work for me and for my house. And what's great about this is if you need new garage doors, they've got a warehouse that houses all types of garage doors. So you might actually be able to have it installed in as little as 24 hours. Give Precision a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can check them out and schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 to ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. You got a new beer that'll carry you through the summer. Congratulations to 3. We'd never heard of breweries that medaled at the World Cup of Beer, all from the state of Michigan. Tilted Access in Lapeer, Archival Brewing in Belmont, and Haymarket Beer Company in Bridgman. You got a new beer that will carry you through the summer. We go to Sam here on 97 to ticket. What's up, Sam?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
We're doing good.
Hey, so I found a place that just opened last year in Troy called Stumblebum Beer. And they've got 15 different beers all brewed on site. And they've got a couple that are just outstanding. If you, they've got a German Pilsner that is to die for, I think.
Yeah.
But they got your IPAs and stouts, and, you know, they got representation in just about every category.
I'm just looking at it right here. I we'll go to their website. I see Bum Light, which is probably what I would drink. Bum Light, and there's a Kolsch there that would intrigue me. But
I have had the Kolsch. The Kolsch is outstanding.
Yeah, you know,
I think the Bum Light is just their play on Bud Light.
Yeah,
really.
I wonder how many. If you're starting a brewery, do you have to brew beers? Or be ready for the question, give me whatever that tastes like blank. And it's some mass-produced beer? What's the closest thing you have to blank?
Right, which we've asked that question before out in the wild, then sometimes you get greeted with the, we don't have anything.
Oh, that was me. And it was...
Perhaps I should give you a glass of water, sir.
I asked for, do you have anything like Summer Shandy? No. And, I mean...
The disdain.
It was a belittling answer, a tone to the answer, and then she walked away from me.
I had a similar experience.
And I was
years
like,
ago.
"Do you have a cup? Can I get a cup of Go F Yourself? Can I get a cup of that?"
I was in some place, some brewery, I think in Royal Oak, I think, and they had this massive menu, and I said, "Do you have anything that's like?" I think I said Magic Hat, and the response I got was, "Ugh." Okay, well, I was just curious if you had something.
If you want to sell me something,
I mean,
if you'd like me to spend my money here,
yeah,
that's funny.
That's the snobs, though, right? I mean, the beer snobs are out there. There's snobs with everything.
Sure. Jake and Livonia here on 97 on the ticket. Hello, Jake.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, first off, big fan of you guys. Listen to you every day.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
New spot open about a year in Livonia called One for All Brewery.
Mm-hmm.
Guy's got some weird hours. You know, he's Wednesday through Saturday, but man, some of this beer this guy makes is incredible. He's been in the brewing industry for years and years and years. Opened this about a year ago, got about 15, 20 on tap. And they're just, man, I was never in the craft beer scene, started drinking this, and I love it now.
Really? Yeah. Is there anything in particular they have there that is your favorite?
So the last caller mentioned a Kolsch over at that place in Troy. His Kolsch here is awesome.
Yeah.
This time of year, he's got this Mexican lager, kind of like a Corona that has some lime in it. It's just phenomenal, man. It's a small joint. It's kind of got a Cheers vibe, and it's just awesome.
Jake, thank you for the phone call. Got a bunch of feedback on this. Jim in Canton says Tilted Access has won other competitions. Also great pizza. Okay, good for them up there.
Well, next time I'm in Lapeer.
Yep. Modelo, end of convo. Come on, Doug.
Yeah, when are you going to do this, man?
I said I will do it when I do it. And what's funny is I don't know if this is a test of the beer or a test of the foil. I was interested in the beer. You guys want me to become frustrated with the foil.
Well, I just want to know if you share the frustration. That's all. Beer is fine. I think the beer is actually good. I'm amazed that it's the number one selling beer in the country.
I am too.
And it actually has been for a couple of years now.
Yep.
And I feel like it really hasn't infiltrated the state of Michigan, and yet now I think I'm starting to see it more often, and I actually went out and deliberately bought a 6-pack of it.
Look at you.
And I was happy with it. Not happy with the peeling of the foil.
Kang?
Yeah, I agree. The beer tastes fine. The nuisance is the foil after some time. And
it's a nuisance.
You offered up to drink the
I
beer.
did, yes. Well, I was going to do it on the day didn't go the way I expected on Cinco de Mayo. So, Ken, you know this. She had different plans. So guess what? I didn't do what I wanted to do.
You guys went to a Mexican restaurant, right?
We did.
Did you not get a beer at the Mexican restaurant?
I did.
Did you get a draft beer?
They didn't have Modelo in bottles.
Oh, they didn't have. Wow.
Not in bottles. They had it in draft.
Okay, that's different. Gotcha.
Best beer I've ever had. You mix equal parts cherry wheat and Blue Moon, then add an orange slice and 3 cherries. It's phenomenal. Absolutely delicious.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The cherry wheat I found to be way too syrupy and like cherry, too much cherry flavor.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would have like one, that's it. I can't do any more than that. Blue Moon I like. So if you're going to cut it with some Blue Moon, it's interesting. I might be willing to try that.
So what's funny about this is the idea of mixing 2 beers together is something I never thought of until a few summers ago. We were out and my wife was kind of trying to decide what to get, and the waiter suggested, have you ever had a Soberon? She said, excuse me? He said, a Soberon. Half Soft Parade, half Oberon.
Interesting.
She loved it. I thought it was pretty good, too.
Soft Parade's good. Oberon's great. And combine the two together, you get something different.
Unnamed texter says garage beer, great for long days. What is that an actual, is that a brewery?
I don't know. I haven't heard of it.
No. I work in Belmont, writes Jason. I may or may not go to Archival Brewery on lunch for a brew, one of the best. Rob and Dexter, I'm a big fan of Oberon Light. Not as heavy as the OG Oberon and very refreshing. Didn't you say you just got
did.
that?
I bought a 6-pack of that and a 6-pack of the Leinenkugel Lime, and I haven't had either yet, but I'm looking forward to it.
You ready to go?
Tonight could be the night.
Tonight could be the night.
I mean, it looks, let me strike that. Today could be the day. It's nice out. There, yeah. First day drinking beer of, well, that's not true, but it's some baseball games.
First day drinking beer this week?
This week, yes.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha. Have you discovered a new beer? Congratulations. Two breweries you never heard of winning, 3 breweries you never heard of winning medals from the state of Michigan at the World Cup of Beer. Stuff kids do, Gator. This might be an all-timer. A Kentucky woman, according to UPI, I didn't know they were still around. A Kentucky woman said her young son was playing with her phone during the weekend and secretly placed an Amazon order for 70,000 Dum Dum lollipops, a total purchase of $4,200. Lexington resident Holly LaFavors said on social media that she was shocked to discover 30 cases of Dum Dums on her doorstep, each containing 2,340 pieces of candy. LaFavor's son Liam, who was in the 2nd grade, admitted that he had placed the order for suckers while playing with her phone during the weekend. Each case of Dum Dums retails for $130, making Liam's total purchase of $4,200.
Wow. Oh, boy.
Yep.
A couple things about this. First of all, the Dum Dum lollipop.
Mm-hmm.
That's does nothing for me.
So it doesn't?
No.
What about when you were in 2nd grade?
You know what? No, not really. No. It was like this tiny little piece of candy on a stick.
That's what a Dum Dum is.
I mean, compared to like other lollipops or suckers that were bigger, and you thought you were getting more bang for your buck, and then here's this little Dum Dum thing that came in a million flavors, and it felt like every time you opened one up, it may or may not have been 3 years old, because these things just last forever.
Well, good thing that they last forever. They bought a lot of them.
They're well prepared.
My kids love them. Love them.
So the one thing kid did it on Amazon. One of the great things about Amazon is convenient for returning stuff. However, in this case, according to the story, Amazon initially agreed to allow LaFavors to return 8 of the 30 cases.
8 of them, huh?
She started attempting to sell the others to friends and neighbors.
There you go.
Hey, do you want a $130 box of dum-dums? She later said in an update that after a long day of working with the bank and talking to a few news stations, Amazon contacted her and agreed to refund the entire purchase.
There you go.
You imagine rolling up to Whole Foods and that little counter up front with 70,000 dum-dums to return?
Is that where you can return stuff from Amazon?
Yeah. Did you not order ever from Amazon? Or?
I rarely do, and if I do, I'm ordering something I want to have.
Yeah, I get it, but
Because we're guys. This is what guys do.
I don't.
We're not the women folk who are going to order 10 things knowing you're going to return 8 of them.
I've gotten SMRT on this one, in that if I'm ordering something and it's a piece of clothing, I order in multiple sizes because the returns are so easy. So just to avoid having to, just to know what fits. Know what fits is the deal. 70,000 dum-dums. Well played, boy. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So, Gator, my night will be taken up at the Masonic Temple going to the AEW Dynamite.
Oh, is that what you're doing?
Yeah. You?
I am not.
What?
I'm tempted. I really am tempted to go because it being at, obviously a big professional wrestling fan, and
Me
AEW
too, yeah.
comes to town. And they're also here tomorrow night because they'll tape the Collision that they will air later in the weekend. But tonight's show is live. But it's at the Masonic Temple Theater, as opposed to last time they were in town, it was at LCA. I love that it's going to be a smaller venue, much more intimate, and that is great for the wrestling fan. So much better to be an intimate
do you mean to be there as opposed to watching on TV?
Well, to be on TV is going to be great,
yeah.
but to be there as a fan in person, to me, I find it much better to be in the intimate venue as opposed to this
LCA.
Giant arena. It's the seating is better. You can hear things better. It's just you're closer to the action. Everything's great, and I don't know what. I haven't been to the Masonic Temple in forever, so I don't know what it's going to look like there, except I have high expectations that it's going to look awesome just because of the close proximity and everything else. And I think when they've made a conscious decision as a company to start when they tour to do these smaller venues, and I think that's the fan wins out when you go to these live events to be in a smaller place. So I think it's a great idea. But as of right now, I'm not going. I could change my mind, though.
Outside of me, I think Kenny is the biggest wrestling fan on the station. And are you going to AEW tonight and tomorrow?
No, I'm not. AEW, and I know Gator, no offense to you, but
I hear you.
AEW's kind of fallen off for me. I haven't watched a ton of it in the last, say, 6 months or so.
You're more of a WWE guy.
I'm more of a WWE guy. I grew up a WWE guy. It's nostalgia. It's then, now, forever, Gator. So you got that one.
I did.
All right, but yeah, no, I'm out on this one. I'm passing.
Well, I'll tell you guys how it was.
Oh, is that what you're gonna do?
Can you bring us back a towel?
Sure, and a baseball and a drumstick. If any of those things get thrown into the stands, I'm not sure what to expect.
No,
but I'm excited.
No. Yeah. Well, you know what's funny is, ironically, your son went the last time. Your oldest son went.
Did he?
Yes,
I don't
because
remember this
he was, as I recall, he went with some women that he knew, some famales, and one of them was friends with the wrestler Julia Hart because she grew up in Minneapolis.
That's right.
And they got to go backstage and meet her in a whole bit. I was like, "Are you kidding me?" Love Julia Hart. So he got to go to that. So maybe you should just
maybe I should.
Yeah.
If I can get to go backstage. Let's see what he remembers about that. But I'm a little disappointed you're not going.
I like I said, I might. It could change my mind. I don't know if it's sold out. But I'm curious with the small venue how it's going to look. It could have this whole ECW, old school ECW feel when they were in the small venues and it was crazy.
Well, you tweeted it out.
I did.
Yeah. Anyone going to Masonic Temple tonight or tomorrow for AEW Dynamite and Collision? And John tweets back, Collision is Thursday night.
Well, yeah, that's why
I said anyone go tonight or tomorrow night. Tonight being Wednesday night. Tomorrow would be Thursday night.
There you go.
Yep. Ronald says, I'll be there for sure. Mark tweets us back, no.
Mark can't make it. Sorry, Mark.
Let's go to Patrick here on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Patrick?
Yo, so I saw Adam Cole back in NXT. He is literally a WWE champ. So you need to, if he's wrestling tonight, you need to have a sign that says Cole fears McAfee. I mean, everyone else is missing out. That guy is the absolute man.
You're a big Adam Cole fan, huh?
You're not?
Not
Undisputed?
really. You know what? I love AEW, and I'm not a big Adam Cole fan. I don't get it. He's tiny.
He's the only one carrying the brand.
He's not. There's so many better wrestlers there. Swerve Strickland's great. They've got the other WWE guys like Claudio Castagnoli and Moxley.
Don't go with Moxley, bro. Moxley's trash. I would have went with Copeland. Swerve and
Swerve's awesome.
And
if you don't like the other the foreign guys, I guess I don't know what to tell you. I mean, Will Ospreay's an unbelievable performer. Kyle Fletcher is ridiculous how good he is. Okada.
Will Ospreay might be the best professional wrestler ever. When him and Seth Rollins got into it, whenever he signs over WWE, that's WrestleMania main event. Come on, Gator. I know my stuff. When it was when him and OJ, the Orange Juice guy, that might have been the best match ever at the main event pay-per-view.
At least top three.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Doug, I didn't know about your knowledge, my guy.
Yeah, let's go.
Well,
Adam Cole all day. Adam Cole all day.
You would understand senior day for baseball was supposed to be Tuesday. Every game in the world's been rained out this week, so now it's literally scheduled till tomorrow. And we got the Catholic League on the line. So, man, trust me, I wish they would reschedule because if not, I'd be there.
Me too, yeah. I get it. I'm with you, brother.
Yeah.
Baby.
Baby is really what you
I tried. I gave it my best. Tickets for Tigers, however, this weekend are almost sold out on Saturday. That's Tarek Skubal bobblehead day. Skubal actually pitches Friday, and there are tickets available Friday and Sunday. There's standing room and select few tickets available for Saturday. I got to tell you, I think a story that is dominating the timeline today in the world of sports is so on brand. I think the Cowboys trading for George Pickens is such a Cowboys move. This feels like Jerry grabbing headlines, splash move, and getting a bit of a controversial player. This just reeks of a Jerry Jones move to me. And this morning it was referred to as massive news in the NFL. And I thought, would this be massive if Seattle were trading for him?
No.
Would it be massive if the Arizona Cardinals were trading for George Pickens?
I mean, you and I are big George Pickens fans. We liked him in college.
I was out of college. Yeah. I think he's a bit of a buffoon.
He's kind of turned into a diva receiver, but yeah, it's only big news for ESPN because it involves the Cowboys and gotta cater to what Jerry's going to do.
This is for them. It is such a layup because usually it's a stretch with every topic. How does this impact the Cowboys?
Now we know.
Now that the Cowboys are in the news, they can authentically do. How does it impact the Cowboys?
Now, what's the other side of this that makes it interesting to me is the Pittsburgh side of it. What does Pittsburgh have? Pittsburgh has they still don't even have a quarterback.
But here, I mean, seriously, if they bring in Aaron Rodgers, do you think he might complain about the receivers?
I mean, they've got nothing to work. Like, if you're Aaron Rodgers, don't go to Pittsburgh. There's nothing to work with there.
Aaron Rodgers might not have a lot of choices anymore.
Well, it's true, but and now that they've made this trade, he's not going to announce anytime soon. Now he's going to wait a little bit longer.
Mm-hmm.
Let this story die before he gets to take over the spotlight.
They did get DK Metcalf, so there is
that's
that.
true.
Yep.
Okay.
So he is there,
and they drafted a running back.
Well, the funny thing is, they did this. I wonder if they consulted Aaron Rodgers. Like, if this is a serious flirtation with Aaron Rodgers, did Aaron Rodgers have any say over this?
I mean, they really should consult him.
Yep.
Yeah, they took Caleb Johnson from Iowa in the 3rd round.
Interesting pick.
And also drafted Will Howard from Ohio State.
I wouldn't be completely shocked if Caleb Johnson turned into a pretty damn good back.
I'm surprised he didn't run as well. His 40 time was nothing special, and yet when you watch him play on Saturdays, he was electric.
He was really good. He was really good.
I can't believe you went like this long without before you finally mentioned the most massive news.
Massive news
in the NFL. They say they're going to wait on Aaron Rodgers. That's the report, Gator.
Yeah.
You'll know if it's really getting close if they sign like Randall Cobb and Jordy Nelson.
Right, Jordy Nelson.
No, seriously, right? Like Alan Lazard is going to be a Packer, and then the next move is Rodgers because that's how he does this.
Yep. Got to line up his guys. 248-539-9797. It's Karsh and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsh. Memorial Day deals are going on all month long at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease the new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 for just $282 a month for 24 months with $19.99 down. $282. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and Chevy lease in the household. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends June 2nd. So something interesting going on in the National Basketball Association. In the three of the first four games, so not three of the first four, in the last couple nights, you have seen great teams blow massive leads. Boston blew a 20-point lead against the Knicks. Oklahoma City was up 7 with 2 minutes and 18 seconds to go against Denver and lost. Last night, Cleveland was up 7 with 2.5 minutes to go and lost. Oh, by the way, Cleveland is 0-2 on their home court. Cleveland is one of the best teams in basketball. Boston, Oklahoma City. These are great teams. Blowing leads. Cleveland losing at home, 0-2 at home as a favorite. Does this perhaps tamp down some of the Piston complaints from late last week that they would blow leads, and they obviously blew a lead in the deciding game, and they went 0 at home? And I'm not saying it's okay to blow a lead. I'm not saying that. But perhaps should we not think of these as grandiose indictments when it does happen to everyone, and it's actually happened worse to teams that are better than Detroit this postseason?
I think it can calm things down a little bit, because I think this is the NBA. Mm-hmm. I mean, we say it all the time. We've been saying it for years. You can overcome giant deficits in the early part of the game because it's the early part of the game. What's crazy to me is that we're seeing some of these 20-point comebacks happen in the second half of games.
Right.
And
that can happen quickly.
Yeah, that's wild to me that this happens, but it's today's NBA because of the high volume 3-point shooting. You know, if you're shooting well, you can get back in games really quickly. And if you're not shooting well, you can find yourself out of a game quickly.
You can blow a lead if you're not shooting well quickly.
Which I think is kind of that perfect storm of what's happened here so far. But it's, playoff, whether it's playoff basketball or playoff hockey, it's been great so far. We've seen the comebacks happen in the NBA. Edmonton, I think, has 5 comeback wins in a row in the Stanley Cup playoffs right now. That's fun to watch. You had the game last night that went to overtime with Carolina and Washington, and the last second shot with Halliburton and Indiana over Cleveland. It's been fun.
It's one thing we all do, and that is you see short-term results and you draw long-term conclusions. And Piston fans, there was a lot of they got to learn how to win, but I don't know that anybody's going to say that about Boston, Oklahoma City, and Cleveland. Not closing games out is a common thing that happens to teams better than Detroit. It's tough to close things out. In Major League Baseball, most teams have a specific person to come in and do that.
Yeah, what's frustrating us from the Pistons front was, and let's just compare and contrast it with Boston. Boston lives and dies by the 3-point shot. And most nights they live because they're shooting well. But if they're not, like they weren't the other night when they went 15 out of 60, they're going to find themselves in trouble, and next thing you know, you're in this big slump, and the other team's able to come back from a big deficit, and you lose. The Pistons, when they had leads, it felt like they stopped playing the basketball brand that got them where they were, and that they start hunting some shots a little bit earlier. Were they taking shots further out than what they normally would? And that's where you start to think, okay, they need to learn how to win, because are they deviating from what made them what they are? And I think it's a little bit different than the other teams.
All right, wanted to bring this up. A Detroit Lion insider gave up the latest today on Zadarius Smith.
Oh.
Nolan Bianchi was asked in his Q&A section, is he coming back? Love to see him back for another season at the right price. He says, without putting a percentage on it, I think there's a solid chance that he ends up with the Lions when it's all said and done. Holmes has maintained that the two sides are staying in touch. At age 32, and given that he's made it this far into the offseason without a deal, there's no real incentive for Smith to sign now and participate in OTAs and minicamps. Lions avoided a $10 million cap hit spread out over 2 years and a $6.9 million option bonus due March 14th by releasing him. So I do wonder what price they'd feel comfortable bringing him back. At this stage, the Lions are trying to roll money forward for their leaner years, so the $10.9 million being spread out really didn't benefit them much. Then he writes, as for other free agents, you can expect to see the Lions keep adding through the offseason. And then he mentions some veterans. DeMarcus Walker had 39 pressures and 3.5 sacks for Chicago Bears last season is intriguing. Dennis Gardeck, who was injured much of last season but recorded 42 pressures and 6 sacks for the Arizona Cardinals in 2023, is also still available. Carl Lawson, who had 27 pressures and 5 sacks for Dallas last season, rounds out a small group of options with proven production that actually fits the Lions' needs. So he's not expecting anything to happen. He doesn't feel like Zadarius Smith will be motivated to do anything before OTAs, which
that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, look, it's It's a move. Zadarius Smith is a bigger name of those available that got mentioned in the story. He didn't mention Von Miller, which is a pretty damn big name.
Mm-hmm.
And then who's the other one? There's another one out there. I'm blanking. There's another free agent out there that has a
former Patriot.
Name recognition.
Judon.
Oh, yeah, Matthew Judon. Thank you. There's the name recognition. So those are sort of the name recognition guys. This is the first time I've heard DeMarcus Walker, Dennis Gardeck, or Carl Lawson. I guess I heard Carl Lawson mentioned before, but there are other options out there. I think Detroit collectively will be happy when an addition of some sort is made. He did write about this. I'm going to make a prediction. We usually go through the list of undrafted free agents and say, okay, I'm going to back this horse to make the roster. This year, I'm holding my money. I'm not going to the window. I don't think any of the undrafted free agents are going to make it. Did you take a look at that list when it came out? The 10 undrafted free agents they signed?
I did not.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound promising?
No, it doesn't. But I guess we shouldn't be surprised. You're going to get to a point where the undrafted free agents are going to be players that you need when you stink. There are fewer and fewer seats in this game of roster musical chairs than there's ever been before.
The one that I think might have a chance is the tight end from Ole Miss.
Preekscorn?
Yeah.
Whose brother plays at Michigan.
He's got decent size, 6'6", 246. And I feel like they're always kind of looking for the next tight end to add, or they're gonna keep running Zylstrip back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Brock Wright. So keep an eye.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. We were talking earlier about what would your priority be for in-house free agents if you were Trajan Langdon, who spoke earlier today. John and Fenton says, I don't think we need Schroeder when Ivy is healthy. We need Beasley as a sixth man. I think Sasser can step up next season and take some of the minutes Schroeder played.
Yeah, I think it's interesting when you look at the playoff roster and who played in the playoffs and who didn't play in the playoffs, because the Pistons really didn't use much of it.
They shortened it.
They
big time,
really shortened it. So you never saw Sasser. I think we saw Ron Holland for a couple minutes in the first couple games, and we didn't see him.
Did Fontecchio play at all?
No, I don't remember seeing Fontecchio. So
tells you a lot.
It doesn't. I mean, I don't think it tells you much about Ron Holland. I think that they expect bigger and better from Ron Holland as he has a full offseason of work here with the team and go through, as he mentioned, he gets to go through Summer League again, and looking forward to seeing his growth. I think there's a lot to work with Ron Holland. I think he's energetic, wants to go out there and play defense and be part of this thing, and you expect, okay, he's a guy that can take a step forward. Asar Thompson's a guy to take a step forward. We only saw Jaden Ivey for 30 games last year. He should take a big step forward because he should be, if he's healthy, let's go. And even Cade Cunningham will take strides forward because this is the importance. Now we can talk about it after it's done.
Yeah.
Playoff experience.
Yep. These are back-to-back texts. You're out of your mind. This ain't rocket science. Beasley showed you who he was. I'll take the backup point guard with versatility, and he's clutch. Next text. It's Beasley, and it's not even close. We need that shooting. That's from Jacob in Northville. Thank you for signing your text, Jacob in Northville.
Well, certainly I want him back. I want them both back, but Beasley back for the regular season is big because you need to have – guys shot 42% in the regular season. Now, it's a different game in the postseason, but to find positioning for the postseason, you need the regular season.
And he's had years where he shot just fine in the postseason. Yeah. This was not one of them, but he has done it on two separate occasions with other teams. Rico Beard is here. Hello, Rico.
Gentlemen.
How are you today?
Good, man. How are you guys doing?
Good.
All right.
Good. What's new?
It's a nice day out. You two, this is where I envy your show.
Do you?
Because you're about to walk out into just a gorgeous.
I look forward to it. We deserve some of these. We need to start stacking them.
Well, I think we are.
It looks good.
I can finally wash the vehicle since it won't rain for a while. So
yeah. Good for you. What do you got planned coming up next?
We're going to touch a little bit upon Langdon speaking coming out there. It's just weird because I don't know his poker style. I can kind of tell with the other GMs, like, yeah, he's bluffing. I don't know if what he's doing.
It's funny because after listening to him today, it made me think, boy, Steve Eiserman said quite a bit last week relative to what Trajan Langdon
Brad
said
Holmes
today.
is just like, dude, stop
Fountain of information. Yeah.
Right.
No, that's a good point. Yeah.
So I don't know. And then, every now and then, and you guys know, a topic just comes out during show prep. And so Mike asked this hypothetical question. In 2026, is either Jonathan Smith or Sharon Moore coaching at their schools?
All right. Have a great show.
Oh, and also we're going to do something on the Papal. We're going to have like a little Papal blitz.
All right.
You got a mock?
Not a mock, but close.
Yeah.
Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Tigers tops in the American League at 22-13 on the season. Take on the Major League worst Rockies tonight for the start of a 3-game series at Coors Field in Denver. Great young pitching matchup in this one tonight. Jackson Jobe for Detroit. Fellow rookie Jace Dolander for the Rockies as I'm getting, what is this, paper thrown at me here in the studio. First pitch at 8:10. The pregame show at 8:15 right here on 97.1. Tomorrow, these two teams play a doubleheader. Pistons president of basketball operations, Trajan Langdon, holding his end-of-season press conference today, saying that Detroit's offseason approach is to stay the course. Langdon also stressing continuity from last season is another goal this summer. Warriors star Steph Curry will miss at least a week with a grade 1 hamstring strain that was suffered during last night's win against the T-Wolves. Tonight, pair of game twos between the Celtics and Knicks and Thunder and Nuggets. New York and Denver have both got 1-0 leads in those series. And the Cowboys trading for Steelers wide receiver George Pickens, headed back to Pittsburgh, a 3rd and 5th round pick. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, 75 and sunny, and yet I walked into Rico and Evan and David all being in a bad mood, all bummed out about Trajan Langdon. We're going to talk about it. We're also going to test their level of religious knowledge later with a papal conclave blitz. It's going to be exciting. Kenny's going to be dressed as a cardinal. We're really going to get into it. And I do have a hypothetical for you at 3 o'clock. And it is about college football, and I'll explain it, and I'm basically going to roll a hand grenade into the bedroom and shut the door behind me, and whatever happens, happens. But we want to start with this. You and Evan and David are all like-minded. You're all bummed out. Trajan Langdon spoke, and while the audio's terrible, we can't play it. It's, guys, it would be a waste of your time as a listener. But I'll outline some of the things that are in here. But I want you to really kind of take the lead on this because you're convinced of something, and maybe I don't want to be convinced, so I'm, denying reality. But basically, he said the following. If you're going to bring an all-star in, it's going to come through trade, not free agency. TBD on Ivy and Duren extensions. No idea who the second leading scorer would be next year. He thinks that's a good thing. Didn't mention Ivy at first. Kind of made you guys question Ivy's role, but it's led you to the following. You believe Trajan's plan, or at least from what he said today, is WBBT.
Yep.
Bring the band back together.
Yep, Mike, just like every NBA player, when any call happens, does this. Review it. We're going to run this back. They're going to run back this team. He came out there, and he was just talking. He didn't say specifically that he was, but it was the things that I was hearing what he wasn't saying. And it was, you know what, for this offseason, Oscar Thompson won't have blood clots, so he'll actually get to work out with the team. And Ron Holland, he's going to come back with the team and practice this summer. And whether it's going to be in some of those summer league games or what, but he's going to be working with the team. Cade Cunningham now knows what it feels like to train. And because he's experienced the playoffs, he knows what it takes to win. So now he's not going to be out there training to perform well in game number 45, but he's trying to go to the second round and beyond. He just talked as if he just kept naming off all the key pieces to the team and how over the summer it's going to get better, which led me to thinking he's just going to keep this thing together. And I think he's open to a trade if a trade is there, but I don't think that he's going to be demanding a trade. If somebody calls and offers him a deal and he says, okay, if the Pelicans say, hey, Zion, we want to try to move him, what can we do? I think he would join in that conversation. But I think that call comes from New Orleans. I don't think that call comes from Detroit. I think he's happy with what he has here, and he thinks that if we just get another summer together with the same players, we could get better results. He complimented the fans during the playoffs, and I think he's going to try to bring that team back. And by bringing that team back, I also think, because he talked about, I brought in some free agents, and things kind of changed while they were here, which I felt like he started to fall in love with those guys. So, David, I could be wrong, but to me, sounded like, as you like to call it, was it WBBT? So I think that's going to happen. I think the Detroit Pistons will keep it together, and they're going to run this thing back next year.
So they're every team in this town.
You're going to see minor changes, maybe a couple of fringe players like they did.
Yeah, no one cares. So that's
wow.
It's Rico. No one cares. Like you could sign a zillion Fontecchios. See yourself out. So basically, we're WBBT City. Lions refused to make the big move. Wings refused to make the big move. Tigers tried.
I was about to say,
didn't
Detroit
execute
tried,
it. Tigers tried.
And they were willing to even overpay.
And the Pistons, according to you, Evan and David, are convinced, hey, Ron Holland will get a full summer to work out, a sore, no blood clots. We're just going to keep the band together. David, do you agree with the way Rico explained that?
I don't agree.
You read something different into it?
Here's what I read into it. It's too early to know. That's what I read into it. We just finished the playoffs. I absolutely understand he had to speak. Yes, the season's over. Every GM should speak when the season is over. But I just didn't take anything from it. It's just too early to know anything on decision-wise, if they're going to trade for someone, if they're going to keep the young guys. I just don't think I learned anything today.
You know what? The only one I did not know about was Jaden Ivey. And Jaden Ivey, he said by his own admission, he was like, yeah, you know what? I left him out, and, I left out a few other people. But he talked about all the other players, but Ivey was omitted. Ivey's the only one I don't know, David, because I don't know if Ivey's going to be a key part of this team or Ivey's going to be the chess move, the piece that they're going to try to bring in somebody else. He's the only one. He's like, hey, J.I.'s down working out right now. But other than that, what I gathered, they're going to run this back. And they think that they have something here. And I wouldn't expect no free agent move. If there's going to be a big move, it's going to come through a trade. He's like, hey, I don't know who the second scorer is going to be next year. And yeah, it's a good thing. Like, okay, wait a minute. What? Don't you want to know who? I mean, we all keep saying you need somebody to help out Cade, and you want to get somebody who you definitely know, yes, this person plus Cade equals a winning team, not, hey, man, it's going to be fun to figure out who's going to be the second leading scorer next year on this team.
Is there a question in here, or is this just like we're just going to keep it rolling? I want to know why this is this way. That's what I want. Why is this town this way? WBBT. Why? Why? That's what I'm more interested in. I'm not interested in going through the pablum of GM quotes. Why are we this way? Answer it. Someone. I don't care if you're on the road. I don't care if you're sitting in studio or behind the glass. I don't care if you're up on a roof. Why? Why will no team in this town take the swing?
Because you don't want the risk. You don't want to take the big risks, because if you take that risk
but
and
why?
it fails.
Oh, this is the hardest town in America, isn't it?
It's not. It's not, because this town, they value something rather than everything. And if you have something, I don't want to give up something and risk that I can get it all. I'd rather just be safe with the something.
No, you put your ass in the jackpot is what you do if you make the big move, because if it doesn't work out, then you look like an idiot. You don't want to do that. You don't want to put your job at risk. You don't want to put your reputation at risk based on making a big swing. I disagree with that line of thinking, because I think that's not how champions are made. Champions are made by doing those types of
things. But Kenny, here's the thing. Here's what there hasn't been a champion here in a long time. So,
because we behave like that. That's why there hasn't been a champion in a while.
Because this town, once you rather have something than be irrelevant. Because every team that we've talked about at some point has been a joke. And once you start winning, you don't want to go back to that. So I'd rather play it safe and at least be relevant.
Can you
I'm not agreeing with this, Mike, before you say anything. Let me just cut you off right now because you're a little spicy. No, I'm not agreeing with that, but you want to know why this town is that way.
Well, then that's pathetic, and you never deserve to win a championship. I hope none of you win a thing then, because I can't name a single person who's been uber successful in business who had that mindset. Not one. I think it's absurd. All of this is absurd. If they want to, we're going to let it marinate. Why?
In business and in life, you have to take that swing.
Right.
No matter what you do in life, you have to make a big swing and bet on yourself.
Look at all of it. The Wings are in desperate need of a big swing. Now, I'd argue the Pistons, there's a power shift in the East. You and I have been talking about it all year. The East is in a complete transitionary period Why not put your stamp on it? Make the Detroit Pistons the team of the next 5 years.
Yeah, right now there's 3 teams in the East. I think Cleveland, Orlando, and Indiana.
The Tigers' shot will come at the deadline. Because truthfully, they have to be a buyer. If this is who they are, you have to be the team to go out and make that type of move.
And the funny thing is, the irony to all of this is when the Wings were willing to go out there and do big things, they won cups. When the Pistons went out there and took a chance on Rasheed Wallace, it helped them get over the top to win a title. So, yes, that's how it's done, but they're scared. There's really no other way to put it. If I make this move and this move fails,
well, look at the Lions too.
I'm gonna be attached to this. So I'd rather be relevant than be great.
I don't think they're scared. I think this town doesn't demand it. So when they don't demand it, there's no reason for the GM to strain themselves and go after big moves because the fan base isn't gonna say anything to them. They're just going to sit there and be like, oh, great. Lions won 15 games. Pistons made the playoffs. Tigers made the playoffs.
But David, there's only
great
so much.
job.
It's only so much the fans can do. I mean, the only time I really saw the fans have an effect is when the Lions went 0-16 and they just said, enough of this. You got to get rid of this clown.
Yeah, but it's cultural. Like, I agree with you in the actuality. You're right, Rico. They don't get to walk into the office and press a big red button, the trade button. But what David is speaking of is there's a reason Philadelphia is Philadelphia or Boston or Chicago or New York. Those towns are a certain way. So you're right. Fans don't have the actuality. But one thing's been proven. These teams do listen. I'm not going to get into specifics of how that's true. You just need to trust me. These teams listen. So the idea of fans voicing displeasure, you're right. But what does this town do? They fall in love with gym class heroes. Think about it.
No, they don't.
They fall in love with their own, and then anytime we try to bring up a trade, that dude's not good enough. What do you mean?
I like to call it the Brandon Inge factor.
Exactly. I mean, we were talking about trade candidates for the Pistons, and everyone, that guy's not good. That guy's, fine. I'm going to get you Larry Bird in his prime. Is that what you want? Let me get you Larry Bird, 1984. That's what I'm going to deliver to you. So I want to ask you guys the question because I think all 4 teams are in the same spot. Different points of rebuild or their arc. Would anyone have said it was a bad idea for the Lions to make a big move this offseason? No, they chose not to. We'll see if they're right. The Tigers, they tried, didn't execute it. Wings, please. I mean, we're all dying for the Wings to do something, and they need to. There needs to be a jump start. For the Pistons, I think there's a lot of oxygen available in the Eastern Conference if they want to reach out and grab it. Reach out, breathe it in. But you got to make a move. Mm-hmm. No, I don't think a summer of Azur is going to turn him into a 38% three-point shooter.
No.
So I want to hear from you guys. Because my fascination is, with Trajan's comments, as Rico eloquently pointed out, it doesn't sound like. Now, again, is he going to pull his pants down at the podium and show you the world map? No. He's got to leave some fog of war. But I'm asking you guys, why are we this way in this town? Where seemingly these teams are reticent at best to make a bold move. 248-539-9797. Rico, take him to church.
Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey that you want to go on. It's a judgment-free environment. You can feel free to get strong your way on your time. You can feel your strongest, best self with the best in-class equipment for a full workout, from strength training to cardio to stretching, brand new plate-loaded machines like the hack squat and the supine benches. It also has free weights, cable towers, upper and lower body strength machines, treadmill, stairmasters. Guys, you get it. Planet Fitness has pretty much everything that you need to get started on your journey. The only thing that is missing is you. Head into your local Planet Fitness right now to get started. There are over 50 in the Metro Detroit areas. They got convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine. If you need added motivation, free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. And right now through May 16th, $1 down and $15 a month gets you started. That's right, just $1 down, $15 a month. Head into your local Planet Fitness, go to planetfitness.com, or you can sign up free on the Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
Personal injury of any sort is personal. You need to call David Femininio. He has dedicated his career to securing justice, maximizing recovery for those who've been injured, and David is dedicated to ensuring you get the medical care you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who makes it personal. You call David. 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or just go to his website anytime at getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, quick check at a ticket text before we get to the people. And we're kind of building on Trajan Langdon had a media availability today. And while you don't expect him to come out and go, yep, we're star bleeping, it didn't feel like it was going to be a very aggressive summer. Doesn't mean that's the way it is. We only go by what you say and what you show. The idea is, why is every team in this town the same? They're hesitant, reticent. I don't want to use the word scared. That can be insulting. They don't want to make the big move. Whether it's the Lions, WBBT. Whether it's the Wings, draft, develop, and sign. Now, the Tigers, I will give credit, they tried. They didn't execute it, and Lord knows the deadline will show us. They must do something at the deadline. You go all in, you try to win the World Series. The Pistons, I don't know anybody who thinks keeping this group together is going to land you a championship. This summer, you could really expedite it. Doesn't sound it. So, David, and then we'll get to the callers. Why are we this way?
This town is just complacent. Other big market fans act like big market fans. We're too obsessed with just being good.
You know what? It's funny, David, because I was just thinking that in the break, for some reason, Detroit has been convinced it is a small market. I don't know when that happened, but the organizations seems like, feels like, comes across as small market teams, and they'll do small market type of things.
Breaking the bank on big free agents doesn't guarantee championships. Only one team wins every year. Building a solid base before taking the big swing is important, or else you'll have a big, huge payroll full of dysfunction.
Yeah, you know what? You don't have a big, huge brain because you left out trades. You dishonest rat. Stop it. This is what I cannot stand about the ticket text sometimes. Yeah, way to leave out, be willfully ignorant to the thing all of us are talking about, trades. But thank you. Thank you for alerting me that this isn't an effing free agent destination. Thank you, Socrates.
From Zach, he wants
I'm sorry, but like, David, you just read one of the most willfully dishonest things maybe of 2025. Sorry. I'm not even mad at you. I'm mad that that person exists.
From Zach, he says, I would argue that the Pistons are the only ones who have made a big move. Eating Monty's contract and turning their fortunes around in less than a calendar year is bold.
You know what? Tip of the cap.
Yeah,
it's bold.
I didn't think about that. Yeah, you're right.
It's bold.
You shouldn't have hired him in the first place.
But, well, he only said no 6 times. Just had to ask him a 7th. Go ahead, David.
From Bob, I think the problem is that the last big splash that was done was Baez, and I think GMs in this town are scared because of that. I disagree with the logic, but I think that is the reason.
What highly successful person can be scared in the job they do? Do you know, like, how insulting that is? If you say it, it's one thing, but if you believe it, it's another. If you think scared is going to play running billion-dollar enterprises, which is what sports teams are, I can't help you. Then you shouldn't have the job. If you're scared, now I'm not saying they're scared. They're reticent to do it.
No.
I don't think that's fear.
As I stated, when the Wings were out there making deals and bringing in trades and bringing in people, they were winning. When the Pistons went out there and they got Rasheed. Heck, when the Tigers were out there wheeling and dealing, they made it to World Series. They didn't win, but they were one of the most exciting teams in baseball. Like, they tried, and then it's like, okay, well, now it's time we're just going to save all our pennies, and we're just going to do it the old-fashioned way.
Go to Bill, 97.1. Billy, what's going on, pal?
Hey, how you guys doing today? How's your day going?
Hey, man.
Yeah, I didn't get the sense, and from my opinion, listening to the press conference.
I'm going to put you on hold because either you're not speaking English or I can't understand your phone. We'll try again in a minute. Let's go to Mike in Sterling Heights, 97.1. Mikey, what's up?
What's up, fellas?
How are you, sir?
Good, Mikey. I love you, but I got to disagree with you a little bit. I got a little bit more history in Detroit than you, man, for you to just go off on all of us this way.
Yeah.
Let's go back a little bit because
Okay.
we got a city of what ifs, man. I mean, the Pistons and all organizations aren't created like right now. We saying they all the same. They're not. Pistons back when Isaiah and them was getting it. They made a bold move. They got Adrian Dantley. Didn't work out. They made another bold move and got Mark Aguirre, won a championship. Go ahead, push ahead to, get Rashid. That was a great move. But the bonehead move, the what if move when they got Darko. What if?
So hold on, Mike. You're equating making one bad mistake in the draft precludes you from taking the swings that did net you multiple championships.
Nope. I'm not saying that.
Then what are you saying?
We're moving forth to like right now.
Okay.
7 years ago, what if everybody in this town said get Halliburton? I'm talking about the fans that you talking about don't know. They said get Halliburton, but the ownership didn't do that. What if?
Right.
What if? Just what if?
They made a mistake.
The Tigers. Well, two more things real quick. The Tigers had the great team that y'all talked about. Everybody said get the bullpen. I'm talking about when they had Verlander, all the starters. We never had a bullpen. What if? What if? What if? Now we're here right now. The Lions. Everybody and their mama. I'm talking about the fans like me and you. We telling the owner or the general manager, get you another end. We screaming at the top of our lungs. But that's the decision he's going to make. Another what if. 10 years from now, I hope it don't be a what if. But currently, right now, when we talk about these Pistons, I'm going to give Trajan a little leeway.
So, Mike, let me get to. So you're saying the fans are trying to get ownership to do what they want. Ownership's just not listening.
In some instances, I will agree. Because Mike said in this town, we just a certain way. No, I've been knowing a lot of people that's been saying, make this move, baby.
Okay,
make
hold on.
this move.
Mike, here's the problem. Now, again, this is my response to this. First of all, you don't come up with the term Brad bot or Steve bot if there's not a huge number of people. Now, I'm here every day. We talk to people, and then obviously tens of thousands of ticket texts per week. When I tell you a majority of people are actually more than okay with what's going down, I mean, you can either believe that or you can choose to think I'm playing pretend. I'm not saying nobody believes it. I'm saying a majority of fans are more than happy to, quote, let Brad cook. And if you say otherwise, you're a bad person. If you say, damn it, I want the Pistons to get aggressive, you're told, let it percolate. Steve bots, there's at least 33% of that fan base that is perfectly content to let Steve bring the rebuild into 2030.
Do you remember when I tweeted out fire Steve Eisman and I got lit basically on fire and burned at the stake because of that? That's a real contingent of the fan base. That's not just 2 or 3 guys.
Right. We are a certain way in this town. And I don't know why. Because to me, yes, what the Tigers are doing is great. It's going to take more to win a World Series. I'll see it at the deadline. The Lions, clearly, we like having a good football team. But they didn't do anything this offseason to push the rev limiter. When you don't use all your cap space, you're not trying. Argue it. The Detroit Lions, who are one of the best teams in football, did not use all their cap space for things and stuff and nut butter and whatever they're shopping for in 2027.
True.
They didn't use their cap space. So, I just... When Trajan comes out and says what he says, I don't think any show on the station has been more respectful of what Trajan and Bickerstaff have done in year one. But we've also future casted, man, sometimes the universe spins faster than you realize, and your opportunity's right here.
Yeah, sometimes, I was about to say, sometimes your opportunity comes, you don't have to wait in line. All of a sudden the line opens up and you're next.
Right. All I want Trajan to do, pick the pieces you like best, hold on to them. Launch everything else into the sun and go get a player here and let's go. So we'll continue in a moment. I want to stay timely. I don't want to upset David more than I already have today. 248-539-9797. Thank you, Kenny. All right, listen, this weather, you're ready to get out, get up north, or go on some road trips. Moran Buick GMC has you covered. GM employees and immediate family members, lease a 25 Buick Encore GX Preferred, $199 a month, or a 25 Sierra Elevation Edition, $298 a month, and employee pricing for everyone. MoranExpress.com, you can search the inventory. You can also schedule your certified service. They give you the free loaner. You go about your day, do the things you got to do. Always fast, always easy. MoranExpress.com at Moran Buick GMC. You're going to get the best price, period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Okay, so something interesting before I get to the phones. David, Rico, you guys tell me. Now, to me, this is a no-brainer. But in this town, we're not doing it as a topic, but it would fill the lines of people saying no, 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 no. So Bleacher Report, Zach Buckley put together some of the summer NBA trade proposals. All right? This is from today.
Okay.
And the Pistons acquire Zion Williamson. Now, this to me is a no-brainer. Here's what you're sending. This is similar to what I offered, except it's an even cheaper deal. Tobias Harris, $26 million. Jaden Ivey, Bobby Clintman, a 1 and a 2.
Yes.
Mind you, Ivy's
next year's one.
Yeah, and then a future 2. Tobias has no role with this team long term. Ivy's extension eligible. I'd rather pay someone else. Hell, go pay Dern if you like. Klintman is a complete unknown. Swedish kid you drafted, and the 2 draft picks, F them picks. And before you knock Zion, I want you to just remember something. In 28 minutes a night, he scores 25 points. He is one of, if not the most efficient scorer in the NBA. The only reason he's this cheap, the perfectly healthy version's rarely been seen. If it doesn't work, you can still go big game hunting. You're not trading Ron Holland. You're not trading Asur. You're not doing anything zany.
Doran's not in that as well.
So basically, if it doesn't work, you got to try to get somebody else to want to buy Zion to get him off your.
Because basically his deal's going to be short enough, you could be out of the Zion business pretty quick. The point I'm making to you is this town, people shoot that down.
Yes. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Nope, they would, because you want to play the Zion bingo card. He can't stay healthy.
Right. My point is, what are you actually giving up for him?
You're giving up nothing. Nothing. Just 1 first and a second. I don't care about Ivy. I don't care about all that. Bye-bye. Oh, please make that move.
I just thought it was a fun note that popped up today, and I would just pass it on to you.
Except for probably Tobias Harris has gotten a lot of Detroiters on his side because
bye-bye.
You saw how tough he acted in the playoff game.
I want to include him in any deal this offseason because of the money portion of it.
And
bye-bye.
The thing is, when they got him in the trade, they traded. He was there to be expendable. We're going to move you along. Get an apartment, not a house, because you're not going to be here that long.
Let's go to the people. Go to Rod. He's up next, 97.1. Rod, what's going on, pal?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Rod.
Hey, Rod.
What's up?
Other Pistons fans are just scared of what happened with Blake Griffin and how that failed. I think they're just happy that we finally got a playoff win in 15 years and they just want to coast. I'm not that way. I did see that Bleacher Report trade proposal. I'm with it 100%. I saw trade proposals for possibly Jaylen Brown and Devin Booker and things like that.
Yeah.
Go do it. Get it done.
Yeah, those are far more expensive. I just want to say that for the people in the back. But yeah, Rod, I mean, you have to try.
Yeah, you have to try. I don't get it. So if we're being patient, everybody's fine being patient. If we lose in the first round, maybe game 7 next year, I don't want to hear no complaining, no crying, because we're being patient, right?
Yeah.
No, go out, make a big splash. In defense of Brad Holmes, I know everyone is a little upset with the whole Ed Rusher deal. If I'm not mistaken, at like the end of February, early March, didn't it come out that he did reach out to the Browns in regards to Myles Garrett, but they weren't budging? So at least he tried. So, but hey, you guys have a great day.
Yeah, no, Rod, I appreciate it. Ultimately, it comes down to there's a pretty consistent thing that the Lions are doing. They want to draft, develop, and retain their own. And they want to sign their people early. But when you leave cap space on the table and you don't prioritize a pass rusher at any stage, not in the trade market, not in free agency, and please do not sell me that drafting a kid in the 6th round is prioritizing it. You didn't do it in the draft. So ultimately, it's okay to have a conversation. But it's just like that Bleacher Report thing. If I said to Piston fans right now, on your season tickets next year, here's your starting 5. Cade, Beasley, Asur, Zion, Duren. Why can't that team finish top 3 in the East?
I was just going to say, you're looking at probably a top 3 team. Maybe 4, depending on what happens with Orlando. But yes, you will be a have in the East.
Right. You still have Beefs too. You still have Ron Holland. You'll still have some bench filler. What's wrong with that? Versus, I'm sorry, there's no scenario I'm bringing Schroeder back. There's no scenario I'm bringing Tim Hardaway back. And honestly, if Malik Beasley doesn't want to take a team-friendly contract, goodbye. I'm not going to pay that guy $18 million a year.
No, Schroeder and Hardaway, it basically depends on how much money I got when it's all said and done. If I got enough to bring one back.
Rico's giving him the biscuits, the crumbs at the bottom of the bag.
But let's be real. You know what? We got, as you said, you can't sit here and not spend all your money.
No, and the problem,
we got a little extra.
The problem for this team, and again, people in this town don't see it, you have $41 million tied up in Tobias and beef stew. All right? I mean, that's not quite a max player, but it's close. Let's go to Dre, Southfield, 97.1. Dre, what's going on, buddy?
Nothing much. So, for starters, I don't agree with the approach, but I do believe that Trajan's being pretty upfront about where they're at. And I go back to his opening presser last year. And ironically, I think that Trajan and Scott Harris had a similar impact by their teams on expected success, in that when they both took their particular jobs, they looked at both their, granted different sports, but they looked at their organization as rebuilds, longer term rebuilds. And both their teams, I think, performed ahead of schedule than they expected. Mm-hmm. And so I think with Trajan, and go back to his presser last year, you said something before he went to break. You said you want him to pick the pieces he likes and hold on to them. The rest can go. His presser last year, he was asked what was his outlook on the roster. And he said, and I'm paraphrasing, I was in the West, but I really don't have much of a feel for the roster. And you know, that's how I want to use this year to evaluate. And if you look at the way the season transpired, Ivy left early due to injury. Asor missed all of training camp, you know, pretty much a quarter, you know, good portion of getting ready for the season. I think he's still in evaluation mode, and he's trying to see what is the true trajectory of a Ron Holland summer to summer, Stuart Thompson. Once again, I don't agree with that necessarily, that he needs to play close, to play more conservative. I do think they should kick the tires on certain guys that could be available, but I think I understand where he's coming from based on where his initial
and let me be clear,
was.
Dre, I want to make sure I'm clear again, because I don't want my words misconstrued. I don't want them to do some zany Atlanta Hawks all-in DeJounte Murray crap. That's not what I am advocating. I'm not screaming for Giannis. I'm not screaming for Jaylen Brown. I'm trying to find a cheap yet potentially paradigm-shifting trade. Now, again, if the pricing's not right, I'm not going to knock Trajan. But what I don't want is the in-house sign all my own gym class heroes, and then I can't do anything.
Right. You don't want to be irresponsible and commit $20+ million to Luke Beasley and X money to Schroeder and all that. I understand that, and I think that'll be a mistake. And because it's, you know, not like what the Lions are doing, right? That'll be a mistake, especially for basketball, because you need difference makers. So you don't want to commit all your salary cap to guys who are just guys. Right?
No, but Dre, I do think that I think Beasley's going to get an extended deal. I think they're going to try to keep him around, not because of what he did in the playoffs, but what he did throughout the season. And I can't be mad at that, but I can't bring back everybody.
You better be careful what you pay. We talked about it the other day. You better be very careful, because if you go above a certain threshold, like the mid-level, let's say you signed him to something insane, like 4 at 80 or 4 at 76. I'm telling you, you're going to hurt yourself and your ability to do the things you need to do. If he takes a team-friendly deal, he wants to be here, we can talk about it. But you know the problem? Oh, but he said he loves the city. So they want to give him his little Burger King crown.
He is all about that social media. When the Bickerstaff didn't get the Coach of the Year, Detroit versus everybody. Yeah, he's playing it up for the crowd.
You know, Kenny does a hand gesture that would mimic my feelings on that.
I'm with you. If you can sign him for as I said, a team-friendly deal, I look at what he did. I think he could be a key piece to this team.
All right, I'll give him a deal, and we're going to subtract a $500,000 for every brick he threw up during the playoffs. And whatever's left over, that's what he gets paid.
Oh, the reverse incentive.
Yeah. You owe us that paper.
Wasn't the greatest playoff.
$500,000 per brick.
He had a great half in Game 6.
Cool. You put those highlights on repeat. We'll talk to you in October. All right, M43 New England IPA from Old Nation Brewing Company. It's brewed right in Williamston, and they're award-winning. And what they like to do are some of these very limited run releases, like the Orange Creamsicle M43. Now, again, a day like today, perfect for it. This stuff sells out super quick. Ask wherever you buy your beer, ask them if they're going to have it. If they do, have them put a 4-pack aside for you, because it'll be gone if you don't. And if they don't sell this, then you need to go buy your beer somewhere else. Visit oldnationbrewing.com. Find a retailer near you. Support local. Support independent. 21 and up. And Old Nation Brewing Company reminds you to please drink responsibly. All right, we're going to get back to your calls in a minute. Very, very simple. Kenny, customer service. This is exciting, though. We got hundreds of thousands of people watching worldwide. We've got people waiting. Oh, it's papal conclave time, y'all. So here's what we're going to do. We have our two religious experts. From the non-denomination conference, Mr. Rico Beard. And from the Pentecostal conference, Mr. David Hatchetman Hull. Which religious expert will reign supreme? It is time for conclave trivia. All right.
And just so you know, neither David or I are Catholic.
That's why this is fun. There should be a minimum baseline knowledge of religious protocol.
Just before we get the ticket tax of people, hold it, we ain't Catholics.
Well, you're an independent. You're the Notre Dame of religion. You are non-denominational. Rico makes his own schedule. David is in the ACC and the Pentecostal conference. So here we go. All right.
I'm the ACC, not even Big Ten,
No,
SEC.
because you're coastal. Pentecostal.
At least you're not the Pac-12.
Now, here we go. Gentlemen, You got to buzz in.
Okay.
How long did the longest conclave last in selecting a pope?
Ooh, that's a good one.
The longest conclave, 3 years.
We're talking about something different. You buzzed? What's your answer?
I'm going to say 3 years.
Rico's right.
Can I? Oh,
no, you're out. He buzzed in. You're gone.
Oh, crap. I got to buzz in? Okay,
Listen,
all right.
and that one, you can go to YouTube for the highlights of that conclave. It took place in 1268.
Solid year. Solid year.
It was a big year.
Great year. What a year.
The Pistons won again. All right, Evan.
All right. Cardinals are the one that select the next pope.
Yes.
How many Cardinals are there? How many Cardinals are selecting the pope?
How many Cardinals select the?
We're not talking about St.
Hold
Louis
on.
Cardinals.
Pentecostal is buzzed in.
How many of them total, right? Not just during
Total.
the conclave. I'm going to go with 85.
There's so many people that are doing a vote.
Is he right
No,
or
no,
wrong?
no, no,
He's
no.
wrong.
No, how many? You mean how many Cardinals actually vote?
Yes.
Buzz, I'm going to say 10.
Are these final answers, gentlemen?
Final answers?
Yes.
133.
You're both heathens. All
okay,
right, to the
all right.
next one. Question. What is banned from the Papal Conclave facility, the Sistine Chapel? What is banned from all of this?
Cell phone.
Yeah, cell phones. Buzz.
You didn't buzz in.
I'm sorry.
You're
I'm
not
sorry.
following
I'm sorry.
protocol.
You know what? As an independent, we don't follow rules.
Is that real?
No.
But also, okay, here we go. Next level, then you have to buzz in. What food is banned from the Papal Conclave? Anything that would have to do
Buzz.
with food. Okay, Rico's in.
Deviled eggs.
Okay, you're out. That's a great bit. No, you know what? Here are the things that are banned from the dinner table.
Buzz. Butter.
Also wrong. All cutlery and glass.
Okay.
But also any food item that could conceal messages such as chicken or pies.
Okay.
Okay, how
they
do
don't
you-
want anything from the outside world influencing.
How do you? What do you? Okay.
What?
A pie?
Yeah, because you don't want to bury political messaging.
What is this, like prison? You sneak it in a
Right.
cake?
Well, all I'm telling you, nuns prepare the food such as lamb skewers, boiled veggies, and of course, spaghetti. Yeah, go ahead, Kenny's Pizza Box.
Well, no, I'm thinking, wow, you can't have utensils. Were they going to shank each other in there?
Things could get heated. We're choosing a pope, y'all. Evan Jenkins. Right now, we're tied, Pentecostal and Independent, 1-1.
Over the last 10 conclaves, the average amount of days to name a pope is?
Buzz. 13 days.
David, do you have a guess?
Yes, I'm going to go 5 days.
David is closer. It averages
3.2.
3.2 days.
Average. Okay.
I read that this morning. I get no credit. All right, you're both wrong. Now let's pick it up. Let's pick it up, shall we? Gentlemen, everyone understands about the white smoke is the announcement of the Pope.
Yes.
But black smoke comes out when they haven't found one. What makes the smoke white when the announcement is made? And don't say a white Pope.
Buzz.
What? We have the non-denominational.
I don't know what actually, they put chemicals in the paper.
Rico is right, and I am going to tell you what the chemicals are. Are you ready? They use a combination of potassium chlorate, lactose, and chloroform resin to turn the smoke white.
Huh.
Do you know what produces the smoke?
Doesn't seem
at
safe.
the Papal Conclave.
Chloroform, just in the air.
No, resin. What produces the smoke?
Fire.
You're an idiot.
I was thinking the same though. I'm like, fire?
I learned that once.
So I won't go fire.
Marijuana.
A buzz, a chimney?
It comes out the chimney.
Chimenea.
What is the
Chimney.
basis of the fire they build?
Wood.
You know what?
You brought him in here. And I love it.
To hell with both denominations. It is actually the ballots that either didn't produce the vote needed,
okay. Yes.
or the very ballots that did produce
the winning ballots. Yeah, it's like the Gatorade bath.
Yeah, they put them in a little Bunsen burner.
Yeah,
So, where are the ballots actually put?
Some oven. It's a small.
That is no. Before they're burnt into dust, like Mike said, when they cast their ballot, what do they put it in?
Buzz. A box.
Mr. Hall.
Buzz. No, I have no clue.
I know this. Buzz. They put it in like an urn. It's like a big bowl of pasta, but it's got like a shiny decorative lid. And then they put the votes in there and they mix it up like they're determining a fantasy football draft order.
It's a lidded bronze and silver urn.
Go me!
Also, did you know they treat this like the president's there? They sweep the entire Vatican
before they
for
put everybody
electronic
in there.
bugging devices.
Yeah, they do.
It's everything,
you
man.
think that these Cardinals are slipping in little iPhones to try to record this?
Right.
If they did,
Sending little papal texts. Hey,
Oh, yeah.
Luigi, you vote here, I vote there. We get the hell out of here.
that's why
Cardinals
they-
doing little TikTok dances. Oh,
That's
Now-
why they take a couple weeks to start it to get everything prepared. Sweep it out.
Simple question, gentlemen. What language does the word conclave originate from?
I'm gonna go Buzz.
Non-denominational?
Latin.
Non-denominational. Point. Excellent work. David, for a guy who's got the rules and is an actual preacher, you're really letting people down.
I just didn't buzz in. It is Latin because that was the old language that they used back in the day.
What? You didn't buzz in fast
I
enough.
didn't buzz
Evan
in,
Jenkins,
no.
please.
all right. Now, everybody in the Vatican, from cooks to translators to elevator operators, they took an oath of secrecy.
Yes.
What happens if they squawk?
They get
What
killed.
happens if they
Buzz.
squawk?
They get killed.
Buzz.
Non-denominational's on fire. It's an 8-0 run.
Your answer doesn't count. You didn't buzz in, sir.
I said buzz. They get killed.
Excommunicated.
I think Rico's
Yeah,
right.
you're right.
I don't think anyone's
right.
killing
No,
them.
they're
Now, there is an age limit to this.
Correct.
105.
Only Cardinals under the
Buzz.
age of
Under 82.
82.
Wrong.
Buzz.
Only Cardinals under the age of blank participate in the conclave.
Buzz. 70.
Also wrong. It's 80.
It's 80. Okay.
Evan Jenkins.
Kenny, you got anything to say about this?
Yeah, well, do you have anything, Mr. Cott?
I got nothing. I'm just enjoying the show here.
Okay.
A lot
here's
of
my
Cardinals.
We should all know this. It's been everywhere.
Yes.
What number Pope is this? What number Pope will this be?
No shot.
It will be on their license plate, I bet. The little Pope mobile cruising around. Do you think they have a license on that thing? You don't need a license if it's a Pope mobile.
No, it's the only one. David, you got a clue? Buzz.
Buzz. I'm going to go 55.
Buzz. I'll
How
go.
long do you think Catholicism has lasted? 55. It's Pope number 2.
Time of Christ. I was going to say 63.
267.
Okay.
Pope number 267. It's like Michigan with Team 144.
Will they put that on the hat?
The
Well,
Cardinals
you know
are
what?
wearing 267
Make the
t-shirts.
conclave great again.
Don't forget, there is a Pope with Michigan Air Jordans.
Oh, that was this Pope that just passed away.
No, I think it was a Pope before.
I think it was this one.
I think it was this one.
I think it was a Pope before.
Our next question. We're going to
How many popes own Air Jordans?
All right, hold on. Everybody calm down. How many sizes of papal robes are there?
Sizes?
Oh, it's
yeah.
got to go from triple X all the way down to small. So 1, 2,
There are
3, 4, 5,
sizes
6.
of papal robes.
Buzz.
How many sizes? David.
Buzz. I'm going to go 5.
Wrong. Non-denominational?
7. Buzz. 7.
Wrong. There's only small, medium, and large.
Wow, they discriminate?
No
Mediums?
extra large? Wow.
What are the ballots pierced with when to ensure the vote is sealed?
Buzz. A nail.
Pentecostal.
A nail.
Wrong.
Wax.
Wrong. It's a needle with red thread.
Did
guys-
you know that they black out all of the windows during this?
Yes.
All windows are blacked out.
Oh, no. Either you know or you know.
Correct. Correct.
All right.
This is like the college football playoff committee on that Sunday.
Yes. How many times can they vote a day?
Buzz.
Pentecostal.
The first day they vote one time. Every other after that, if they don't have a winner, it's once in the morning, once in the evening.
Wrong. Kenny. Or why did I say Kenny? Rico.
Well, a lot of voting.
They're telling me too much voting.
All right, last one.
What was it?
It's 4. You're
Okay.
both way off. So look,
Is that 3?
can anyone tell me what the Room of Tears is? No, it's not Kenny's bedroom. The Room of Tears.
Is this like a Scoville rating? Like how hot it gets in there? Tears. Tears of what?
The Room of Tears.
Like crying tears?
Tears. Tears. Like wah, wah, wah.
Buzz.
Non-denominational.
This is the room where the voting actually gets counted.
No.
Where people admit their sins and
No,
then cry
wrong.
about it.
It's a private space where the new pope changes into his new duds.
Before he gets revealed?
And according to this, oftentimes weeps.
Do you think he's going to put OOTD on Instagram? Outfit of the day?
Okay, I'm done. Listen, I'm pretty sure Rico won. Pentecostal has work to do. Shout out. You were a 7.5 point underdog here at the Conclave. That's a big upset win. All right. That is your Papal Conclave trivia. Black smoke, y'all. Black smoke.
That's our top story here at 3 o'clock. Black smoke at the Sistine Chapel here. We're going to follow up on this throughout the afternoon. In other less important news, I suppose, American League best Tigers take on the worst team in baseball, the Colorado Rockies, start of a 3-game series. That at Coors Field tonight in Denver. This morning right here on 97.1, Costa and Jansen asked Tigers GM Jeff Greenberg about their approach at the trade deadline. Game 1 of the series was supposed to be played last night. It was, of course, rained out. Doubleheader now happens tomorrow. Good young pitching matchup tonight, though. Jackson Jobe for Detroit's fellow rookie Chase Dolander for the Rockies. Tigers tops in the AL, 22-13. Colorado, though, 6-28, the worst in baseball. That first pitch, 8:40. Pregame show at 8:15 right here on 97.1. Pistons president of basketball operations Trajan Langdon holding his end-of-season press conference today, saying that the offseason's goal is developing the team's young core and staying patient. Langdon also stressing continuity from last season is another goal. And in the NHL playoffs tonight, Maple Leafs and Panthers take the ice for Game 2 of their series. Toronto's up 1-0. Stars and Jets open up their series tonight in Winnipeg. And on the hardwood, a pair of Game 2s tonight, Celtics and the Knicks, and also the Thunder and Nuggets. New York and Denver both have 1-0 leads. At the Corba Health Sports Desk, we're on Pope Watch. I'm Luke Sloan. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay. Tremendous job. We will get to more of the people, and I do have a hypothetical college football question, but David looks very entertained looking at the ticket text, so if you'd like to read a couple, and then we will get to business.
If a candidate does not get chosen, do they hit the transfer portal?
The papal portal.
Someone else is asking. It's like a Pope episode of Maury Povich. You are not the Pope, white smoke. You are the Pope, black smoke. You are the Pope. I'm sorry. Then the Cardinals run off the stage crying. That's from Scott in Carlton.
It's crazy when you start doing the reading about this event, like what goes into it. That's all I can tell you.
Hey, guys, I'm actually heading to Rome next week. Going to do a tour of the Vatican, St. Peter's, and the Sistine Chapel. That is Matt from Canton. He says he'll give us an update.
Well, there has been a guarantee from one of the Cardinals. This is going to last no more than 3 days. Apparently, there's like a Victor Wembanyama level Pope in the midst that is like the number 1 overall pick.
Where'd you get that from, Windhorse?
No, it was in the New York papers
no,
this
I'm
morning.
Saying, yeah. Talk to my sources.
Yeah. Adrian Wojnarowski reporting.
Someone says
Adam
somebody got to do it, but poping ain't easy. Another person says deviled eggs was incredible answer. An incredible answer, Rico.
Ridiculous. All right. So look, hour 1, we talked a little bit about Trajan Langdon, his press availability today, and why teams in this town are reticent to take a big swing. If you want that, Odyssey.com rewind. I want to bring this up. We had a very brief conversation about Michigan and Michigan State earlier in the week. There is a lot of conversation in the college football world now about the college football playoff and some of the things going on there. And yes, Michigan was in the news for their self-imposed weird Sharon thing. We're not going down that road. But the question is this. I was thinking about, I've said on the air, I'm not sure Sharon really survives what's coming. I don't know that he survives it. Could he? Of course he could, because I can't predict the NCAA. But if Harbaugh got a show cause, I don't see how Sharon's not. And a show cause ends your ability to coach. For the Michigan State side, we stink. And we have a new AD. And new ADs often will want their own football coach. You combine stinky program with new AD, and MSU just got a transfer from Chuck E. Cheese. Meanwhile, Georgia got Miami's best player. Here was my question. And I said it to Rico, and all of a sudden Rico took his sunglasses off, which takes an act of God. He put down his bowl of cucumbers, and he looked at me, and he goes,
Mike, we have white smoke.
Add it to the sheet.
We got white smoke, Mike.
Are either Sharon Moore or Jonathan Smith coaching their respective schools kickoff 2026?
And for doing the math in their car, not this season, but next season.
Yeah. Are they here kickoff 2026.
No.
You say no.
I say no. I don't think so. I think that Sharon Moore will have to fall on the sword along with some other people at Michigan. And I think as far as Jonathan Smith goes, you're right. With the new athletic director comes a lot of times a new coach. You have a team with not a lot of buzz around it. And let's face it, probably he's going to have to go out there and win about 8-9 games just to keep treading water. Yeah, I could easily see neither one of these guys that both teams will be breaking out a brand new coach in 2026.
One, both, or neither.
One, both, or neither?
I just want to see if I add a gradient to this, whether you say one of them is still there.
I would then say one. I would say that Jonathan Smith would be there because kind of like when the new president came, he gave Holler a year. Dazzle me. And then I'm going to fire you.
David, and again, people, I want you to just think about it for a second. Because, look, Michigan went 7-5 last year. And I don't think they're going to be much better this year. The only person who thinks they're going to be any good is bought and paid for Kool-Aid Klatt, where he's got him at like 15. Why? Reasons. I don't know. The point is,
I thought it was 12, but yeah.
Right, you're starting a new quarterback, and look, just whatever. The point I'm making is Sharon has something working against him too beyond the NCAA thing. If you put up back-to-back 7-5 seasons, even if you escape the NCAA thing, there's going to be, look, we had people calling in, and it wasn't me or Rico. We sat here and listened to you guys call in asking for this man to be fired. That was Michigan fans during the season. That's not us making that up. That was you guys. For Michigan State, look, the whole thing is a kerfuffle. I mean, the program is in tatters. The recruiting's never been worse. MSU's getting out-recruited by Arkansas State, like the school in Jonesboro. The recruiting is abysmal. The transfer hall is abysmal. There's a new AD. The coach it makes me look like Lady Godiva from A Social Level.
Which I'm shocked because
nobody can find Jonathan Smith.
This was your guy.
I like him. I don't like him here. That's what I said to you. I think he's a good football coach for UCLA. I think he's a good football coach for UW. Bringing him here, no relationships. Not an out front public guy. This ain't Corvallis. You're not getting 4 or 5 years. He got it there because he was the quarterback that took him to the Orange Bowl. That was his alma mater. That was Ocho Cinco's best friend.
A little bit of mama coming home.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
It's different. And again, you're not in Corvallis. Like, you're here. This is a whole different thing. I think Spartan fans at best are nervous. Do I think Jonathan Smith is a good coach? Yes. Do I think this is a good fit? No. Yeah. I want to be wrong, but you knew my reservations when they hired him. Mm-hmm. Plus, he didn't bring the turnover chainsaw. Automatic firing. I'm asking the question. As we sit here right now,
aren't those days pretty much gone of the turnover this or that?
Well, yeah, we don't force any. 248-5399. You know, MSU had a turnover M16.
Okay.
They never broke it out of the case.
Are we going to do a serious discussion? Or, you know what? How about this? Mike, 30 seconds. Get it all out.
I'm good. So look. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm asking the question. If you had to say both are here or both are gone, kickoff 26, what's your vote? And I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. Michigan, Michigan State, you could be non-denominational like Rico. You're a Central Florida fan. We were talking about it pre-show, and it is interesting to say the least. And obviously, a month from today, I think a lot of Sharon's future will get a clearer picture about what the Committee on Infractions looks like for U of M. If they skate, Sharon's got a way better chance. If they don't, he may not survive at all. It's totally unpredictable.
3 things help Sharon more. That all of a sudden Michigan fans started to embrace him again. He beat Ohio State. He beat Alabama. And then he went and got his quarterback in Bryce Underwood, stole him from LSU. At that point, everybody who said, oh, you got to get rid of him, oh, that's my boy. So we'll see how long that lasts. But yeah.
New president, likely a new AD by 26. And is he going to have a good year this year? Do you think they're going to win 9-10 games?
No.
All right. I'm telling you, both guys are in a weird spot.
A brand new quarterback, and it's not because it's Michigan. A brand new quarterback normally spells disaster. Freshman QB.
No, he just needs some time. That's all.
No, I'm saying in year one,
yes.
If you throw the freshman QB out there, Trevor Lawrence the only one who actually pulled this stunt off.
David, what are your thoughts? Do you want to ruminate on this?
I'll give you my thoughts next.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Well, excuse me. 248-539-9797. Both or neither? Kickoff 26. Personal injury of any sort is personal. David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice, maximizing recovery for those who have been injured, and David is dedicated to ensuring you get the medical care you need to put your life together after an accident. If you need an attorney who makes it personal, that's David Femininio. Call him up, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Just wrapping a little college football to change it up. We started with really all 4 teams in the first hour. Odyssey.com rewind if you want it. But we've asked the question. Look, Michigan's a month away from their committee on infractions deal. I think that'll give us an idea of what Sharon's future looks like. Obviously, if there are show causes, which, guys, look around. They've been handing show causes to Michigan assistants out, like lanyards for access into Schembechler Hall. If he gets a show cause, he's toast. That's before you get to the fact he's probably staring at back-to-back 7 and 5s. For Jonathan Smith in Michigan State, I'd argue the program hasn't been in a state of more of a comatose nature than muddy waters. And it's not all about him. The NIL's a mess. You don't have an AD. The stadium's in disrepair. And he can't recruit his way out of a paper bag right now.
Yeah, it's just a ton of unknowns with him.
Yeah, well, and again, he doesn't talk. I mean, the only person harder to find is Mel Tucker. So it's just, I'm asking, are either of these guys going to be around? Both or neither? Kickoff 26. Do both of our in-state schools have new coaches? Because for Michigan, it's a new president. It's most likely a new AD. I don't see a way Ward survives. I mean, it would just be comical at that point. For State, it's absolutely a new AD. And there's only one. I mean, I'm not going to nerd out on MSU AD candidates, but there's one candidate who has a history to Jonathan Smith, but we don't need to go there. The point I'm making is, where do you stand on it if you had to future cast it? David, you teased us with your thoughts.
I'm taking scandal out of this when I answer this question, and I'm also taking the AD portion of what you said out of this because, of course, that changes everything. New AD, they're going to want their own guy. It's the winning to me. He cannot go 7 and 5 again in the regular season and expect to keep his job at Michigan. That's why I think he's going to be gone. I think they're both going to be gone because I don't think Jonathan Smith will have a good year. I don't see that there for Michigan State. But Sharon Moore, no. Go 7 and 5, and I get it. Yes, sure. He may be starting a freshman quarterback. That doesn't matter. You can't go 7 and 5 in back-to-back years. And he will not have his job in 2026.
Even with the new QB?
Correct.
You don't think that gives him a year?
No.
No, because the players, it's not like the old days where the recruiting class you were bringing in could be your job security. These players all get to do what they want when they want. And I mean, hey, maybe Bryce Underwood sticks around for 3 years and he's the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. I have no idea. I haven't seen him play yet. He could also be gone by week 3. The way this works now, who knows? For Michigan State, here was the other thing. I don't want Spartan fans getting all bent out of shape. These are not things that we are rooting for. These are things we're looking at, and I'm going, oh, my God. Like, State they're not even active in the transfer portal. They are bringing in players who don't play at worse schools. So I don't even know what to say at this point. I don't know if there is NIL at Michigan State. Maybe they're paying kids in melting moments. It's in disrepair.
Not paying kids in melting moments, but I get what you're saying,
The whole
Mike.
point is, if Jonathan Smith doesn't go out and win 8 or 9 games this year, what reason do I have to bring him back? You don't get 3-4 years in this environment.
No, his honeymoon was last year, and we all, hey, can you at least get to 6 wins? That was the floor. Now, you're right. It's been raised. We need to see something. You need to 8 or 9 wins, and in there, you need to win against one of the big boys. You need to go out and beat Michigan. You need to go out and beat Penn State. You need something to give the fans something to hold on to because you're right. He doesn't talk. We don't know anything what's going on. He's just going to show up, and yeah, it's like it's hard to get excited about something you can't see.
And if you think they're both back, I just want to know why. It's really a simple question. David, the ticket text, we getting some early votes here?
Yeah, someone's saying, don't forget Sharon Moore had the contract issue that they didn't, or that was not public until then they caved to pressure. So because of that, I think they don't want him and they'll get rid of him.
Well, it's also hard to sign a coach who might end up with a show cause. I mean, I just live in reality on some of this stuff. Look at all the coaches who got show causes. He's on that staff. He also had a level 2 with the deleting of the evidence. If he gets a show cause, David, he can't be the head coach.
Yeah, remember Harbaugh, when he was trying to negotiate that contract, wanted it in there that in the event that something like this happens to me as the coach of Michigan, you can't fire me.
Now, if he avoids the show cause, then it comes wins and losses. And you're right, David. If they don't have a good year this year, I really don't know how Michigan fans would look upon, let's say it's 7 and 5.
Because I think the honeymoon hangover is over.
Oh,
Last
it's over.
year,
anything could have happened because you were just so happy you won the Natty.
Well, Mike said it earlier. People were looking to fire him. And then
Not
they
us.
beat Alabama, and everyone's like, oh, wow.
Oh, no. He beat Ohio State.
Great. Well, that too.
No. But when he went into Columbus, and everybody and their mother,
they changed their mind.
Every Michigan
after
fan
that.
said, "Oh, okay, our streak of beating Ohio State is over."
Yes.
And then he won.
Yes. But let me tell you why I answered the way I answered, because winning is what matters to me. I think they're going to give him a show cause. So I just think it was too easy for me to say, yeah, he ain't going to be here because of the show cause. I just want to focus on winning. That alone, to me, is going to get him fired. The other stuff, yeah, he's gone. He's gone. Someone else says Sharon Moore will be here. I don't know about the other guy when they win 2 games this year. That is from Rick.
If they win 2 games, he's gone.
Yeah,
yes.
There'd be no issue there. What I would like, Rick, if you could produce complete sentences, would be, why is he here? I want the reasons. And if you say they're just not going to get rid of a guy in under 3 years, respect. But I need a reason.
Well, this does have a reason. It says Smith will stay because MSU is a basketball school. They don't care enough about football.
You know what's so funny in all this? I mean, it's just, you can't detect tone real well with text. But why is everything, when we bring stuff up like this, just a continual ad hominem assault on MSU, as if they're not a top 20 revenue or attendance or Big Ten program? You'd think I brought up Middle Tennessee State. For a team, I'm not done. For a team you don't care about and you don't respect, you spend a big amount of your day clutching your own flagpole talking about them. At least I admit I don't like you. I can respect you. But man, you guys are a weird bunch. You spend so much time and effort slandering a school that allegedly is so much beneath you. It's very bizarre. This is an innocuous question about both head coaches. And you people just can't loosen your grip on your nards enough to answer it. It's always got to be something or other about State. It's just so weird, Rico. It's so bizarre to me.
I think some of it is just the piling on because they hear you pile on.
But I know they stink.
No. But it's like, okay, well, this is pile on State because we heard Mike do it, so we can do it.
Yeah, but it's not in a way of basketball school. Like, what does that even mean?
These are Michigan fans doing the piling on, though. They like, why? Why would we care?
This is, going back to this is a non-denominational topic right here. Okay?
I thought it was simple.
This is, hey, guys, just look at the whole scope of the 2 coaches, but maybe we're asking too much of the people.
Yeah, they're children.
Go ahead.
Someone else says for Jonathan Smith, he has to win a minimum of 8 games this year and not get pile drive by Penn State and Michigan and Ohio State in order to show a new ED that he is competent. Moore will be here.
See, I'm with that. If they don't win 8 games this year, why are you here? You don't get 5 years. You don't get 4. I don't think you get 3. When you have the ability, look, and I'm not saying this is an expected result, but when you watch Kurt Signetti roll into Indiana and flip that program in one singular year, don't be sitting here telling me I'm supposed to accept 5-7 and 6-6 in 2 years at Michigan State. You're not good enough.
No, I'm not saying that.
Not you. I was rhetorical.
No, because here's what happens if you do that. Now, anybody who's worth anything on your team, they're looking at the door like, all right, I can go play for this team and maybe win a title, and they'll help me get to the league. And picking up the phone, asking Derek Harmon, hey, who did you use to get out here to go to Oregon?
It's a great sales pitch. I don't have anything to add except we're going to get to these phone calls. We got a couple people who want to rap about it. We'll go to them next, and then we'll move on. We'll get a little football in the mix. We got other things to do. But it's just something we were rapping about off the air, and I thought, you know what? There's a real shot neither of these guys is there. And that's pretty depressing. But whatever. Rico, take him to church.
Hey, sports fans, it's May, and that means baseball season is heating up. Are you ready to catch every pitch, every home run, and every thrilling play? Well, you better make sure your internet and mobile connection can keep up, and that's where Xfinity comes in. With the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment, you'll never miss out on a moment of action. The Xfinity internet is booming. Whether you're streaming the game live, gaming online with friends during the innings, or working at home while keeping an eye on the score. And get this, Xfinity combines the power of the internet and mobile, so you can get lightning fast speeds at home and on the go. And don't forget about Xfinity Sports and News TV. Score the ultimate sports streaming experience with the local channels you love and the sports you can't live without. Plus, you'll get Peacock Premium included at no extra cost. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi, it's booming.
All right, we'll get right to the people. I also have something I need your guys' opinion on. Kind of a wild story in the world of sports. Just a one-segment thing. But let's go right to the people. We'll get to Parker, 97.1. Parker, what's going on?
Mike and Rico, what's going on?
What's up, buddy? What's on your mind?
You know, I just wanted to say first to thank you guys. I just graduated from MSU Law, and listening to you guys while studying is one of the only reasons I stayed sane during the last 3 years.
Well, I'm glad we could get you through on that. I know some of that law stuff can be a real mind bender.
And so this going back to the Pistons, I would trade my newly acquired degree for a team in this town to win a championship. It's about time for one of our teams to man up and take a real swing. I'm so tired of them stringing us along like we're their side chick.
So let me ask you a question, Parker. We started with the Pistons and then expanded it to the other teams. What team is the one you think should take the big swing next?
It's got to be the Tigers, man. We looked so good in the playoffs last year. Our pitching's been so good. I'm terrified that McKinstry's going to turn back into a pumpkin and Torque may disappear.
Yeah, look, the good part with the Tigers is you've got the better part of, 10 or 11 weeks before they will really do something. And if they're playing this level of baseball, I'll be right there with you. I will. Because there's no excuse for it at that point. You are a World Series team, and you know what you're up against. Who's ever coming out of the NL is going to be an overwhelming favorite.
The AL feels wide open this year, so I think if they make one or two moves, they could really go at it.
I think the American League, Parker, is just like the Eastern Conference in the NBA. Yeah. I think there's a power shift going on. I don't think the Yankees have a very bright future. I mean, again, Aaron Judge is hitting .430 and the team's barely .500. We don't have a good future. The East is kind of a shuffle. Toronto might be imploding. Tampa doesn't even have a stadium. You look at the Central, it is what it is. You might be the dominant force there. And out West, the Astros run feels like it's over. Rangers had one magical year. The point I'm making is you have the ability to step forward.
See, I like with the pitching that the Tigers have, no matter what series you're in, even if it's the World Series, I think
they're in the game.
You have a chance because of your staff. But I do wonder, going back to that, just that topic, maybe the fact that talking about the fans going out there demanding more, maybe it's kind of like, Parker, where you kind of feel like, well, at any moment, you know what, this person, like there's no confidence in your team, that you don't feel like your team is the best team. You're always waiting for that other shoe to drop. You're always waiting, well, maybe this guy won't be as good as we thought they were. And that's why, you don't demand more.
So it's like Belichick's relationship. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. I'm calling to talk about the Sherrone Moore Jonathan Smith thing. I think the whole NCAA thing at this point, Mike, is a crapshoot. I mean, who knows what happens. One day I wake up, and I'm a huge Michigan fan. I wake up thinking it's the end of the world. We're going to get hammered. We're screwed. And then the next day I'm like, well, what can the NCAA really do to us? Like, what power do they have? So it's kind of like a back and forth. But from the football side, Mike, and you may disagree with this, the Ohio State game last year brought me back. And beating Ohio State is still really important to us.
Yes.
I don't care about the whole new system and all this other crap that has destroyed the sport. But I think Michigan actually could win 9 or 10 games this year. I mean, just look at the schedule. And, Underwood will have growing pains. And my state question is, don't you feel like it's too early to give up on Smith? I mean, don't you feel like it's a little too early?
Okay, yes, on surface, but I'm not giving up. It's just, Joe, the way the sport has changed, why should any fan of any power conference university, not named Vanderbilt, accept less than 8 wins a year? And when you look at...
I agree, but don't you feel like, though, that Michigan and Michigan State, like, it's different expectations, though? Like,
no.
You can't put... Wait, so let me ask you a question. Do you think Michigan State, if they went all in, would ever be able to win a national championship?
Sure. Money buys everything. Why not? There was a time I didn't think Clemson would ever be anything. Clemson did nothing but lose for 40 years. Okay. Joe, my point is, and look, Joe, no, let me say this. Don't go anywhere. Because this is the battle I fight with Spartan fans. They get mad at me because I bring an East Coast expectation level to my college. And I know that upsets Spartan fans. But I've seen what it can look like when it's all working together. And MSU was one of the 10 best programs in America for about a 7-year run. Joe, I'm not saying it would be easy.
You guys were a pain in our ass.
I know that.
Anyway.
The money will at least get you to the table. Now, at that point, that's where the coaching helps you get over the hump.
Correct. And look, Joe, Joe, one more thing, and then I'll give you all the time you want. But, Joe, I'm also sitting here in a world where Indiana made the playoff. I just don't think it's right for me to go on the air as an alum or a fan and be like, well, guys, it's okay. Let's just go 6-6. Like, I can't do that, Joe.
Yeah, but and by the way, Indiana making the playoff last year just goes to show this whole 12-team system thing is an absolute joke and an embarrassment to college football. And the regular season has been destroyed.
Joe, how is that? Because Indiana went out and won games.
Yeah, but they didn't play anybody.
They were not one of the 12. They didn't play anybody.
Okay, but Joe, let me quick question. So Michigan, you said
a joke.
No, but you said Michigan can win games. Look at the schedule. Does that mean that Michigan's a joke?
I don't think we're elite. I think they could win 9 games, but do I think a 9-3 team should have a chance to compete for a national title? No, I don't.
I don't either. Joe, I wish they capped it at 8. If it was an 8-team playoff, I think
the perfect number.
Go back to 4. Make every Saturday worth watching.
I would love it. Oh, Joe, let me know when you set your league up. I'll be there. I want what you want.
And by the way, as far as, and this may be a delusional Michigan fan take, I think we beat Ohio State again because I don't trust Ryan Day in that game.
Until they beat you, I am just fine with Michigan fan believing you're beating them.
Yep.
You've broken them until they answer back. You're not delusional, Joe. There's something in the water. Mm-hmm. Somebody spiked the punch bowl. Kenny, was it you? Was it you? Somebody put something in the punch. A lot of booze.
Kenny's just over there laughing with the pillow fight gesture.
I'm not going to say anything, guys, because that's kind of
no. You know what? Let me say this, and I don't want to be rude. Okay, the old visor needs a bounce back here.
Yes. Thank you.
Sorry
for saying that.
Some of the sex appeal and the luster off old Kirby in his driving school. If I were a Georgia fan, I'd kind of be one step from like, hey, Curb, go 9-3. Watch what happens this year. Bleep around and find out.
I don't think they would fire him.
I'm just telling you what you've known me for how long? This is me, okay? I have a New York mentality and I apply it to college sports and people think it's heresy. But if you're Kirby Smart, you got one job.
Wait. And maybe they'll hire him here in East Lansing.
Who?
Kirby.
Oh, he's fired.
You guys love leftovers. You can have them.
Can I kind of solidify your point,
Kenny,
though?
I'll accept that leftover.
I was just making a point that I would be annoyed as a Georgia fan if they have another down year.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, I was going to try to help you with your point a little bit, Mike. You talk about Michigan State and what they should be able to do. Kirk Cignetti, we talked about Texas spending $40 million on their roster.
Yeah.
Kirk Cignetti believes there's going to be 6 programs that do that. Ohio State, Oregon, Texas, Notre Dame, Miami, and Texas Tech.
Yeah.
That's why Michigan State should be able to flip a roster, do things. Not $40 million maybe.
No, but 20, 25 to 30.
Texas Tech is on this list.
MSU's got 5 billionaire alums, and I'm taking transfers from Hope College and like Centenary, where Robert Parrish went to school. Like, I mean, what are we even doing? The kid we got from East Carolina, what's he? What is he, ML Carr? He's going to hold a towel. I mean, it's an absurdity. We're not even playing the same sport. If we don't try, we're everything that Michigan fan says we are.
You know what I think about the guys that come in. I can't sit here and judge you based on where you are because you can end up being lights out or you can end up being nothing. I got to give you a shot.
More than fair.
I know you don't like the Hope College thing, but he comes in here and he's Defensive Player of the Year.
The kid we got from Texas Tech has 2 career sacks. He's got 2 more sacks than Kenny. Big difference. Kenny doesn't play college.
Often injured. He was often injured.
But if Texas Tech is spending all that money and they didn't want him, what does it say?
Reading the Texas Tech message boards, they were a little upset he left.
Okay. Oh, my God. Stop. I beg you to stop.
I'm serious.
Northville Lumber, the largest track stacking outlet in the country. Oh, my God.
Man, I got a broad spectrum.
Northville Lumber is Michigan's Trek Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting, and they got the lowest prices. So whether you're a builder or a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have the Trex decking you need when you need it. Plan it, build it. You could be outside today on your deck. Northville Lumber. Stop by, see the showroom. Take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore today, or go to northvillelumber.com. Hey, I got one thing for you guys before we move on to the next stuff. Did you guys, obviously it was a little over a week ago, the fan who fell from the stands in Pittsburgh, 20 feet onto the field, broke his neck, broke his collarbone. Well, the videos, there's a new video angle of it today. Did you see this?
No.
All right. From the very beginning of this, when they showed the videos, it didn't add up to me. Because he went flying almost up and out. It wasn't like leaning over to catch baseball and fell. There is a reverse angle of this now from behind him. From you call it, closed circuit television, security footage at the ballpark.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to know if you had watched it or if you in listener land have watched this. Because when I watched it, I don't know how to come to another conclusion other than he tried to launch himself. You got to see it to believe it. And again, look, he was critical at the start. He's making what doctors are calling a miraculous recovery, which is great. But when you see this new video, David, you could type it in the Google. It's on the line. Watch the reverse angle of this and tell me what your reaction is, because it is so bizarre to me. It doesn't look anything like someone accidentally falling over a railing. Are you watching it right now?
Yeah.
People, if you're in listener land, and I apologize, I know it's a visual and we're on an audio medium. You can see it. If you have seen it, I would love your thought for a second, because I don't know what to do at this point. And obviously, he was in horrific shape. That's a 20-foot fall. But something doesn't add up to me with what that looks like.
It looked as if he was trying to hurdle the bar and slipped, and wow.
Just telling you what it looks like.
It looked like it was supposed to be funny. Whatever he was going to do was going to jump up on that top bar and tripped. Yeah.
I just wanted to bring it up because it was a huge story in sports. The original video, I saw it once. That's all I needed to see. It's like the other night with the Reds left fielder breaking his arm. Don't need to watch that on repeat. But this was like this new angle and the way he left his seat. I wanted to know if I was insane for my initial reaction to that.
No.
It left me with a lot of questions, is the best way I can put it.
Yeah.
That's all. If you haven't seen it, give it a look. David, I want to get a few ticket texts. We'll get into some football top of the hour. We got a lot more ground to cover today. And if you're looking for some of Trajan Langdon's comments, we open the show with that. Odyssey.com rewind. David, first of all, David, you watched the video. Am I nuts?
No, you're not. I don't know. I don't understand what he was trying to do there.
I'm not making an accusation. I'm telling you what it looks like.
Yeah. I mean, it could, yeah.
I don't understand what he's doing there.
Rico's watching it like the Zapruder film.
Well, yeah, because I'm like, this could go one of two ways. Like, what am I looking at here?
Well, it can go one way, the way it did. I'm
saying
way.
The genesis of this. Like, what were you doing? What was the thought process? What was the end game here? Because this, yeah, wow.
I think both coaches are gone. Michigan will manufacture a story on why Sharon Moore has to go instead of taking responsibility. Smith will be encouraged to leave after another bad 5 or 6 win season.
If they win 5 or 6 games, there's no encouragement. I'd fire him.
Mm-hmm.
Anything under, well, first of all, for me, it's 8 or 9, but I'm mean. Anything under 7 wins, he should be fired. It's 2025. You don't get years on end.
No, I don't even think that's me, Mike, because I said 8, but if you only win 8, you better knock off a big boy to give the fans something to say, okay, we're building something here. 8 wins, you beat Michigan. 8 wins, you beat Penn State. Okay, we can move on.
Someone says, as a proud alum, I will not tolerate this Hope College slander.
I'm sorry.
Dutch,
listen, all right, we love Dutch people. Okay, I'm just making a point. I don't need transfers to Michigan State football.
Someone says, I truly think alcohol was involved with this fan. And then he tried to jump out of excitement, and momentum just carried him over the wall.
Okay. He kind of like hops like a toad, and then all of a sudden, I don't know.
I thought it looks like he thought he was going to land on top of the bar.
Why on earth would you do that?
Why would you
what
try?
are you, Simone Biles?
And
Why
I
would you
guess he was going to
try?
be super fan and yell from on top of that bar, but none of that makes a lick of sense.
Yeah, someone's thinking that he fell asleep, and when the crowd cheered, he jumped up and launched over the rail. As Matt and Novi.
What?
I can't see him sleep, though. Before in this video, at least, I can't see him sleeping before he jumps. I don't know. Don't know that theory at all. Someone says, yeah, that video is awful to look at. I hope he recovers. But that's tough to look at, they say.
It is. And again, this new video, you don't see him land, which is much easier to watch. It's just very weird. That's
because I did not want to watch the other one.
No, of
this
course
one,
not.
I don't see the landing. I don't want to. Yeah, that's rough.
No, I can't watch stuff like that. Like they're coming out with a new Final Destination.
No, thank you.
Miss me with that. I want no part.
That's what I told my wife. No, thank you.
No, but I think it was the last one before Terry Todd died. So
who?
The guy, the voice, the death.
Yeah. What part of I refuse to watch that?
You never seen any of them?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's the guy who basically plays death.
I saw the movie preview. The
Yeah.
preview's enough for me not to watch the film.
Yeah, lawnmower. I'm
No,
good.
no. The one that got me was the log truck on the highway. I'm out.
That's the last one I saw.
That's TJ. Yeah, we always send jokes. Like he'll send me a picture. Nope. He's like driving on the freeway with the log truck. He'll just send me a text. Nope.
Who, our TJ?
Yeah. Because we always make jokes about that. Like, yeah, that's the one. I'm
No, thank you. Okay, good talk. We're done. Let's get to football. We'll move it along. 97-1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers, tops in the American League at 22-13, take on the Major League worst Rockies tonight. This is the start of a 3-game weekend series at Coors Field in Denver. This one featuring a great young pitching matchup. Jackson Jobe for Detroit, fellow rookie Chase Dolander for the Rockies. That first pitch at 8:40, pregame show at 8:15 right here on 97.1 because of the rain out last night. Tomorrow, these teams play a doubleheader here on the ticket. Pistons president of basketball operations Trajan Langdon holding his end-of-season press conference today, saying that Detroit's offseason approach is to stay the course. Langdon also stressing continuity from last season as another goal this summer. Warriors star Steph Curry will miss at least a week, including Game 2 with a Grade 1 hamstring strain that was suffered during last night's win against the T-Wolves. Tonight, a couple of Game 2s in the NBA, Celtics and Knicks and Thunder Nuggets. New York and Denver both have got 1-0 leads. Cowboys trading for Steelers wide receiver George Pickens this morning, headed back to Pittsburgh, a 3rd and 5th round pick. And the Utah Hockey Club, they've got a new name. They're now the Utah Mammoth. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's do the football, shall we? David, music. Rico's got this one.
Or not. All right, how about this? There we go. Gentlemen, let's have some fun. This isn't a receipt type of thing. This is just more of a fact or fiction. What's your opinion? Okay? I got some NFL questions for you, NFL statements. You let me know, is it fact? Is it fiction? We just heard that the Steelers made a trade with the Cowboys. Fact or fiction, the Steelers will make the playoffs this year.
Fiction. I think the Steelers, if anything, look like they're loading up to get a QB next year. They got 12 draft picks. They haven't signed anybody long-term. Aaron Rodgers be a one-year deal max, and they just traded one of their better playmakers. I think that I hate using the tank word with the Pittsburgh Steelers. It feels like they know we've got to stop this madness.
There's really not much for me to say. You're right, Mike.
Oh,
it
gosh.
is fiction. That's exactly what they're doing. They weren't going to re-sign George Pickens, so basically this is a year in advance. You're getting your compensatory pick early.
You know what it is, David? Real quick.
Okay.
This is a lot like what Trajan Langdon said today. It's why I hate every GM in this town is like, oh, sustained success. The Steelers have sustained success. They make the playoffs every year, haven't had a losing season in 20. Hey, David, how happy are you with that sustained success?
We don't have any Super Bowls, so it doesn't matter.
And that's why I put it as fact, because I would go fact, because somehow or another,
I know,
the Steelers find a way to make the last wild card spot every single year. And if I had to put money on it, I'd say
I just think the Steelers are a cautionary tale of refusal to rebuild, want to stay relevant, want to stay good, but you're never going to be great.
Okay. Michael, this one's for you, but David, I want you to answer as well. Jameis Winston will replace Russell Wilson as quarterback.
Gabagoo.
This year.
No. It has to be no. I can't. Thank you. Gobble, gobble, ghoul. I'm going to say no. Fiction.
Fiction. Okay.
I still think Russ. Talk about a battle of the weirdos. Like, if you dropped Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson to an alien species and said, these are human beings, they'd send them back. And we have them in the same quarterback room. I still think Russell Wilson's better than Jameis. Russell can protect the football better than Jameis. Jameis will cut it loose, and you'll go, that's to 4 defenders.
Yeah, I also think this is fiction. You have to remember, Russell Wilson was supposed to be the day one starter in Pittsburgh. He just started injured. He was never supposed to. Justin Fields was never supposed to play.
Okay.
So he'll play all year.
Just to drop one more time. Thank you. What an idiot.
After training camp in Indianapolis, fact or fiction, Daniel Jones beats out Anthony Richardson.
Fiction. Has to be fiction. You can't start a blank stare quarterback. Fiction.
But you did.
I know. Look where it got me. I'm going to say fiction. I still think Richardson's physical tools, they've got to work through that. Daniel Jones, we've seen what the upside is. Go ahead.
Fact. He lost the locker room. I don't think he can get past it.
Oh, no.
Fact.
Gabagool.
See, I don't come up with these just to have fun and troll it. David, I'm with you. That tapping out of the game, and that too. Fact or fiction, it's a well-known fact that the NFC East can't have a repeat champion. So Washington will win the NFC East this year. Fact or fiction?
I'm fact, because Philly did the Super Bowl thing, which means they'll fall off a cliff this year. Washington's on the ascend, and I love what they've done with their offensive line. So I'm going to say fact.
I'm going to say fiction. I think the Eagles repeat.
Gabagool.
Yeah.
Okay.
How is this my quarterback?
And he may replace Russell. All right. Fact or fiction? Justin Tucker is done in the NFL. He will never kick again.
Okay. Besides the legal, he looked done anyways. And maybe they're related.
But you know how kickers get recycled?
Yeah, no, he's also old. I'm going to say fact for a multitude of reasons, on and off field. I'll say fact.
Yeah, I'll say fact. I do think they're related, though. I think that's why he had the bad year. But if Baltimore gave up on you, no, that's it.
Fact or fiction? Shedeur Sanders will not be on the Cleveland Browns active roster week 1.
Okay, here we go. Fact. They drafted Dylan Gabriel and have more invested in him from a draft capital standpoint ahead of him. I don't think you want Shedeur holding a clipboard because the distraction is going to be crazy. I'm going to say fact. I just fact.
I'm going to say fact, but it's funny.
Tepid. It's tepid at best.
Yeah, it's funny that a lot of the veterans already love him because of his swag and what he brings. But when you're trying to win and they'll look at him on the field in practice, they'll realize, oh, okay, you know what? Never mind.
I wonder if the veterans love him, David, because they're a little stargazing at his father.
They are.
Yeah, the problem, he ran a simplistic offense at Colorado. He's got an extremely long throwing motion. He takes way too long to process. These are things that can be fixed, but they take a hell of a lot of time. Gabagool.
Fact or fiction? Sam Darnold in Seattle will have a better season than J.J. McCarthy.
Oh, no. I'm going to go fiction. I just think Minnesota's roster is so good, and Seattle's done everything to just wreck themselves. I think from roster alone, if J.J. can play at all, they can win 10 games. I'm going to go Minnesota. Or fact, or fiction. Fiction, sorry. Gabagool.
I'm going to go fact. I think he just goes out there and just throws the ball down the field. I don't know who he's throwing it to.
Who,
I don't know who he's throwing it to, but he's going to try to throw that ball down that field.
You
prove
cannot
everyone wrong.
Win with a ginger idiot quarterback. Gabagool.
Fact or fiction? Cam Ward will lead the Tennessee Titans to at least 7 or more victories this year.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. That's a fiction for me. I can't get there in year 1. Not with that roster, not with the turnover. I'll say fiction.
Yeah,
Plus, he plays really loose. That's going to need some tightening up. I mean, you know, Rico, how many times you've seen him run around and cut one loose across the field late. You ain't doing that at the pro level.
No, everybody's running 4.40s.
Gabagool.
Well, when you have 4 games already slated against the Colts and the Jags.
What do you think? They're sweeping those?
I'm going not, maybe not, but you could
7 or more.
Yeah. I'm going to say fact. Yes.
Fact or fiction? The Lions will not win their division.
Fact.
Wow. Think about that one.
They went 6-0 in the division, which means they go at least 4-2, 3-3. That takes their record down. Winning 10 games may not win you the division.
I still got to go fiction until they're unseated.
Understood.
They have a great roster. The coordinator stuff scares me. I think the division being this difficult, the win total comes down for everybody.
Yes.
I'm still going to respect them enough to say they'll win it, but that's as tepid as it gets for me.
Joe Burrow is the best quarterback in the NFL. Fact or fiction?
Mahomes still plays, right?
Yeah, but what's he doing? Check down Charlie and hands the ball off. No. Overall, it's still probably Josh Allen. Overall, if he's going to play the way he played last year. I'm just hoping Burrow hates Cincinnati enough to demand out and he comes to the Giants. Gabagool.
Sticking with quarterbacks, Aaron Rodgers, fact or fiction, will sit out the 2025 season.
I leave this to him because he's got the only team interested.
Yeah, fiction. He's going to play for the Pittsburgh Steelers next year. Alan Lazard will
Does he know this?
Yeah, Alan Lazard will also be traded to the Steelers in June.
Okay. I can just see week one. They're looking at is he coming out the tunnel? He's not in the city.
Nope, it's Bruce Gronkowski. He's back.
Oh, my gosh.
Shout out Toledo.
Finally, well, last one, fact or fiction. Rams are holding a June mini camp in Maui. Fact or fiction, teams will start holding mini camps in other cities to attract more fans.
Fiction. That just sounds insane.
Fact. There'll be some stuff in Europe. There'll be some stuff in Australia.
What?
There'll be some camp stuff there. Yes, it will be real soon.
Kenny.
I believe that.
Kenny. Gabagoo. Thanks, Jameis. How is this my football life?
That is your NFL fact or fiction blitz 97.1.
The cost of everything's going up, including what it takes to keep your home comfortable. So if your furnace or AC isn't doing its job, get it done right by the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft has Generac and Honeywell generators in stock and ready to go. And this month, you buy a generator, you get half off the installation of a furnace or AC, plus an extended 10-year parts warranty on that generator. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at mastercraftheating.com.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Take advantage of the unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer because it's time to hit the road in style. And Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and savings. Sleek and powerful cars ready to conquer the road. Hamilton has them all, from the fuel-efficient compacts to the rugged SUVs. Heck, they even got some drop tops. They've got the wheels to match your lifestyle. And with Hamilton, you know you're getting excellence. It's not just about selling cars. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. They're more than a dealership. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction.
Gabagool.
Take advantage of the great inventory of the 2025 Chevys. The selection is best right now. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton for details and tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Gabagool. All right, so listen. I have, before we get into our next thing, this Jameis Winston thing now is going to live forever. I have arguably the most incredible stat I have laid eyes on thus far in the year of 2025. Can I present you guys with something?
Yeah.
If you're driving around, you don't even have to be a fan of this sport to appreciate the stat. So, from ESPN research, since 1997, teams in the NBA are 3 and 1,640. 3 wins, 1,640 losses when trailing by 7 or more in the final minute of fourth quarter or OT. The Pacers are 2-0 in this postseason. Yeah. What kind of rabbit's foot do you have in your locker? 3 and 1,640, but the Indiana Pacers, not only do they have 2 of those wins, they're both in the playoffs, and it's in the same series. In back-to-back games.
On the road.
Gabagool.
Yeah. This is one where maybe they're just too young and stupid to realize what they just pulled off.
But that was the only thing that made me feel better about the Celtics gag in the first game was seeing what Cleveland pulled off last night.
But in all fairness, Cleveland's not a complete team right now. No. But, yeah, how you can't close out either one of those guys. I thought, okay, Indiana, you took one. You took both, and now you're going home. Ugh.
Just wanted to pass it on.
Do you know who the third team was?
No.
OKC, when they beat CP3's Clippers.
Oh, Lob City?
Yes.
Jesus. There you go. So, also, Kenny, Mammoth, best logo in the league. Zero BS.
You know, a lot of hockey fans are hating on that logo, and I love it. I dig.
Do you know why? Hockey fans are nerds.
That's true.
That logo for something created in 2025, that's timeless.
That's not bad.
That's
not bad
terrible at all. You even got the Wasatch Mountains in there.
Got the mountain, you got the mammoth. It's perfect.
Oh, let me take a little deeper dive.
Take a look.
That.
The top of it is a mountain range.
See, I like it. Like going back to the Nashville, I'm like, okay, I like that.
Listen, this is what I like, and I know it's heresy to say it in an original 6 town, but I like that Utah and Carolina, to my knowledge, are the only 2 teams in the league who have a logo at home and
a road logo,
words on the road.
See, I'm not exactly a fan of the horizontal or the diagonal.
Oh, okay. I didn't
He
notice
doesn't
the
have
mountains.
a lumpy head. Those are mountains.
I didn't notice the mountains.
Yeah, mountains on the top. Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, I really like that, Kenny. What?
Nothing. I was expecting Kenny to make a joke about Utah. So.
I got nothing.
Kenny,
I got nothing here.
Soak that logo in.
There we go.
The joke that just won't die. I thought it was over after football season when we were talking about
Utah hockey, soaked with enthusiasm.
Soak it in.
It's a great logo. It's all I'm telling you.
It's a very good logo.
So
I really, all four logos are pretty cool. I like this.
I dig it. All right, let's move on. So listen,
Kenny, if I rock some of this, you gonna make fun of me?
No, I encourage it.
Okay.
The more the merrier. I'm not one of those exclusive hockey fans that doesn't want anybody from the outside coming in.
I want to ask people this. I want to just return to the Pistons thing briefly. Trajan Langdon seemingly preached patience in his press availability today. I want to ask you a question, and I think it's simple, but it really is puzzling to me because in this town, it feels like everybody just likes the status quo. Be good, retain our own people, patience, we'll move it on down the line. If I give you two pathways to pick, the Detroit Pistons can do nothing and let it marinate for one more year. We're going to see what Ivy looks like. We're going to see a summer of Ron Holland's development, a summer of Asur Thompson, no blood clots, development. I'd say we're going to see a summer of Duran's development, but I've just about given up with that. If you're in your third year, headed to year 4, and you haven't shown me an ounce of offensive ability, I'm not saying he's Yinka Dare, but I'm a little concerned. The point is, you could let it marinate. Do nothing, and we'll wait for the big swing next year. Or choice B, you know in your heart what your core pieces are. Anything that isn't that, shoot the moon. And let's go bring someone here because there is a power shift in the Eastern Conference. The Bucks are not going to be there next year. I'll be in stunned disbelief if Giannis is there next year. The Celtics have to trade at least one of, if not both, Drew Holiday and KP. The Sixers are a complete disaster. The Heat are a disaster unless Giannis goes there. Right. The Knicks are the Knicks. I don't think they're going to be great. I don't think they'll be terrible.
No, you're right. What you don't want to be is basically the Midwest version of the Knicks.
Right. So my thing is the Pistons could very easily assume a top 3 spot this summer. If I ask you in listener land, you get those two choices. Marinate for one more year or let's get bold. What side of the aisle are you on? Because remember, when you talk about letting things marinate, Duran is eligible for an extension. Ivy is eligible for an extension. And before you say run it back, you don't have the money, unless you want to go into tax threshold, to bring back the Schroeders, the Hardaways, and the Beasleys of the world. Now, clearly, you and I are on the same page. We're walking hand in hand saying, let's make a move. Let's get this thing moving forward.
And I don't want to sway the jury, but here's why you want to make a bold move. Because there will be a power shift in the East. I do agree. I look at Indiana, and as you're watching what they just did, we were joking about it, but Indiana looks like they may be headed to the Eastern Conference Final if they keep this thing going. Cleveland, they're injured right now, but they're one of the better teams. I look at Orlando. I think they're starting to put things together. You could be that fourth team or competing with Orlando. Here's what you don't want to happen by standing pat. That player that you want ends up going to Cleveland, Indiana, or Orlando, and now that puts you so far, they're ahead of you, and now you're playing catch-up in another year when you could have been on equal footing. So, yes, you stand pat and you run it back, and now all of a sudden, let's just say Zion ends up signing with one of these 3 teams. He goes to Orlando and makes them a better team. You could have had him. Or some other player that in a trade goes to one of these 3 teams, and now you're even further behind. And now you're an okay playoff team, but you really have no shot at ever winning the East.
No, because I look at that trade proposal the Bleacher Report had about Zion, and it's even better than the one I put out. Mine was more I wanted to make it hurt so people get put to a choice. But Bleacher Report today, they had Zion going to the Pistons, Tobias Harris, who makes $25 million, Bobby Klintman, the kid you drafted, from Sweden, Jaden Ivey, and a 1 and a 2. Do it all day. Risk it, biscuit. Because ultimately, you're not going to be able to keep Ivy and Duran and Holland and Asur and all your role play. This is my point. You're not, and you wouldn't want to keep all those because then you end up in the luxury tax and nowhere near good enough to win a championship. All I'm asking for is the middle ground. You don't do something stupid and go all in. You don't. It's not the right time for that. That's why I think those conversations about Giannis are goofy. Giannis's people are not going to let him play into, hey, Giannis, here's your career arc. Milwaukee to Detroit. No, his next stop is going to be L.A., Miami, Houston, or New York. I mean, that's just, his people are not going to let it happen. Right. I would love to have him, but that's just not happening. So I look at, let's do the middle ground. Like, give it a shot. But I wonder where people are at with it, because it's clear the Pistons, if they're a stock, you're buying. I think there's two teams in the Eastern Conference I'm buying their stock. One is you, and I'm buying Orlando Magic stock. Before you laugh, I know you can't win with a balding point guard. Jalen Suggs, get it together. But you have their big three played a grand total of 90 minutes together this season. Wagner's legit. Boncaro is a problem, and Suggs is good enough. I'm buying stock in the Pistons and the Magic, and I would do the same show in both markets. You got to make a move. And you can move this thing forward and not put a stranglehold on the East, but you get a really good seat at the head table. Mm-hmm. So I just wondered where people were at with that. And if you want the audio, do you have that clip of because we can do it at 5:00, David. Because Trajan said something that it feels like every GM in this town, they're handed a 3x5 and they have to say this phrase. Well, we want to be consistently good. And who in their life ever says, instead of I want championships, what kid grows up going, God, I want to be consistently good? Why does every GM in this town say that? Just say, why does no one in this town want to say championship?
I got an answer for that.
To hell with it. Tell me next. I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we're just rolling. I want to hear why.
Okay.
Because for me, anything that doesn't bring me a championship, why the hell am I doing it? We'll get to Rico next. He's got an idea. Gabagool. Just give me one more Jameson. We're done for the day. Thank you.
Gobble, gobble.
That's this Thanksgiving version. We'll have that. When it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. Not a tax organization with randos answering the phone. Maurice and Jerry, brick and mortar, real attorneys, and they've dealt with the IRS for years. They will fight for you, guide you through the process, and you don't have to talk to the IRS no more. AbrahamandRose.com or call that number today before your tax problems get worse. 248-539-5040 so you don't have to deal with the IRS anymore. All right, Rico, before the break, I had asked you a question. We had hit on this a little bit earlier, and Trajan Langdon did some talking today. I'll play the audio in a moment, but he didn't use the word championship. Every GM in this town, it feels like, just uses the phrase, we want to be good for a long time, sustainable success. And again, guys, I'm asking you in listener land, who the hell sits there watching sports wanting sustainable success? We want championships. If you told me I could win one championship and be terrible the 10 years to follow, I'd take it in a heartbeat. I don't know who would ever be pumped up about being good for 6-7 years but never winning it. Why do our GMs in this town never speak in terms of championships? Rico Beard for Center Square.
Michael, looks like, feels like, sounds like. Let me just put that out there.
Okay.
If you come out and you speak of championships the way that you do, you call it the New York attitude. It's not, Mike. It's a winning attitude, okay? If you come out and speak that way, you know what you have now done? You've put yourself on the clock. You have said, if I don't deliver this championship in this amount of time, it's okay to get rid of me. If you kick the can, you lower the bar, you talk about winning team, a culture, you can have a GM job forever. And no one will say anything because all you have to do is throw another log on the fire. Hey, guys, next year, I think we're going to be really competitive. But if you came out and said, I want to win the Super Bowl, we're going to win, the NBA final, we're going to win the Stanley Cup. Now the question is, how are you going to do it? And is every move you're making going towards that championship? You put yourself out there. And I don't think any GM wants to do that because that means if you fail, you're fired in a few years.
Well, to me, that's weak sauce because pressure is a privilege. Any job worth having comes with pressure. Now,
but you know what's better? A steady paycheck.
Oh, come on, man. We're talking about running billion-dollar enterprise.
And that's what I said. Looks like, seems like, feels like.
We're not talking about a dude in semi-retirement who decides he wants to, cut grass 3 days a week.
Right. If you go for broke, you probably got a 3-year run where you better do something. If you go for consistent,
so let me ask the people.
You could do this for 7 to 10 years.
People, here's my question to you. Very simple. Do you wish Steve Yzerman, Brad Holmes, Scott Harris, and Trajan Langdon at large would speak in terms of championships? Yes or no? If it doesn't bother you, that's fine. You're not a bad person. But why is it the ultimate goal in any of this is a championship? If the Lions have shown you anything, being continually successful means nothing. Did you enjoy your sustained success of the last couple of years with nothing to show for it? Did you enjoy not winning a playoff game last year? What if they go 11-7 this year, win a playoff game, lose in a divisional round? You going to be pumped up? I'm asking you because, look, if you're a Red Wing fan, you know what sustained success looks like. But within it were championships. And only towards the end with Kenny Holland did it turn into this perverse fever dream of, just make the playoffs.com. No, the Wings were all about do everything you have to do to hoist the cup. Period, amen, hallelujah. Right up until about 2013. I think that pretty much feels fair, right? I can't, and look, if you're saying, well, Mike, the Tigers haven't won one since 84, or, the Pistons have done nothing in 20 years, that's fine. I guess I just think more of those organizations than maybe you guys do. I view this, there are 5 great sports cities in America. We are fortunate to work in one of them. No slander. Our roads may suck, but this is one of the 5 best sports cities in America. It's New York, Chicago, Boston, Philly, and here. End. 4 teams plus 2 big-time college teams. When you are in that club, the other cities that I just named for you, it is all championship or bust. All of it. So why is that not the case here? And when Trajan Langdon, David, did you put that in the system? Do you mind playing that for me? I know we're towards an end of a segment. It's a weird time for audio. I want to throw the number to the people. Because, look, it's not even about whether Rico's right or wrong. I think he is right. I just don't respect it. Not him. It's the principle.
It's like the daiquiris at the Tigers game for a lot of people.
Yeah, and
before they got good.
Yeah, and it's like you're telling me the GMs in this town are they're hesitant to say it. They don't want to put the pressure on themselves. Then find a different job.
Well, no, but see, and real quick, David, before you play that's why I hold Brad Holmes to a different standard, because he did come out and say Super Bowl or bust. He did come out and say that, which is why I'm like, okay, your moves aren't reflecting what you
Correct,
said.
because what he has said up to that point has always been sustained success. Can't say that 5 times.
Sustained success.
What he said. David, play the audio. This is Trajan Langdon earlier, and listen to the kind of the coded language. Yuck. Say the word. It's like Sam Kinison. Say it! Say it! Just say championship. Can you do that for me? 248-539-9797. Do you wish that the power brokers of your teams in this town would just say it? Say the quiet part out loud. Championships. Not sustained success, not being relevant or competitive. Just come out and say, my job is to win the World Series or the Larry O'Brien or the Stanley Cup or the Super. Anything short of a championship is unacceptable.
No, you're correct. You would like that, but I think for a lot of them, it looks like, seems like, feels like under promise, over deliver. I won't say that word, but if you happen to get it, great. Because if I say it, man, you're going to hold me accountable.
All right, here's the deal. Phone lines are wide open. There is no wait time. I would love to talk to you guys about this, because maybe this is me just being a New York bleep hole, or maybe I'm saying what you actually believe. I don't know. But for me, there's just something in the water here in Detroit. All 4 of these GMs, if I take it from audio format and I just print it all out and I make you read it, it's all the same chat.
Who said it?
It's all the chat GPT. It's all the same thing.
Wait, that would be a great who said it.
Yeah, because they all say the same thing. Sustained success. Say the words. It's about a championship. It is about going the distance. 248-539-9797. And remember, here's what sustained success looks like. The Buffalo Bills, the Baltimore Ravens. How's that working out for you? You think those fan bases are happy? Let me give you another example. Up until last season, the Boston Celtics. Been to 6 Eastern Conference Finals. Actually, come to think of it, that's how Joe Dumars got run out of town. Having sustained success. Mm-hmm. So that doesn't work. It's been shown it doesn't work. So now again, each team is at a different point on the journey. But why will none of these guys speak reality? Like, no, I can't say the Pistons are going to win a championship next season, barring something seismic. However, that's the goal. The Detroit Tigers, with the best record in the AL right now, and a ton of payroll they could use. No, I'd like to hear somebody down at the world headquarters talk about winning the World Series. Yzerman, forget it. He's busy daydreaming. Stevie doesn't know what day it is, apparently. But yeah, you know what I'd like? No, my job is to bring Stanley Cups, plural here.
Right. But if you don't promise a Stanley Cup, you get to do this for year, 6, 7?
Well, then he already does. Think about it.
Right. So there's no pressure. But if I say Stanley Cup, now you're going to question, well, did that move? Did that trade? Did that lack of trade? Did that lack of move get us closer to a cup? Well, no. Well, why didn't you make it? Well, why did you make it?
Oh, you mean so you don't want to be an adult and answer for it? Hey, Kenny, why should he be in that position?
That's what the money is for.
248-539-9797. I want to hear from you guys. Do you wish your GMs would kind of talk the talk a little more? If you like pizza, Hungry Howie's has a great deal for you. It's quite simple. We don't have to belabor the point, and there's no hidden stuff here. You go to hungryhowies.com, you sign up for the emails, and you make a $10 order. That's it. That's the commercial. Sign up for the emails, spend $10, get a free medium 2-topping pizza.
What are you going to do for another 50 seconds?
I'm just letting you know. Like, there's not like copious legal like your one read where you're launching satellites over there. You go to hungryhowies.com, you spend $10, they give you a medium 2-topping pizza. And in-house made dough, real cheese. What do you want from me? It's a limited time offer. Order up a pizza tonight, $10, get some emails, and away you go. It's hungryhowies.com. Thank you, Amon-Ra. That's Trajan Langdon earlier, and I'm asking the question, don't you wish GMs in this town, Scott Harris, Steve Yzerman, Brad Holmes, and now Trajan Langdon, not to sound like Sam Kinison in Back to School, say it! Is anyone just going to say it? It's about championships. It's about winning them multiply. It is about doing everything in our power to put a banner up there. And none of them say it. It's all this mealy-mouthed, sustained success. Do you as a fan want sustained success or championship? You answer it. It's your dollars going out the window. It's your time. Because for me, you know what I want. It's championship or bust. Mm-hmm. Like, there's nothing else in my world. And if you go, well, that's a miserable way to watch sports. Okay, noted. I'm just telling you how it works in all the best sports cities in America. We're the outlier. We are way too nice here. David, ticket text, and I'll go to the calls.
Donovan McNabb and Andy Reid had a ton of sustained success.
Let me show you what Philadelphia did to him.
Ran out of town, somebody says. Go Birds, gabagool. That's being in Rochester. Someone says, asking Yzerman to say championship when he can barely say playoffs is hilarious.
Well, he'd also have to be awake.
That's fair, too.
But once again, it starts the clock, and it holds you accountable to your words.
The clock has started. It's year 7. Say it. No, come on, just say it.
What clock? This is a calendar we're running here.
Gabagool.
Gabagool.
I thought it was more like a sundial.
Exactly.
It seems like that.
No, but it is. If you say championship, even if you said playoffs, now everything is okay. I'm holding you to that standard. And when you come up short, you may lose your job.
Let's go to Roger, 97.1. Raj, how you doing, buddy?
I'm okay, and you?
Excellent.
Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
The thing is it's always that actions speak louder than words. Well, in this case, with all 4 of them, words speak louder than actions, and they're not interested in that. They truly aren't, and that's the disappointing part is they are not interested in championships. They're interested in being relevant, and we don't have the luxury of that. Now, David's team, the Pittsburgh Steelers, how many Super Bowls have they been to? How many Super Bowls have they won? If they're relevant for 10 or 15 years, no problem. They're still relevant, but we don't have that luxury.
No, but hold on. Here's the problem. What you're looking at, what David is living with, is sustained success. But David, how many playoff wins? How many Super Bowl appearances? Oh, but we haven't had a losing record since Abraham Lincoln went to that play. It doesn't matter.
There's only so many times I can look at Santonio Holmes' touchdown.
Yeah.
Well, my only rebuttal to that is they've been there. We haven't. The only ones that can possibly even be somewhat into that would be the Wings, and that's 15 years ago.
Yeah, but hold on. It was 15 years ago for the Steelers, too. Look, here's the problem. Roger, the issue I take is we're letting the Lions' malfeasance over the course of 70 years paint a different picture. We're here now.
And here's the other thing. It's okay to swing for the fences and you bring in people through trades or free agents. Let's say you get to the finals and you lose. You did everything you could, and it was the luck of the draw. Bad bounce, whatever, puck luck.
Jaquiski Tart.
Right. It happens, but you did everything that you could rather than just, well, we're okay. We're a 7 out of 10, maybe a good 8 on a good night.
So that's the question, though. And again, if your point of view is
Jaquiski Tart, thank you.
Sorry. But no, like I remember, this is probably 6-7 years ago. I had Dan Wetzel on the podcast. It was pre-COVID. And he was just open about it. He goes, 9 out of 10 NBA GMs, they're not trying to win a championship. They're just trying not to have to move again. They're just trying to get another contract.
And that's what
now, you can't do that in LA or Boston or certain places. Like Miami has developed a championship culture, but 9 out of 10 of them, they're not even trying to win a championship. They're just trying not to get fired.
I was about to say, maybe as a Clipper you can, but not as a Laker.
Correct.
Yeah.
So it just, your point of view isn't insulting. It's sadly real. I just don't think it's appropriate that Detroit is one of those towns. Because when I look at our 4 sports teams, it's all the same to me. It's city championships. You are either a great sports city or you are LA or Seattle or, garbage. You're a garbage sports town. We are not that. Now, we've had garbage teams, but all these teams are winning. They're all capable. The idea is none of the GMs say what I think is in fans' heart, which is like whether you're Yzerman, Langdon, Harris, or Brad Holmes, you should be talking with, no, my job is to bring championships here. That is what we are out to do 24/7, 365. And anything that doesn't put us closer to a championship, I'm not interested in. And instead, it's all, well, we're going to look at this and look at that. And, we don't want to be the last kid picked at gym class. And you're like, is that really how fans think here? I don't know. That's why we're talking to them. But see, Langdon's the latest.
But, Mike, I think the fans have just gotten used to that and it's become acceptable. You know what? Because every of the 4 major teams have all hit rock bottom. And the fans have experienced that. And you wanted to be relevant. You wanted to be in the pit. How many times we said, can you just be in the graphic? That's that type of logic that fans have. I just want to be in the graphic, man. And now all of a sudden we're there. Okay, I've reached my goal. I've reached the mountaintop.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls in a moment. David, go ahead. You were about to say something. Go ahead.
I was just going to say sustained success is not fun. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I want championships. And that's what I want in this town. You were saying earlier, and I told you earlier on this show, the fans have to demand it. They can't just accept being, oh, we're good. No, they have to demand being great. This town doesn't do it enough.
I'm telling you,
I don't think this town has experienced enough great yet to know what great is.
Come on. That's not fair. The Wings, as an original 6 team, have won a zillion cups. Now, the Tigers are traditional, and I know they have had a long stretches of being bad, but they have won the World Series. Most teams in baseball haven't. The Pistons are one of the few NBA franchises that have multiple NBA titles.
No, Mike, it is, but these are now new generations of fans who've never experienced that.
So the new generation is soft. That's your take.
Well, they are. It's been 17 years since a championship. That's an entire generation. They are soft. They are weak. They have no idea what it means to win.
But you know what's going to happen? And I know Rico doesn't agree with me on this. It'll be fun to watch. But if the Lions don't do anything meaningful this year, don't make the NFC title game, don't get to a Super Bowl, much less win it. If they don't do anything meaningful, I think fans are going to start to turn. I don't think you're going to have any Brad bots in another year.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to hear, we'll let him cook.
Yeah, no, but people are going to go, I don't like what he's cooking, I want to win.
He burnt dinner.
It's fun at the start, and then it changes. Mm-hmm. We'll get to more of the people in a minute. Sit tight. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The American League West Tigers take on the worst team in baseball, the Colorado Rockies, tonight, start of a 3-game series at Coors Field in Denver. This morning, right here on 97.1, Tigers GM Jeff Greenberg told Costa and Jansen that the front office likes where this team's at. Good young pitching matchup in this one tonight. Jackson Jobe for the Tigers. Fellow rookie Chase Dolander for the Rockies. Tigers #1 in the AL at 22-13. Colorado 6-28. That's the worst in baseball in that first pitch. 8:40 pregame at 8:15 right here on 97.1. Pistons president of basketball operations Trajan Langdon holding his end-of-season press conference today. He says developing the team's young core and staying patient is the focus this offseason. He also stressed continuity from last season as another goal this summer. FanDuel Sports Detroit says goodbye to another longtime local sports personality, Tony Paul of the Detroit News, reporting Trevor Thompson's been let go today after 2 decades with a network he started in 2000. Mickey York let go yesterday. And in the NHL playoffs, the Maple Leafs and Panthers take the ice for Game 2 of their series tonight. Toronto's up 1-0 in that series. Stars Jets open their series in Winnipeg tonight. On the hardwood, a pair of Game 2s in the NBA, Celtics and Knicks, Thunder and Nuggets. New York and Denver both with 1-0 leads. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
5 o'clock, great to have you with us. What we're talking about is simple. A couple of GMs spoke today, and you just don't hear the words championship or title or World Series or, and again, David, recomb the Greenberg interview. I listened to about 7 minutes of it. I didn't hear World Series or championship. Trajan Langdon spoke today.
He used the other C word, continuity.
Yeah, continuity and consistent success or whatever. I mean, it's all, I just want to know if you wish the teams in this town would talk the way you want them to talk, like they do in other cities. And this idea that, if I say it, I'm accountable? Well, yeah, that's how being an adult works. Because why, Kenny?
That is what the money's for.
That's right. So I'm asking you guys. And no, I don't think you need to go out there like LeBron James and Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh with pyrotechnics. Not one, not two. No, but the idea is the only thing we should care about in this town is parades. I will say it to you again, both as someone who's worked in this industry my entire life, and I think I have a pretty good understanding of the landscape. I am fortunate enough that I work in one of the 5 best sports cities in America. And it's always funny when you come up in this game, people are like, oh, how come you're in Detroit? It's like, well, where should I be? What, some bum-ass town like Houston, Dallas, Miami? Yeah, right, Miami, you can't even launch a sports station because you got to have bilingual. Like D.C., L.A., Seattle, those fake-ass towns, there's 5 sports towns that matter. Chicago, New York, Philly, Boston, and here. So my point to you is those towns operate in a very specific way, championship or bust. I don't understand how here we've gotten to a place where fans are drinking the bathwater for all 4 teams for, quote, let's be consistently good. Well, we joke with David about what being consistently good is. He ain't happy. Rico's team's been consistently good. Hey, let's check the Lombardi hotline. You happy? No, let me help you. You look miserable. The bottom line is, why don't our GMs in this town say it? Trajan Langdon today, we can play the audio. Not asking him to go out there in a bathrobe and just say casually, we're winning it all next year. No, it's not what I'm speaking of. I'm asking, like right now, anytime we bring up topics about making a move, everyone in this town is like, well, let's just take our time. Everyone's like scared.
Or trusting the GM. They know more about it than you guys do.
Great. Show me the parade. And again, look, the Lions, they're going to be very, very good. But I don't know that they're going to be anywhere near as good as last year. And they didn't really do anything to get a whole lot better. Yet, I'd say 75% of the fan base is like, man, great offseason. Now, the Pistons had this wonderful turnaround. I have said to you, I do not want to do something stupid. I don't want to do one of these all-in, empty the cupboards things. But what I do want is an aggressive, calculated move. Let's get better.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that with the Tigers. All of a sudden, unexpectedly, they went to the playoffs, had some success, and in the offseason, they made a try.
They tried
to do something, and it's the same for the Pistons.
But now it's about the deadline.
Right.
But when Greenberg was on today, and again, if it was said and I missed it, tell me. I did not hear the words World Series, parade. Like, that's what we want from our teams. I don't know how we arrive here where all of a sudden that's sacrilege for a GM to say, yeah, the goal is a championship. Otherwise, what the hell am I doing here? Like, I don't get it. So that's what we're talking about. We had 2 GMs out there speaking today. Neither, I mean, it's like cooties. It's like a dirty word. You can't say it. But you know what you can say? Gabagool. Thank you, Jameis Winston, for ending any hope I have anytime the Giants are mentioned on this show. That audio. David, you can put it on my board. I can't promise I'm going to play it a lot. Gabagool.
I'm just waiting for the day he's named starting QB. No, but as far as the GMs, I said it before. I think it starts a clock that they don't want to start because now they're on the hook for that. Now they can be questioned. Now you can say, well, are you making championship moves? Was this leading towards a championship?
Well, here's the other question.
But if you don't do that.
Okay, so here's the other question. Answer this. Is ownership the problem? Yeah. What's more important in this town to the owners? Money or championships? Collectively, not singling out any one. Collectively, be the spirit of Detroit for me. Scales of justice. Which one's money? Which one's championships?
Well, if you notice, the arms aren't even on the spirit of justice.
That's kind of where I'm at.
I think more towards money. Championships are just something fun if we can obtain, but I want to keep the checks coming in.
Let's go to Jason, 97.1. Jay, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, Mike?
How are you, sir?
What's going on, Rico?
Hey.
You guys are basically saying everything that I'm thinking. You know, accountability is the main thing. I don't think that if you come out right out and say, we're going after championships, we're going after rings and parades and things like that, the things that you're doing in the draft and the things that you're not doing in the draft and all those other things are going to be scrutinized heavily. Like, what is this and why didn't you do this? So I think it's a lot of that, but then it's also a combination of the generation that comes behind us, you and me, Mike, because we're in the same age group. They don't have loyalty to teams. So to hold pressure to a GM, that's going to be more us and the people that come before us. But the guys and gals that come behind us, they don't have loyalty to team. They have more loyalty to player. Like, okay, I like this player, or I like that player. But they don't really care so much whether or not this team does well. So it's that. And then the other question that you asked, whether or not the owners were culpable, they are culpable. And the reason why they don't care anything about championships, not in this city. Because if you look around this city, you know that everybody in this city is all about money. And that's all they care about. So, I mean, it's all of that. All of that.
Jason, it's why I asked the question, and it's just really about what you guys want and what you guys say. You know, I mean, Jason, right. I've been here my whole adult life. I am who I am. I can't be anybody else. But like, even if you ask me today, Jason, well, damn, why were you so angry the Celtics lost to the Knicks? You won the championship last year. Yeah, you know what? I'm trying to do it again. I'm trying to do it again.
Right.
Because the only thing that matters for the Boston Celtics, championship. I mean, that's it. And it's like, I know it sounds crazy as a Giants fan, who they're usually terrible until they win it all. But the only thing that matters, win it. Yankees, win it. I'm an Islanders fan. They haven't won it since I was in diapers. I don't care. This is all I care about. We had a guy call in earlier. Well, do you really want Michigan State to win a national title? Why are you playing if that's not the goal? What's the point? We ain't here to play school anymore. That much is clear.
No, because here's the thing. Let's just say I'm going to say something and you're going to say mean things.
I will say nothing of the sort.
Hypothetically speaking, they all of a sudden start making the college football playoff. and they don't win it all, after a while, you're going to get sick of it saying, well, what's going on? You don't believe me? Look at the basketball team. What's the biggest knock on the team? You haven't won a title in 27 years, 26 years.
But what about sustained success? Am I happy with MSU hoops? No.
I give you 06 to 14 for the Tigers. Oh, everyone looks back wonderful years. We went to the World Series twice.
There you go.
But we did not win anything.
David, let me give you a wet wipe for all that sustained success.
Hold on. But, David, here's why I'm not going to get angry at that. Because they went for it. Now, they just didn't get it done.
That's fair.
But they made trades.
Fair.
The old man did everything he could.
They did everything they could. They just didn't win on the field. If you give me that, I'm not going to get mad at the general manager because you did everything that you possibly could.
I'd rather try and fail than not try at all. And it seems like GMs in this town have the mentality of, we can just do it our way.
But Kenny, I think the fans are emulating it because that when you defend that type of attitude, you're going, well, do you know what? I hear it all the time when I'm listening to the morning show because they do different topics than we do. And look, they put up with stuff we don't. Like, people are calling in and like, yeah, but guys, listen, what if it doesn't work? Hear me out. My immediate response would be, yeah, and what if it does? Goodbye. Like, what? It's always what if it doesn't?
And guess what?
If it does?
It's not working now. Show me a championship. Anybody.
Well,
Bueller.
So
Gabagool.
Gabagool. That's what David going back. If you put in the work and you don't win, I'm not going to sit here and be like, you promised me a title. Man, you did everything you could. Like, I can't get, like John Lynch, you've done everything. You just haven't won. But, man, you've tried. Gabagool. 97-1.
All right, Victor's Home Solutions. Now, choosing the right roofer is a huge decision. Let's talk about why you need to call Victor's. 1, customer concierge team. They follow up promptly, answer all your questions, keep you in the loop. 2, installers who will install a perfect roof the first time. Why? Because that's the standard. None of this mediocrity nonsense. It means you'll get new windows for your home and save money on your energy bills. It means Victor's offers a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. All you got to do is get Victor's out there, 21-point inspection or window estimate today, and you get $500 off that new roof or home full of windows when you do it. Great financing available. 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100 or online at victors.com.
So the question we have is, why does it look like, seems like, feels like you can't get the teams around here to just say championship? I know they want it, but why won't they say it? Because to me, I think once you do, you put yourself on a clock. If you keep the bar low, there's longevity, there's paychecks, everybody's happy. You put yourself on championship, every move will get scrutinized. Every move goes under the microscope. That's what we are. David, a couple ticket texts before we get to your phone calls, 248-539-9797.
If I hear another form of wait for the kids or can't block the kids, I'm going to kick a puppy. All 4 GMs are just clones of each other.
Let me stop you.
Please don't kick that puppy.
We're not kicking puppies.
We do not do that.
Okay? No. Just no.
Someone says, F a sustained success. Give me a championship. Someone else on the other side of it. Sports are fun to watch. Give me 1 or 2 championships of a Maine 4 and U of M in 10 years, but experiences are worth more than 30 seconds of utopia with a championship. Whew. People will start to get fed up, but here's the thing. It doesn't matter what the majority of the fans think, as long as 75% of them show up there to buy $9 beers. That's all that matters. Consistently good sucks, signed a Purdue basketball fan. Okay. Mike is dead on. Goal is to stay in business is to outperform your customers' expectations. If you don't say championship, then the customers won't be disappointed.
Okay. No, look, it's just when you have 2 GMs speak on the same day, and we had Iserman a week ago, you're not hearing the magic word. And I wonder if that, A, do you even care? But B, does it annoy you the way it annoys me? Otherwise, what the hell's all of it for? Let's go over to Jordan, 97.1. Jordan, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Hey, good, man.
Good to hear it. So I wanted to kind of ask you guys a question, because you guys are, the context you're putting under this argument is that, like, everything's done and gone. We've been good for a while. We never won a title. Isn't the whole point to be good enough to compete for said title so you do have chances at it? I mean, the whole thing with the MLB is, like, you just have to be good enough to get to the dance. I don't want them to be middling. I want to win championships. I want the GMs to aim for championships. But I'm not upset for them putting competitive teams on the field. The whole point is to get to the dance and then see what you do in the dance.
Right. No one's arguing that. But when they don't talk about winning championships and then they don't do the things that are necessary to win a championship, I'm kind of left going, what are we doing? I mean, like, who would you say right now is all in? And you can't say the Lions because they didn't even use all their cap space.
Ironically enough, I've been super critical of them, but the Tigers kind of are. I mean, they put money in on Bregman that I didn't really expect.
Yeah, they tried, really, and you know what?
Going in on free agents.
Jordan, if they go out at the trade deadline and do something, not an all-in, but like a move, let's say, look, they need a shortstop. You agree with me there, right? If they go out and they make that type of move, I will agree with you 100%. They at least tried this offseason.
What does that look like to you guys? What would be a success for the Lions, for the Pistons? Is it trading for Zion? Is it going to get an edge for the Lions? Like, what's the one resounding move that you'll see and you'll go, okay, now I know they're serious?
Yeah, I think if the Pistons...
I don't know that it's necessarily one solid move.
No, I think it's a mindset. And I think it's also about, okay, with the Pistons, everyone in this town, not you, Jordan, but like everyone is like, well, we want to keep everybody together and develop. If you look at the Pistons, they can't keep everyone together and not be over the cap and be nowhere close to a title. What I want is for Trajan Langdon to identify the couple pieces he refuses to get rid of. Everything else is on the table, and let's get Cade or Robin, and let's move this thing forward. And what that name is...
I love that as well, but you kind of look at OKC, they did the same thing. They just stockpiled a bunch of decent guys, and then once they had come through a little bit of development, then you trade for the pieces you need and you fill it out from there.
Wait a minute, now hold on. They didn't stockpile decent people. Now that's come on. They had Chet Holmgren. They had SGA, who's the MVP of the league. They have 8 million first-round picks. They went out and spent a boatload on Hartenstein this offseason. Like, I mean, Jordan, I'm just saying.
That's my point.
Come on.
At the final product. They've spent the past couple of seasons building into these picks. SGA has not been this good up until this season. He's been building up to this.
SGA's been awesome for multiple years, man. Jordan, look, the bottom line is fine.
But he's not at an MVP level like he was this year. This year is like his official announcement.
Okay,
to,
right.
I am
Here's the
guy.
level he's been at. Better than Cade. And he's been that for a while. Jordan, the whole point is, you know what they're going to do after this, whether they win the title or not? And this proves my point. They're going to package 1 million of those picks, and they're going to add more to more because they want to be a dynasty. So that's the whole thing, Jordan. I'm not asking the Pistons to go all in. I'm asking them to do something because an offseason that includes Malik Beasley, a Dennis Schroeder pity deal, and just letting it simmer, that doesn't work either. Same thing for the Wings. You got screwed in the lottery, you dropped again, you got the 13th pick. Take the pick, duct tape it to an atom bomb, and detonate it. Trade the pick, trade prospects, add to this team. Sign a Mitch Marner. Let's go. I mean, that's what it's about, Jordan. And ultimately, look, OKC can do it a different way than you. They have Sam Presti running that organization. You don't. It is totally different.
Yeah, just so he knows, 2 years ago, SGA was 5th in voting. Last year, he was 2nd, and he's going to win it this year. Yeah. So I say that's 3 pretty great years.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I didn't understand what he's just saying, though. What they just kind of developed and just got okay talent, and they just waited long enough. Like, no. For me, he asked the question, Lions, and he answered all of his questions. Edge rusher, Tigers, get a shortstop. Pistons, go get a second score. Wings, go get somebody for the first line. Like, there's things you can do.
Wings, anything. Give me anything.
Goalie.
No,
Goalie,
like
defense,
like
forward.
the Wings is really interesting because while they are the furthest away, I think they have the easiest pathway to a justifiably seismic summer. It's whether they're willing.
You know what's funny about the Wings? And I just thought about this when the Sustainable Winning Cup came up. What's the biggest complaint that people have about us criticizing Steve Yzerman? Well, Ken Holland left him a big mess. What was Ken Holland trying to do? Continue that playoff streak and win success. So we dug our own grave with this one, boys.
Kenny, you just had to finish that with a gabagool.
Wow. Kenny brought it home.
Wow. We'll give Jordan the last word, 97.1. Jordan, what's going on?
Hey, guys. I totally agree with you. The point you're making about these guys not saying championship. I really thought the Lions, I thought they were going to go all in. What would it take to go all in? Go get a guy like, Myles Garrett, Trey Hendrickson. Maybe not one of those guys, but one of those big caliber guys. I really thought we'd see that this offseason, and we did not. So I don't feel that they're all in yet, especially what you said about the cap space.
Yeah. I mean, that, and again, I'm not saying, oh my God, you think they're doing terrible. No, I'm not saying that at all. But when you have like $40 million in cap space, I don't know what to tell you. You're saving it for the shopping list next year. I mean, Brad Holmes already told you, well, we have bills coming due. Who cares? Are we in the best position to win it all this year or not? I don't think we are. I think they're in a decent spot, a good spot. But Jordan, no team that's all in. Like, can you imagine the shows they'd be doing in places like Buffalo, Philly, some of these other markets, if Howie Roseman was leaving all this cap space on the table?
Oh, yeah, they'd have a field day with that.
Yeah, so that's the thing for me. I get nervous where I'm going, what is the ultimate goal here? And if it's not to win a championship, then I'm sorry. That just doesn't work for me. We'll see.
Yeah. As I stated, I don't think that they want to attach their name to that because with that comes the pressure. Mike, I know what you're going to say. It's part of the job, but also not getting fired is part of the job. How about I just tell you about Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service? Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Gabagoo.
As a matter of fact, if you call 888-GET-GREEN right now, they'll hook you up. If you purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control. But you got to mention my name, Rico from 97.1, to get this hookup.
Ask for the Gabagool deal.
No, ask for the Rico beard deal. Warm weather, it's here. And so are the weeds. Dandelions rob your lawn of water and nutrients. You stop the dandelions before they go to seed. Plus, Natural Way can also come out and treat for crabgrass. It is not too late because by the time you see it, it is too late. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service right now. Get green, stay green. They will come out there and they will develop a treatment for your lawn specifically for you. You'll have your own person to come out there and handle this for you. Call 888-GET-GREEN, or you can go online at naturalwaylawn.com. There we go. Gentlemen, let's have some fun. This isn't a receipt type of thing. This is just more of a fact or fiction. What's your opinion? Okay? I got some NFL questions for you, NFL statements. You let me know, is it fact? Is it fiction? We just heard that the Steelers made a trade with the Cowboys. Fact or fiction, the Steelers will make the playoffs this year.
Fiction. I think the Steelers, if anything, look like they're loading up to get a QB next year. They got 12 draft picks. They haven't signed anybody long-term. Aaron Rodgers be a one-year deal max, and they just traded one of their better playmakers. I think that I hate using the tank word with the Pittsburgh Steelers. It feels like they know we've got to stop this madness.
There's really not much for me to say. You're right, Mike.
Oh,
it
God.
is fiction. That's exactly what they're doing. They weren't going to re-sign George Pickens, so basically this is a year in advance. You're getting your compensatory pick early.
You know what it is, David? Real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
This is a lot like what Trajan Langdon said today. It's why I hate every GM in this town is like, oh, sustained success. The Steelers have sustained success. They make the playoffs every year, haven't had a losing season in 20. Hey, David, how happy are you with that sustained success?
We don't have any Super Bowls, so it doesn't matter.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Tigers, tops in the American League at 22-13, take on the Major League Horse Rockies tonight for the start of the three-game series at Coors Field in Denver. Great young pitching matchup in this one, Jackson.
I just think the
Joe
Steelers are a cautionary tale of refusal to rebuild, want to stay relevant, want to stay good, but you're never going to be great.
Okay. Michael, this one's for you, but David, I want you to answer as well. Jameis Winston will replace Russell Wilson as quarterback.
Gabagoo.
This year.
No. It has to be no. I can't. Thank you. Gobble, gobble, ghoul. I'm going to say no. Fiction.
Fiction. Okay.
I still think Russ. Talk about a battle of the weirdos. Like, if you dropped Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson to an alien species and said, these are human beings, they'd send them back. And we have them in the same quarterback room. I still think Russell Wilson's better than Jameis. Russell can protect the football better than Jameis. Jameis will cut it loose, and you'll go, that's to 4 defenders.
Yeah, I also think this is fiction. You have to remember, Russell Wilson was supposed to be the day one starter in Pittsburgh. He just started injured. He was never supposed to. Justin Fields was never supposed to play.
Okay.
So he'll play all year.
Just to drop one more time. Thank you. What an idiot.
After training camp in Indianapolis, fact or fiction, Daniel Jones beats out Anthony Richardson.
Fiction. Has to be fiction. You can't start a blank stare quarterback. Fiction.
But you did.
I know. Look where it got me. I'm going to say fiction. I still think Richardson's physical tools, they've got to work through that. Daniel Jones, we've seen what the upside is. Go ahead.
Fact. He lost the locker room. I don't think he can get past it.
Oh, no.
Fact.
Gabagool.
See, I don't come up with these just to have fun and troll it. David, I'm with you. That tapping out of the game, and that too. Fact or fiction, it's a well-known fact that the NFC East can't have a repeat champion. So Washington will win the NFC East this year.
Fiction.
Fact or fiction?
I'm fact. Because Philly did the Super Bowl thing, which means they'll fall off a cliff this year. Washington's on the ascend, and I love what they've done with their offensive line. So I'm going to say fact.
I'm going to say fiction. I think the Eagles repeat.
Gabagool.
Yeah.
Okay.
How is this my quarterback?
And he may replace Russell. All right. Fact or fiction? Justin Tucker is done in the NFL. He will never kick again.
Okay. Besides the legal, he looked done anyways. And maybe they're related.
But you know how kickers get recycled?
Yeah, no, he's also old. I'm going to say fact for a multitude of reasons, on and off field. I'll say fact.
Yeah, I'll say fact. I do think they're related, though. I think that's why he had the bad year. But if Baltimore gave up on you, no, that's it.
Fact or fiction? Shedeur Sanders will not be on the Cleveland Browns active roster week 1.
Okay, here we go. Fact. They drafted Dylan Gabriel and have more invested in him from a draft capital standpoint ahead of him. I don't think you want Shedeur holding a clipboard because the distraction's going to be crazy. I'm going to say fact. I just fact.
I'm going to say fact, but it's funny.
Tepid. It's tepid at best.
Yeah, it's funny that a lot of the veterans already love him because of his swag and what he brings. But when you're trying to win and they'll look at him on the field in practice, they'll realize, oh, okay, you know what? Never mind.
I wonder if the veterans love him, David, because they're a little stargazing at his father.
They are.
Yeah, the problem, he ran a simplistic offense at Colorado. He's got an extremely long throwing motion. He takes way too long to process. These are things that can be fixed, but they take a hell of a lot of time. Gabagool.
Fact or fiction? Sam Darnold in Seattle will have a better season than J.J. McCarthy.
Oh, no. I'm going to go fiction. I just think Minnesota's roster is so good, and Seattle's done everything to just wreck themselves. I think from roster alone, if JJ can play at all, they can win 10 games. I'm going to go Minnesota. Or fiction. Fiction, sorry. Gabagool.
I'm going to go fact. I think he just goes out there and just throws the ball down the field. I don't know who he's throwing it to.
To who,
I don't know who
David?
he's throwing it to, but he's going to try to throw that ball down that field.
You
prove
cannot
everyone wrong.
win with a ginger idiot quarterback. Gabagool.
Fact or fiction, Cam Ward will lead the Tennessee Titans to at least 7 or more victories this year.
Oh, boy. That's a fiction for me. I can't get there in year one. Not with that roster, not with the turnover. I'll say fiction.
Yeah,
Plus, he plays really loose. That's going to need some tightening up. I mean, Rico, how many times you've seen him run around and cut one loose across the field late? You ain't doing that at the pro level.
No, everybody's running 4.40s.
Gabagool.
Well, when you have 4 games already slated against the Colts and the Jags.
What do you think? They're sweeping those?
I'm going not, maybe not, but you could
7 or more.
Yeah, I'm going to say fact. Yes.
Fact or fiction, the Lions will not win their division.
Fact.
Wow. Think about that one.
They went 6-0 in the division, which means they go at least 4-2, 3-3. That takes their record down. Winning 10 games may not win you the division.
I still got to go fiction until they're unseated.
Understood.
They have a great roster. The coordinator stuff scares me. I think the division being this difficult, the win total comes down for everybody.
Yes.
I'm still going to respect them enough to say they'll win it, but that's as tepid as it gets for me.
Joe Burrow is the best quarterback in the NFL. Fact or fiction?
Mahomes still plays, right?
Yeah, but what's he doing? Check down Charlie and hands the ball off. No. Overall, it's still probably Josh Allen. Overall, if he's going to play the way he played last year. I'm just hoping Burrow hates Cincinnati enough to demand out and he comes to the Giants. Gabagool.
Sticking with quarterbacks, Aaron Rodgers, fact or fiction, will sit out the 2025 season.
I leave this to him because he's got the only team interested.
Yeah, fiction. He's going to play for the Pittsburgh Steelers next year. Alan Lazard will
Does he know this?
Yeah, Alan Lazard will also be traded to the Steelers in June.
Okay. I can just see week 1. They're looking at is he coming out the tunnel? He's not in the city.
Nope, it's Bruce Gronkowski. He's back.
Oh, my gosh.
Shout out Toledo.
Finally, last one, fact or fiction. Rams are holding a June mini camp in Maui. Fact or fiction, teams will start holding mini camps in other cities to attract more fans.
Fiction. That just sounds insane.
Fact. There'll be some stuff in Europe. There'll be some stuff in Australia.
What?
There'll be some camp stuff there. Yes, it will be real soon.
Kenny.
I believe that.
Kenny. Gabagoo. Thanks, Jameis. How is this my football life?
That is your NFL fact or fiction blitz 97.1.
Well, hello there. Gabagool.
Gabagool.
All right, FanDuel. If you're just tuning in, it's the Jameis Winston drop. It's taking over the show. FanDuel, best place to find all your player props. And again, they've got some of the trending stuff. They've got prepackaged SGPs, whatever it is. FanDuel's got it. They got more betting markets than anyone. $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/ticket. You can join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. Rieger, I would say Wojo, but I don't see Bob. David, ticket text coming in, and we'll talk to the gentleman here momentarily.
Yeah, Wojo just arrived at 5:49.
Wow, a whole 9 minutes before broadcast.
Hey, I just have to be here by 6.
I agree with Rico's take. It's easy to talk the talk, but fan bases will go rabid if GMs don't follow up with their words.
Oh, you mean accountability? You hate to see it.
I agree with you, Mike, but it's about putting fans in the stands to make money. I agree it should be about championships, but it's not about that anymore. Just get them in the seats.
No,
Be relevant.
Maybe I'm a dinosaur. It's possible. Maybe I'm just too old school about it. It doesn't mean you're wrong.
No, you know what? Yes and no. I think one of the callers put it best. I think nowadays people are more on individuals rather than teams. Where you grew up, it was about the team and not necessarily the individual.
Yeah, like I hated Eli Manning, but I love the Giants.
Right.
You root for the helmet. I don't give
But
a damn
now
about who
you
you are.
follow your favorite player. So hey, I'm a Cavs fan. I'm a Heat fan. No, I'm a Lakers fan. I'm a Cavs fan. Like wherever LeBron is, that's your favorite team.
Well, yeah, I have a name for those people, but it's not Arrow.
I'm just saying. I think that's a lot of the generation.
I can just
now.
tell you, it's got something to do with your ass. Yes, David.
Gabagoo.
Gabagoo.
The Tigers were swept by the bad Baltimore Orioles, throwing JV, Scherzer, and Price. Going all in means nothing if you don't win.
Right, but at least you can say you tried.
Trying is all that matters. Just
That's all.
Try.
Like, look, we all want the same thing, right? Lions win the Super Bowl. But if they don't, you're going to look right back to, why did we leave cap space on the table? Why didn't we do X, Y, and Z? Mm-hmm. See, it's much easier to say we did X, Y, and Z and it just didn't happen than it is to say we just didn't. And it's the same thing. Look, if the Pistons go out, have a really good year next year, and they're the 4 seed, and they lose in the first round of the playoffs again, and they do nothing, and they brought the band back together, you're going to be asking, well, why didn't we do a little more? Mm-hmm. Versus you try.
Because the same will happen with the Lions. If they make it, they're a wild card team and they don't win, or they're out in the first round, all of this, well, we let you cook, Brad, and you did nothing.
Thank you. Yes, now that we can add to the board. The Jameis Thanksgiving gabagool, that's the one I probably need on here. That, yes.
Yeah, apparently Caller Ed called the morning show.
I'm going to have to find that.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I heard that live.
Somebody out.
Yeah, he was very upset with both John and Jim, and Jim's like, excuse me, can you just say Thanksgiving? That was good.
Oh, your callers are cheating on you now? Whoa. By the way, who did you guys install as the Pope favorite? I was listening a little bit. Do we have one?
Look, I am rooting for White Smoke, Black Pope. I want the dude from Ghana, Peter Forkson, at plus 600.
Okay, so hold on. Yeah. The brother Pope is still in the running?
Yes.
Whoa.
And we also have an American Pope who I think is from Detroit.
Oh, really?
Oh, shut up.
That's live from the Conclave.
No, this is very exciting.
How'd they do with the Combine, the Pope Combine?
I'm just hoping that both teams play hard.
Both Popes play hard?
Right.
You don't care?
I heard there's a hell of an NIL package on the table for whoever wins.
And whoever loses is going to hit the portal.
Yeah, that's true. The Pope portal.
The papal portal.
Papal portal. Mike, you're very nervous tonight, aren't you?
About what?
Your little Celtics.
There's no reason to be nervous. You guys will smoke them.
They should. It's been weird though. All the road teams
I know,
winning,
and
they
honestly,
should smoke them now.
Exactly. But here's the other. There are two things.
Yeah.
A, the other teams shoving their head up their own ass. That actually made me feel better about my team.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Like the Celtics collapse was so awful, and then I'm like, oh look, the Cavs is worse. But then the other thing is that you go back and look at it. Nothing about Game 1 was sustainable for either team. Are the Celtics really going to have that many open threes and simply not hit them?
No.
ESPN was just doing a thing. Are the Celtics and the way they played in Game 1 an embarrassment to basketball?
Yes,
story.
to a point.
Kind of, yeah.
No, the one that got me really was last night was minus Steph.
Yeah,
and the Warriors just go out there and
what happened to
hammer
Big Mouth
the-
Anthony Edwards? I want all the smoke. You got 1 point at halftime.
Right now, fourth quarter, he scored, but he was 0 for 13 at one point.
The Minnesota Timberwolves have the worst 2-game 3-point percentage in the history of the NBA playoffs.
Oh my God. Well, that Cavs collapse was
you hate to see
beyond anything we've seen in a while.
Yeah, so
I'd be willing to give up a Celtics loss if it meant Toronto lost.
But here's the other thing. I don't think the Celtics win the championship. I honestly think if they made the final, Oklahoma City will murder us.
You know what?
I don't know if OKC makes it.
Well, then I have a different opinion.
I'm not writing off the Nuggies either.
Okay, we'll take
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Like Denver's.
You haven't heard this?
Who is that?
Jameis Winston. After a month of being the Giants quarterback, he's now an Italian aficionado.
Okay,
He's saying gabagool.
Jameis Winston.
Play it again.
He's going to fit right in.
Oh, my God.
He is.
That's right around Thanksgiving
I'll
time.
ask you guys the question before we leave.
Yeah.
At some point,
Okay,
will
Rico wants to
Jameis
stay a little longer.
will Jameis take over
No.
for Russell Wilson?
No.
No. Maybe.
Yeah,
Actually,
he will.
yeah. He
Yeah.
probably will. I
He
changed
will.
my mind.
Oh, God.
And I keep thinking.
Every year he does. And then every year you're like, will he be the starter next
You know
year?
what? There may or may not be a Football Friday with me wearing a Winston jersey.
Oh, I like that. And he'll wear a Jackson Dart jersey.
No.
No?
No, definitely not.
No?
No. I don't know if he'll be any good.
I thought you liked him.
He's fine enough, but I have no idea if he'll be any good. The GMs don't know what quarterbacks are going to be good. Why am I going to pin my hopes to him?
Unbelievable.
Plus, I got a thing about Utah-born quarterbacks in New York.
Fair
You got to
point.
think about everybody, I feel.
Yeah.
You're like bald superstars can't win a championship.
Hey, argue it.
You can't.
What bald
Ginger
superstar?
quarterbacks can't have success.
What ginger
part's
idiot
true, too.
quarterback has
Yeah.
hoisted the Lombardi?
You gotta
I'll
be a
hang up
ginger
and listen.
idiot quarterback. So wait, is Andy Dalton? He's an idiot too? Yeah. Okay, fair.
Well, kind of. Yeah. Yeah.
No
I mean, that's a good
quarterback
point.
that looks like celebrity chef Bobby Flay has ever hosted the
What about
Lombardi.
Troy Aikman?
Truth.
I kind of feel Troy Aikman at times was close to a
No,
ginger.
he
now.
wasn't.
No,
No?
you're making things up.
Unbelievable.
All right, we're out of here. We'll talk to you.
We'll get into the Pistons a little bit, and we have a great conundrum, taking the morning show's conundrum and making it better. How
Yeah,
about that?
and I got to go after Jansen and Heather.
Oh,
I
he
mean,
does. He wants to kill
I mean,
them.
those were some
Guys,
lame opinions.
I stopped carrying 60 seconds ago.
Oh.
What's
yeah.
that?
I
Oh.
thought you wanted to stick around.
Oh.
By the way, guys, enjoy your short show tomorrow.